Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, what is going on? Another day, another you, another me. It is the playoff 2 quarterfinals here. We've got 8 people left. We've got members of the public watching. Our schedule is directly in front of you. We've got Mosca, El Matador. Then Tunison versus Eisomarto is not going to be happening in slot 2. Unfortunately, Eisomarto has had a real life emergency. We're trying to swap things around, but if it's not possible, unfortunately, Eisomarto will be getting disqualified for today. There is nothing we can do about it. If there's nothing, no one else that can swap. So we're currently trying to work it out behind the scenes. We'll see how things end up going. Then Grass versus 3DB. Is next. And then we have Magic versus Soup last. Let's jump over to the drafting head-to-head and see how these two players have matched up into the past. I think they might have had some games. Let's check it out. Alrighty then. So you can see that El Matador and Mosca have met each other once before, and it went straight to 5 games in the group stage. Matador did get the dub. We're running out of time here, so let's check out the draft to see what we are going to be looking forward to in today's matchup. Alrighty then, Mosca El Matador. Our first matchup is going to be an Amaterasu versus Thor. We have a very interesting draft from both players, but now is not the time to talk about it, because now is the time to jump into our first map, Amaterasu, Elysium, and Thor. Let's get into it. Lucky you guys here were quick, because we get started fast. Off we go. And off to the races we go in the left-hand corner of the map. Spawning is the blue Amaterasu. It is Mosca. Here's a opponent today in the red color playing as Thor. It is El Matador. From the Knock team, rebranding as Maddie. I'm not sure whether it's Maddie or El Matador at this moment. We have him as both names, so we're just going to have to deal with that. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is the quarterfinals. This is Matador's first visit to the quarterfinals in the playoff series. There are 5 opportunities here. You only have to win one of them. Well, I mean, you have to win the whole bit. Mosca's been here before. He got to the semifinals last week. He is looking to get to the finals. He's looking to improve his standings here this week. Every week you get a bit closer. Bit closer to touching gold, so to speak. Mosca, well, he was seeded first for this week. He's been having a very, very solid qualifier, playoffs sort of run. Matador, on the other hand, he did take, I believe he took, well, I can't remember the first week, but I believe it was a 5-game series for Matador. He's normally very, very tough to take out, but this week, in his round of 16 game, he did actually end up taking out Mini Eddie in 3, dominating fashion where that's concerned. A lot of players have been hyping up the Mini Eddie scrim shenanigans, but He's not yet been able to perform in these playoffs, so we're not seeing him this weekend. But Matador is in, and he does open up with something that we are going to say is new. This is a new approach to Thor. Instead of opening with the Dwarven Armory, you open with the Temple nice and fast. You get yourself out your early Herser, and you start claiming relics on the map. Speaking of which, Maya Huel's Magay, one of the most important relics to pick up. This is a very, very good relic, no matter who you are. But it's probably really good for Mosca, because it would mean that he's going to be more comfortable taking fights rather than not. Up to the top side, we've got the 9 Cauldrons here, another really nice relic. Not the best for the Japanese, because it doesn't actually impact them at all, but definitely want to keep that away from Matador if you can, if you are Mosca. And a final one on the bottom there is the Scales of Katopopas. Not going to see a huge amount of value there, though it does make those Bushi a little bit less effective, I should say. A little bit less effective. As the game continues along, it's going to be a Minakata Tomi versus Freya affair. I'm not exactly surprised to see the Freya not with the fast-ish advance time like this from Matador, but the question for me is, when does Matador decide to drop his Dwarven Armory? Now, I've only tried this sort of style once before, where you rush to the Classical Age a little bit like without the Dwarven Armory, and the idea of dropping the Dwarven Armory right away when you hit the Classical Age feels appealing, but you get stuck with it. I think it's much better to look for early game pressure and go that way rather than try and do anything else.
Yo.
As Matador with Ironhide and a random guy, dude fellow, wandering forward, they will get greeted by the Wolves from Mosca. Now, one thing here from Matador is he could just sit outside here and try and take down the Wolves one at a time, because he's got the Valkyrie that can heal these guys up, but not going to be actually going for that idea. Instead, he's running into the main base, does catch a villager here, looking to try and take those out, as an Ondamusha does spawn right on top of the Valkyrie, but the Valkyrie gets away from that one, as the villagers will all move over onto this side. Does he get the Vil pick? He gets one more attack, not getting the Vil pick, but almost does, as now the villagers will move over onto the straggler tree, and Matador continuing to search for pressure here. He's going to be playing with fire. I mean, there's literally a 1 Udall here, but he's going to be playing with fire, looking for those low HP units. But the problem for Matador is that Naginata Riders are out, and they can chase down these Ursa very, very quickly. Behind this, though, a very quick Dizzablot coming through. I love this tech. I love rushing this tech. The reason I love rushing the tech is because it catches your opponent out. Normally, the Valkyrie is only doing 11.7 hack damage per second. But once that Dizzablot comes through, it's doing an extra 50% bonus damage. And in comes the Naginata Riders trying to take out these Hersa. And like I said, an extra 50% damage means 1 or 2 less hits to actually take out a villager early on, as the Kitsune does get out of there. Does take a smack, but the Hersa falls. Not ideal for Matador, but not the end of the world nonetheless, as he's now outside on this secondary hunt, making himself the raiding cavalry. And Samurai, Naginata Riders at the moment is another Hersa going down, losing 2 Hersa this early on. Cannot be something that Matador was planning in this game. He's now dropping the Dwarven Armory, which will slow him down. Now, the reason why everybody rushes Dwarven Armory early on, and the reason why it's had so many nerfs, is because you get the Armory tech and the villager pops out and you can pay it off. However, if you drop the Armory now as this raid comes in, is there going to be a villager pick? Yeah, I think he's going to be picking one. Does get into the tower with the rest of them. Nice find there from Mosca, as well. You got to be careful on the top side with the hunt there, a little bit too stretched out. So at the moment, Matador buys these techs, right? And you take a look at them and you go, how many resources do they actually cost? Right here, you got over 120 resources, 136 resources, right? That's 136 seconds for those resources to get paid off and for you to be in the lead. Of course, the upgrades are good no matter what. They're going to help your units, but you'll still have to you still have to pay, you still have to wait for them to pay themselves off. As into the middle of the map now comes the Matador units. He's trying to pick some stuff off into this side. The throwing axeman taking a little bit of damage there from the Yumi archers as Matador trying to deal with all of that. Picks up the Kitsune on the retreat here as one samurai does get caught out onto this spot. Very low HP. Throwing axeman just trying to finish off those low HP samurai. Not able to do so, but now the Valkyries are in. Dizablot is through. Shieldman and Valkyrie is there. So some big heals can come up as, well, Longhouse falls and some pain for Matador is going to be on the way. But the whole thing here for Mosca, this is the big thing, is Mosca opening up with Samurai can feel a little bit dangerous because it allows the Thor player to play for wood-based units, right? They're going to go into their throwing axemen and enjoy them, right? The problem with going into throwing axemen versus Amaterasu is that Thunderburst is on the table. So you got to be very, very careful when that's going to come and hit you. Nonetheless, one Miko on the front as the raiding cavalry getting chased up and around. Everything is walled off over here as Mosca is incredibly well defended. There's not a single part of this base that is raidable with the exception of this top food as the units just simply diving around. They do not have the speed advantage at the moment. Both 6 speed, no thundering hooves just yet. As Matador is just going to try and distract for the rest of this game, it seems. Up to the top here, though, Mosca's villager coming onto the backside. Going to look to get this wall up. And, well, Matador has thrown off the chase. He's off the position. He's not going in. And now, all of a sudden, the comeback attack here could be huge as the raiding cavalry numbers. Still not really enough stuff out for Matador. His macro has seemingly fallen off here. He's got 700 food in the bank. I mean, if he had all the favor, it would go into Valkyrie without question, but he just doesn't. I mean, he can simply look for a fight, get the Valkyrie out afterwards to spend those resources, but taking a fight here down a ton of resources cannot be good, as now Matador is back in with all of his Naginata riders, and Matador is off to the races again, searching for anything he can kill. But let me tell you, the only way in is this gap here. Everything else is walled up, and it's not going to be an easy time for him to do a whole lot here. Now, what he can do is pick off Yumi archers, is pick off straggler units, and that's exactly what he should be looking for as the Naginata riders coming back up onto this side. Wall gets broken down. Another wall will simply come up on the back. A little bit slow to finish that one off, but Mosca says, I just want to kill off more things over here as Matador is over on this gold mine. He's still got a little bit of gold in the main base as well, and he's got himself the Dwarven mine. Lots and lots of defense here for the moment for Matador. He has found himself in a very, very difficult position, though, because he's just not got the gold income. I don't know exactly why he doesn't have it, but the gold income is just not in. If he could spend all of these resources, I think he can look to take a fight here. But unfortunately, that, for the moment, is not an option. Wall up over onto this side as the one Udor will help take these down very quickly. Of course, Matador could attempt a little sneak up onto that gold mine. It's very, very dangerous to look to do that. Throw an accent on this side, going to get sniped as I'm having some lag. I don't know what's going on where that's concerned. Hang on, let me just see if this will fix it. Ba-doop, ba-doop. That looks better. I think. Anyways, walls going up onto the backside. Longhouse coming down here. There's still so many resources in the bank here for Matador that he's just not been able to spend. Onto the back there, 1-1 Udor does get sniped. The raiding cavalry trying to get onto the Yumi Horse archers there. Pulling back, looking to snipe these units onto the backside, but still the distraction action working out beautifully for Matador. As these villagers, or dwarves I should say, might want to consider a run for it, and they will do so as over onto the other side they go. There's still some walls to finish over onto this side as the raiding cavalry continue their distraction action. Throwing axeman getting some nice damage done. Matador, he is controlling this situation impeccably well, but he's still got a ways to go to get all these resources spent. Another Valkyrie going to be coming through. How many heroes are in on the side of Mosca at the moment, there are 4 on the Musha. It's a healthy amount of hero to deal with these Valkyrie. But the big problem is that Raijin is now pre-queued. 500 gold in the bank, nearly 800 food. He's going to be coming to the next age momentarily. Naginata Rider sneaking in onto this side as a dwarf. Going to get poked down. Buildings on the front slowly starting to get sniped. As the Naginata Rider is trapped. But what do you do now if you are Matador? I mean, a heroic age would be really, really big for Matador as well. Like, Frost coming in momentarily would be huge. Bragi for even more speedy Valkyrie. Definitely thinking about getting himself this Thundering Hooves before actually taking a fight would be very, very good. Up onto this side, though, now, though, Matador says, I can take this fight, and take this fight he can, as he wants to make this Mosca army pull back. Fantastic job thus far from Matador, I have to say. Mosca has not made it easy. Fully walled up, nowhere to actually hit raids. Town center coming up behind this as well, though. 2 villagers will get sniped as Matador takes the opportunity to hit a little bit of something here as the Naginata Riders coming back in. That's just going to be Snipe City for Matador. Mosca is having a very big difficulty with all of this, as now Ballistics is to come in. The raiding cavalry need to get back in onto this side to get some serious damage done here, but Thunderburst is going to get dropped down, and that does mean a lot of HP lost for these Throwing Axemen. There is a retreat path through the walls on the back there as the heavy comes through. Raiding cavalry on this side distracting away as the raiding cavalry trying to get onto the back line. The shoot and scoop from Matador to dodge the Yumi archers, paying dividends, but not enough here as the army from Mosca is looking too powerful. Matador pulls back behind his next wall, and of course, Mosca will say, all I've got to do is take that down, then I can drop my Thunderburst, then life is going to get really tough here for Matador. Trying to focus fire down some units as the raiding cavalry on the back, sniping a few units itself there as the on the musher in. Definitely want to be trying to snipe those as the solar shield gets dropped down. Can Mini Yeti, not Mini Yeti, there's too many M's in this world. Magic, Mini Yeti, Matador, Mosca. Can Matador hold this position or not? Dwarves getting pushed back. It's looking like it's too difficult for Matador at the moment. Picks off one on the musher, trying to get through. The Raiju is in as well. Units up onto this side, trying to cause some problems, but there's plenty of units over there fighting valiantly behind the wall. But it's not looking like it's going to be enough over here, especially with Mosca on 2 town centers behind this. He's in front on tech. He's in front on military. He's in front, not on villages just yet, but will be soon. As the Raiju ends up getting picked off. 1 Valkyrie on the front can be very huge. The problem now for Matador, which wasn't a problem before, but it is now, is that Matador just doesn't have the food income. He's up onto the top berries. He's over here onto this hunt. That's going to be an issue sooner or later. Another Raiju comes in as the solar shield does get dropped down. Hits the raiding cavalry, though, away. That's totally fine, if you ask me, as the heroes come in, taking down those Valkyrie quickly as the Throwing Axemen keeping their distance, trying to take out those Mosca samurai while staying alive versus the Yumi archers. Onto the top side, villagers getting picked off, and we finally see the Thundering Hooves. I think if that technology was in earlier, things might have been a little bit different. Matador has snuck a gold mine up onto this side. Dwarves over here are getting spotted as the raiding cavalry are trying to come through and help out. Now the rotation from Mosca to come through. And of course, Mosca is just going to keep improving his position. Irrigation, shaft mine, also survival equipment, just in case. The way to come back into this game for Matador is he's got to catch the army of Mosca out. He's got to get some Vil picks as well. Good control from Matador, as always, though, as he's pulling back, stays very nice and far away from those cavalry with the Throwing Axemen, but he needs to get in and take out the the archers on the back here as the Thrown Axemen come through. There goes the Thunderburst, and immediately Matador says, okay, I will run. How many Valkyrie does he have? He has 2 Valkyrie to get the heals in and does manage to keep that one alive. So some healing is possible here for Matador. He doesn't get out of the Thunderburst completely, though, as the top right, or the right gold mine gets pushed back. Over on this side, there's also the heavy Naginata Rider as a Dwarven gold mine into the main base. And the Valkyrie will slowly start the heals. It's a lot of HP to need to heal up, but those Valkyrie have their upgrades, so they are going quite quickly here. Goaty also in the mix is almost something you never want to do in this position either. And Goaty are only really good at taking out the flying units. And that's about it. Hursa are generally the unit you want. As the villagers on this side get caught out, and the Naginata Riders will charge over here and say nighty-night to them, but Matador makes the smart move and says, okay, I'm going to lose the villagers anyways. Let's charge up to this top corner and look for a fight while this is all going on. As these Goaty are just going to be tickling the human units. The Thrown Axemen coming through. Nothing really here to take out that backline of Yumi Archer for the time being, as the Solar Shield forces Matador back as well. Trying to get that damage done, but it just is tickling the Onnamusha. And Matador will tap out in game 1 as an incredibly well-executed game from Mosca gets him the first dub. We see a 3rd Town Center as well coming up from Mosca. Just an incredible display of defensive prowess as well as offensive juggernautness. That's a new word, right? The juggernautness of the Mosca Amaterasu really shows everything what's going on. But unfortunately for Matador, he tried to pull it back. I think that early game where he charged in and threw away 2 Hursa just kind of put him off guard a little bit, off sorts a little bit. His macro just did not quite streamline down to get the units out. I think if you take a look at the post game, actually, it'll explain a lot. You can see that it's quite close here. In fact, I'm surprised to see Mosca in front by this amount, but it is quite close. Military or all resources not spent. It's actually closer than I expected as well. Maybe up onto this sort of a position, you were starting to see those resources really floating for Matador. Unfortunately, he just couldn't get gold in. He was just so flat on that. But nonetheless, well played from Mosca. We'll jump back over to the draft, talk you through what's happening, and get going with the next game. Alrighty, our next one is going to be a Noir versus Susanoo on the map Giza. Matador really likes this pick. I've seen him pick this one quite a lot, to be honest. We'll see how it goes. Let me get the game up. All right. So, of course, the defensive game plan here from Mosca to play Noir on this map makes a lot of sense. 1 Rhino, 2 Rhinos, doesn't matter. Generally, a second town center is going to have a pretty close gold mine regardless. But in having access to 1 unit, you can shut down that earth wall. So you have to be a little bit more smart about how you use it, I would say. Otherwise, I think Matador can find a lot of advantage in this one. We'll see how it's going to go. Let's jump into game number 2. Mosca up 1-0. We've got Noir, we've got Susanoo. Let's jump into Giza. Into game number 2 in the right-hand corner of the map. Noir for Mosca. In the left-hand corner of the map, we have Matador playing as Susanol. The map is Giza. Ladies and gentlemen, relics on the map. We have ourselves the Kithara of Apollo in the middle. Villagers movement speed plus 10%. Over onto this side, we have the Harmonia's necklace. This is plus 10% there for the gold gather rate as well. Onto the bottom side, there is the tail of Cerberus, making myth units recharge 25% faster, or a reduction of 25% of their base. I don't know what that is exactly, but it's very, very quick. And finally, the nine-tailed fox charm. So there's some incredible relics here for Matador if he wants to play for them. Whether he decides he wants to go for the Oni, or he wants to go for the Raiju, or he wants to go for the Shinigami. This could be a very, very good game for him. Mosca, on the other hand, he could decide to go into Chillin. That would be helpful. They've got a nice special attack that could be usable, but it's a little bit off meta. Doesn't really make a whole lot of sense in the matchup either. That being said, an aggressive game here from Noir. It's something that I've seen work, but generally you need to have Qi Yao to make it work versus the Japanese, as China. Of course, Noir doesn't have that. Noir has Hao Tu, Noir has Zhuan Nu. So that's the Vanish and the Earth Wall god powers. So we'll see which one he's going to be picking here. Matador for the moment, just getting his temple up. He's got himself a back gold mine. Both players have got the back gold mine at the moment. So that's quite nice for a defensive game. We've also got the town center over here. And a play for Mosca, I think, if we take a look. A play for Mosca at the moment, if he scouted it, which he has, is to look for the earth wall around about here. So you're earth walling off this back gold mine, right? And also your base a little bit. While this town center here, you don't have an earth wall, which allows you to eat those rhinoceros on top of it, and you're good to go on a gold mine over onto this right side. That could be an idea. Of course, there's other gold mines in the middle of the map here for Mosca to enjoy a defensive game on, but we'll see if he actually wants to make that happen or not. Minakata Tomi is the god of choice from Matador. Makes sense. This is the most popular way to play as Susanoo at the moment. We've also got the Kitsune coming through as well. Incredibly powerful. Very, very annoying. If we take a quick look at what Matador's got, he's already got 3 of these Kitsune, and he is going to be entering the main base momentarily. He doesn't have himself his upgrade just yet for the crushing waves, but he's going to be grabbing that one next, I'm sure. It's relatively cheap, and he just needs the favor for it. But Minakata Tomi will be in, and the town center is going to be coming through for Mosca. I'm not surprised to see this. This has become one of, if not the best ways to play Noir in 2026. You get a gigantic boom going. You get a huge amount of extra favor from getting that second town center up. The way that the Chinese favored land works. Basically, you want to expand as much as you possibly can, and you get a big amount of favor boost from that second town center from your map getting grabbed. So it just makes sense on the side of Mosca to go for that. We'll see how everything is going to happen, because it also makes sense for Matador to say it's time to play very, very aggressively. Naginata Riders are coming through. We see the Saltwater Spring coming in as well as the one Udor sitting back here. I don't know if I like this. I feel like that one Udor should be out across onto the map as fast as it possibly can, because guess what? If you're close here, there's nothing that can really stop the one Udor. Of course, maybe the Xiongqi can, but you'll be able to start taking down this wall immediately as the Kitsune come through, and they will start nibbling away at these walls. Of course, there is the Pioneer to come through, and that will be one wall taken out as the Kitsune do have to retreat from the Pioneer. Very tough to dodge those arrows. And out Mosca. Well, out Mosca tells Matador to go. Get out of here, you Kitsune, you foxes. As the wall comes up from Mosca, he says, I don't want to deal with this. Pioneer takes a couple of hits of damage before getting behind his wall. There's more pressure continuing to be searched for. And of course, this earth wall already bashed down a little bit, but now it takes a lot more than just a little bit of bashing to actually deal with that. The Kitsune can get pulled back, loses one on that there, unfortunately, for Matador. Good use there from Mosca, good reaction. Gets up to there, no problems. Both of these rhinos dead underneath the town center as well now, as Matador is going to be searching for anything to take out Pioneers. Finishing up there. And the Samurai coming through for Matador, as he is going to continue his attacking ways. We've also got the Halberdier to come through. One idea now for Matador would be to get out of Miko and run to the center of the map here, and then start healing up the units, as he's still just trying to beat his way through. Does he get a Naginata Rider? He does get a Naginata Rider. Mosca looking incredibly strong right now. Realistically, when you're playing 2 town center versus 1 town center, any tiny little bits of value you get on these kills ends up being simply incredible. So, I mean, we'll see which way Matador is going to take this game from now. But Mosca has done what we like to call a min defense. This is where you build the bare minimum amount of units to fend off any amount of aggression. And then you simply say, fantastic, let's now go to the next age. The issue here for Mosca, he doesn't really have the most amazing of second gold mines. Now, he does have this one over here. Don't get me wrong. And he can do a little bit of the shuffle to go from this side of the map over to this side of the map. But surely this is going to be a difficult thing for Mosca to defend once all of the myth units start coming in. But we'll see. We'll see what Matador wants to try and do. Of course, just killing this town center first, and then rotating around the map to lock off all the rest of the gold mines is going to be somewhat of an option here, as the one unit are making their way across the map slowly. Gormang is on the way. A couple of villagers getting spotted here. Not able to take any of them down just yet, as he does spot those Guafu up onto the top. Matador normally gets some picks there, but not able to do so, as the peasants are back out. Gonna just continue to roam around here, dodging arrows with the Naginata Rider. Nice usage of the old dodge mechanic there, as he does try to get out. There comes the big scary halberdiers though, as Matador needs to retreat. He gets a tiny bit of damage done. But the town center, this has to get taken out, and Mosca very, very smartly here says, goodbye. Losing this town center will not matter one iota for Mosca. Mosca puts a wall up, wanders down to the bottom. Ballet to come down as well here for sure. And while the town center gets picked off, this villager is also going to go down. It's a big enough villager edge here that just playing defense, not fighting, is going to carry through in a big way. Town center down, and Matador to pull back now. He has to figure out what to do next. So he got some damage done. He stopped the bleeding. One idea here from the side of Matador, which is a little bit offbeat, but if your opponent is going to just sit back and just try and hold on with their 15 villager, 16 villager advantage, you could drop the town center yourself here. That being said, I imagine the Mosca game plan here is quite simple. I've seen this time and time again by Kavoth. It's going to be full spam on the White Horse Cavalry, and it's going to be a very tough time for Matador to defend all of that. What Matador needs is a couple of guardhouses and to go into the Yadi Spearmen and sit them outside of his base, inside of his base, wherever the pain might be. As the Tao Wu sends everyone flying. One Naginata Rider does kind of get caught out here, as the Kusanagi will get dropped down. Good damage to come through from those flaming Hot Wheels of Fury. Is there enough stuff here for Matador is the big question, as there comes the Terracotta Riders to send Matador back, and Matador says, no worries, you spend on that, that's good for me. as he's going to just try and get out of here for just a little bit. It's the one Udall turn. They're going to be getting some good damage on the tower. Wu sends everyone flying yet again. But I think this might just be enough damage. And not only that, Mosca doesn't want to actually give all of this Bushido over to Matador. As Matador, behind this, he's not really training unit. Well, he's training out Samurai, but he's not really training out units consistently here. He obviously wants a heroic age. And while he is behind on villages, this is kind of how Japan works. You're normally behind. If you're equal on villages with Japan, you're generally winning the game. And so, well, there's going to be the next tier of Bushido on the way. Units are coming through. I sort of expected a heroic age in from Matador, but that's not what's happening. We do have the White Horse Cavalry now searching around. They're going to be looking for the main base and looking for those raids, and this is where some real big advantage can get cooked up. With the forest protection getting dropped into the main base here, however, this does give Matador the option to come over here and hit this gold mine. Now, he hasn't scouted it, but he also hasn't come over and checked this gold mine yet. So I'll go ahead and say Matador, he should be very well aware that there's a gold mine on that right-hand corner. He has a gold mine on his left-hand corner. It does kind of mean that that gold mine has to be there as the White Horse Cav. They are into the main base. Matador getting hit here. He's going to make a run for the tower. He loses 1, 2 villagers. The rest do get into the tower. No, they don't. 2 get caught out. Slumber Mill also getting deleted. Not the most ideal of reactions from Matador, as he's now going to throw up his own walls on the backside. And of course, well, Matador can do nothing but wait here for his next age. He's still pumping units out. He's trying to get himself Raijin, pickaxe as well. Shijiyo. And Mosca is going to pull back for the time being. He's up to 157 pop, mining out this gold mine. I wouldn't be surprised to see Mosca just click Mythic Age here. He's still got some goats remaining, so plenty of food income for just a little bit longer. Farms can get thrown down as well. He's got himself all of the economic upgrades he needs for the moment. Just no bow saw. Not that important, but he is spamming out tech. Matador poking back in. Looking for the pain. And onto the middle side, though. Units for Matador. They need to sit playing defense. As Mosca is still searching around, looking for things to take out. Miko gets spotted. Is he garrison it? Not able to do so fast enough. Units just chilling everywhere. Raijin on the way now, as the Yati will get some half-decent damage here. You definitely want to take that fight there, I would say. A couple of units getting pulled off onto this side, but with the heroic age now coming in, Naginata Riders need to be back over onto this side. We've also got the Kusanagi getting dropped down there as the Mythic Age is queued up. This is the type of fight that Matador really wants. He's now got 180 favor in the bank here as the Naginata Riders charging forward, trying to take out these units. Those 2 Infernal 1 Udo are getting so much damage done. But onto the forest protection they come, healing back up. We do have the wall on the back here getting targeted down. 1 Yati Spearman is not going to be enough here, but if it doesn't get targeted down, it will take we'll do a decent amount of damage as the Naginata Riders to come over here. Villagers getting pulled off here to try and get the wall repaired. Now, the next thing here is, well, the big issue, I should say, for both players. 1, Mosca's got Great Flood coming. 2, Matador has a heroic age coming. Oh, villagers get spotted over onto this side as Matador's Naginata Riders sort of just ignore that there. Does try to charge over here, but that's going to be even more vills getting picked off. Every villager that gets killed here is just such a huge momentum shift for Mosca. I feel like he's got so many goats here. This is something I'll never understand. Yes, you've got map control. Sure, but you don't have it actually secured. So raids are going to come in. Just pull the villagers back to your home base and eat goats. There's never a bad time to do that. It's you just get yourself a husbandry and you're getting more income than, or the same income as otherwise. But nonetheless, ballet coming up. Machine workshop as well for Mosca. As we do have the White Horse Cavalry chilling over onto this side, as the Samurai on this top side just looking around for everything. In come the Matador units. As he will spot this gold mine now. Getting taken. Tries to get onto the Koafu, not able to do so, especially with the Tao Wu there. Of course, Great Flood is going to be an issue. Town Center coming up for Matador on this left side. I mean, it's a late time to actually think about that Town Center. I thought if you're going to go for the Town Center, go for it. As the Thunderdome does get dropped down, that'll send the units packing, and the army will migrate over to this right-hand side. Matador is at full population with tons of favor in the bank. But does he want to build Raiju at the moment? Maybe. You can definitely send the Raiju after those heavy White Horse Cav. There is a population advantage here for Matador, which is going to be the difficult thing to deal with. Population advantage means, simply put, look at the difference in population for the military. 144 to 102. But with a Great Flood, that kind of changes things. Gold mine finishing up for Mosca. He needs to get out of his base and get a gold mine. There are the Qinglongs. Lots of favor in the bank for mass Qinglong if Mosca wants to go that way. There isn't really an answer to that in the army for Matador. No Bushi in at all. Town center up. Champion White Horse Cav coming through. Villagers here for Matador. They need to be reacting to this. More units coming up to the top side to try and take that out. Over onto this side, however, Matador sees the ballet. This isn't the place to be. Mosca is taking this position and says, distraction action is great. The villagers do manage to garrison into the town center as the ballet is going to go down. Taking out the ballet does mean a little bit of a reduction in the production of the Mosca Power Unit, the Tiger Cav. Onto this side now, the special abilities coming down from Li Jing, the superhero from the Chinese Pantheon. Now, is there going to be another Thunderburst is the big question. I don't know if he's quite got the favor for it. Of course, he's got Kusanagi. Making a little bit of a fight where this is concerned, but a little bit dangerous. Where's the rest of the army for... I mean, it's all here, right? I don't see... Is there any other army for Matador chilling? I don't see it anywhere. We got the raids up onto the top side. Units for Matador retreating for the time being. Of course, there is still a Great Flood. Infernal One Udor taking out houses, being a pain. We've got another ballet up onto the top side. While this is all going on, I would normally say, well, Matador is on 2 TCs. Mosca is on 1 TC. So Matador is going to be catching up on village differential. But Matador's a full pop, so he can't catch up. Units coming through. We've got the castle coming through for Matador as well. Miko over onto this side is going to get sniped. More Miko trying to get built from the side of Matador just to give him all the favor he possibly can. And now the second town center back up for Mosca, and that will mean the population advantage for Mosca is going to be quite big. Mosca is holding on to this Great Flood for the perfect moment here. As the Qinglong get small amounts of damage done, big amounts of damage done with the combination of the Li Jing there. Does have some Bushi coming through. We have a quick look. He's only got the 1 Bushi in at the moment, which is not really going to be enough to deal with those Qinglongs, but he does come through. Now we see the Great Flood. Great Flood gets dropped down. Units getting swept across, but they do hit. No, they go straight through the forest. Never mind. Now, well, Matador can only simply watch here. He's got to get himself back to full population. He's in trouble for the moment. A third town center is now up for Mosca as he has gotten out of the defensive position without question. He is in a gigantic... He's at a gigantic advantage here. And Matador looks to be unable to repopulate his army. He's almost finished up onto this gold mine. He's going to have to move over here shortly. He does have the gold mine in the front as the Yati Spearmen are in onto the backside. I mean, the big question is, can Matador get himself to Bushido tier 4 for full champion or not? If he gets the full champion, maybe he can continue fighting here. He just doesn't have any population to really take a fight. That being said, there is access to another Thunderdome, but it's not going to do a huge amount versus the army that Mosca has out here. You know, normally Thunderdomes, the main strength of that god power is versus ranged units. But in this situation, there's really not that many ranged units. As in comes the army. Mosca's still spreading out, looking for villagers to kill. He is all over Matador at the moment. Matador trying to push these units back. There goes the Thunderburst as the... What do you even call this ability? The Aqua Burst from those dragons. Pretty brutal Kusanagi to keep the units inside and also walking through the Kusanagi for a little bit more of that AoE damage. Lots of units in queue for Matador, but he has just fallen so far behind. And I'm sure with walls going up everywhere, Mosca's going to feel comfortable to just wander in and just take this fourth town center, because why not? Matador kind of has no choice but to just continue the fighting here. He's still quite a ways away from that Bushido tier 4. No myth units getting built does mean he's not getting that all-important passive Bushido. The Yumi Horse Archers are proving to be a little bit difficult for Mosca to deal with, but Matador will say GG where that's concerned there. He did fall very far behind. I feel like after he killed the town center, the way that Matador approached this game didn't really make a whole lot of sense to me. I feel like if he went forward with a handful of villagers and got set up on all of the gold mines and pressured the right corner of the map. So he charged forward here. Once the forest protection came down, he charged forward here and looked for some damage on this position, while also locking up the rest of the map, specifically here and here. Then he could have caused Mosca some real issues. But the other alternative would have been, after he killed the town center, drop your own town center while continuing to put pressure on. That can kind of work. That can keep you somewhat close here. But in this one, it just didn't quite pass the eye test, so to speak. And Mosca, too powerful in game 2, off to a quick 2-0 lead for Mosca. Matador back up against the wall. We'll see what he can do in game number 3, if he can force a game 4 or not. Let's jump back to the draft, see what he's going to pick. All right, we got ourselves a Ra-Odin matchup next on the map Cloud Forest. I'm pronouncing Mosca wrong. Is it not Mosca? Moscanito? Mosca? It's not Mosca. Mosca? Skay? Mosca? Mosca? Nobody's ever told me how to say it before. So how am I supposed to get it right? All right? Okay, we got ourselves about 4 minutes until the next game. Ra versus Odin on Cloud Forest. This is going to be a very, very interesting, next game. Large map, hard to play Egyptian, classical age ball on this one. Not only that, well, I guess we might see the Sphinx approach from Mosca. That might be his approach, and that might make some sense here versus Odin. Because Odin has to like wall up the map and play a very specific style of Odin to beat that Sphinx. I have seen the Sphinx failing versus Odin before. But then again, Mosca, he does like himself that Tar style. He likes playing for the more powerful kind of death ball type army. Is it Mosca then? Is that better? Is it a long O or a short O? How can I get? There's no other O's, right? Musca? Like moose? Is it like moose? Is it like mouse? Is it like moose, mouse, Musca? It's like moss. Well, I'm saying it right then, Mosca. I'm not even sure who I'm supposed to listen to at the moment. Okay, Scardy's telling me it's right, so it must be right. But then again, I don't know who to trust at this point. Mosca. It's either Mosca or Mosca. I give up. Apparently I'm correct, and Zerb Leaves in the YouTube chat is incorrect. Can you believe it? I've got no idea. But we're going to keep saying Mosca because I've said that for the past 6 years plus. Sorry, Zerb Leaves. Oh, dear. Okay, so Ra vs Odin. I must say this is a matchup that I have not seen very much recently. So these players are obviously pretty well versed in the whole thing. Mosca has been playing a ton of Ra recently, and players have been saying his Ra is incredibly scary. I back the El Matadore Odin in this one, especially on this map. There's a lot of problems with the early game forest situation on this map. And a forest fire can really open up a base and allow for some real big early game pressure. There's also the soup style of Odin here to put early game pressure onto the Ra, which if the Ra decides they want to go for a Sphinx plate, they start off really slow. You can get a lot of value early on, and that allows you to get some early game favor in to make Valkyries and then deal with the Sphinx. Or if you go for Heimdall, well, you can just go for Safeguard quickly and put your walls down everywhere. If it's a Thar angle, the same deal applies where you have the advantage early on. I think this is one thing that a lot of Norse players and Egyptian players struggle with, is that early game, you've got to respect the Norse player as the Egyptian. The Egyptian player steps out, and the Norse player, you want to try and take an early game fight. Very, very, very fast. And I mean early game. I'm talking like before the 7-minute mark. Otherwise, well, then the spam comes through, and then you start falling behind as the Norse player. So we'll see how it goes. We've got ourselves game 3. Matador's back is up against the wall. He lives and dies by the sword that is Norse. We'll see how he goes here in game 3. Let's get into my favorite map, Cloud Forest. Let's check it out. All right, ladies and gentlemen, in the left-hand corner of the map, playing as Ra, Mosca. In the right-hand corner of the map, playing as Odin, it's Matador. We're on the map Cloud Forest. This is game 3 here for your first quarterfinal matchup of the day. Mosca is looking in fine form As Matador, well, he is going to be starting off with the tried and true Soup / Pegasus / whomever came up with this build. We salute thy. What is the build, you ask? Well, it's effectively just trying to get the temple up as fast as you possibly can and get the Hearser out as fast as you possibly can while not skimping on the dwarves. Let's have a quick look at the relics. Text of Imhotep on the top. Armor of Achilles here. That's a really, really big relic to have to get picked up. That's really, really nice for Matador here. I'll talk about that maybe a little bit later if it ends up coming up. Tawara. I can't speak anymore. Tawara. Todder's last arrow. This one's huge as well. This one's really, really nice for Mosca, actually. Almost enough attack damage to bring back the one divine damage slinger. So let's just say if Mosca ends up winning and uses the slinger in this game, it's because of this relic. That's why. Onto this side, we have the Feather of Jingwei as well for a little bit of a wood trickle rate there. Meanwhile, random house in the center of the map. Berserk's searching. One relic has been spotted or has been grabbed, I think. Where's the Hearser at? Searching around onto this bottom side as the Berserk's coming through here. Oh, I got these guys flipped around the wrong way. Excuse me. And it looks like he will spot this relic. So long as Matador can keep this one out of Mosca's hands, it's going to be really, really key. And in comes Ptah, and it will be a Heimdall angle for Matador. Interesting to see the Heimdall angle. This is very much the soup style of Odin. We'll see how he's going to go, because look at Mosca's forward base here. This is open for the attack, and picking off a temple super early could be a really, really nice way to start here. As the relic does get picked up. Jonas here with the relic. I don't know, guys. There's one over here. We've also got Hercules just hanging out. But no immediate attack from Matador planned, it seems, but more Hearser will be coming through. These turkeys will get sent back home. Mosca hits the classical age through Ptah and immediate barracks. So this is going to be what we like to call a fairly stock standard shenanigans here. Of course, the undermine onto one of these barracks is an option, and he will drop that down, takes down the tower, takes down the barracks. A little bit of gold lost there for Mosca. The houses as well kind of beat up. Into the main base comes the Great Hall, and the game is now off to the races. Lots and lots of turkeys over here, though, for Mosca. What relic did he get? The Feather of Jingwei. Not a terrible relic to have, because generally you don't really want to put the villager on wood. There is already one villager on wood right now, but you won't have to put as many on wood, which kind of feels nice, right? It just feels nice. As Matador will move forward here. I don't mind being forward really, really early in this matchup, because you shouldn't be losing these early fights. As long as you macro really well, the early fights should go in favor of the Odin. That being said, Spearmen popping out, and they will be searching for those villages. There are units already sitting on this front position for the time being. As the Spearmen do get spotted, there will be the Einherry, can blow that horn manually to have those units catch up there, but not going to happen just yet. And for the moment, it is just a full spam of Spearmen. So throwing Axemen will be very much necessary. Onto the top, Obelisk getting spotted, getting taken out. Radiant Cavalry can't really afford to take huge amounts of damage. Of course, they do have the regen from being Odin, so they will get back up to full HP at some point, as Rick's Dula is now pre-queued. but the gold isn't quite there just yet to afford that one. There's Mosca sitting out in the middle of the map. He will spot what's going on over here as the raiding cavalry going to split off. Longhouse looking to get dropped onto this position as with the raiding cavalry splitting off, that Ironry getting taken down. That's a unit you really don't want to be taking free damage on. Doesn't even need to be in the front of the fight. It can sit on the back. Kind of a difficult thing to control, but you can sit on the back there and that's totally fine. Drop the Ironry horn and your units will charge off for some real big damage. But for the moment, it's looking like Mosca, well, he wants a market. He might be thinking about heroic gauge here. So sneaking out a heroic gauge would be very, very interesting at this point as, well, what do you get from that? Sekhmet? Sobek? Spearman raids? Searching around? Of course, if this was pure berserks coming in from Matador, he could go in for a pretty early Hamask. And then the slinger idea from Mosca would have to be stamped out. He'd have to go into Axeman. There's a raiding cavalry going to sneak through here. There are some villagers on this back position that could be getting attacked, could be getting raided. As in comes the skin of the rhino. A little bit of damage to come through as the raiding cavalry will try and get a Vil pick here. Does get one. Loses a raiding cavalry for one villager. Not a bad trade. One raiding cavalry for a villager is always a trade you will want to take, basically. As long as you don't lose too many, it's fine. Of course, it's a 90 resources down the drain for a stoppage of like 1 resource a second. So if you think about it from the maths point of view, Mosca's got 90 seconds to take advantage of that lost villager. But realistically, 90 resources is never really going to be much. Over the course of the game, it's going to feel nice for Matador for sure. Especially now that he has Rigsdula and we will see Sobek coming through for Mosca. So he is probably going to immediately start going into Camel Rider. But for the moment, Matador still playing a very, very defensive game. Villagers getting sent packing as the Berserks coming around onto the side. No Hamask just yet. And it looks like a Heroic Age is also getting thought about. No, a town center here for Matador. Of course, this is cheaper than normal. It's not free. It says it's free. It's not free. You can actually see the exact cost here. 175 gold. So it does get cheaper, which is nice. As the Berserks charging through here, searching for a little something as the medium infantry will come through and Mosca makes his way forward onto this mining camp. Town center up for Matador. As the walls will come up all over this right-hand side of the map. The issue for Matador here to some degree, it's not a big issue, but the big issue, well, it is kind of a big issue now the more I'm looking at it. Gold mine situation isn't the best here. Even with the entirety of the map walled up, and he's going to have to spread his army so much to defend everything. So we are seeing some random walls coming up over onto the left side. Obelisk coming through as well. Rock going to be searching up onto the top. There is a Shifting Sands available as the Mosca Migdol Stronghold will come through here. Great Halls coming up onto this side as full spammage, full steam ahead for Matador. I actually wouldn't be surprised here if Mosca chooses to try and get to the Mythic Age very, very quickly as well. That could be a big problem for Matador to deal with the way that he's playing this game. Because then the Horus Axemen are going to be an option. It's up to the top side. Comes the Spearmen. Berserks are in chase down mode. The wall's not quite finished. He just wants to finish the wall off first. And then he pops through. There is an opening over here. As nice micro from Mosca, but he will have to pull back. These do not have themselves that Hamask upgrade just yet. As the Rock spots the villagers in the middle, surely there's going to be some type of a Shifting Sands to come through from Mosca here. There's no frost or anything like that. Villagers over onto this side eating the Jaguar. That gets spotted. One option for Mosca actually, with the walls being up like they are, is for him to basically drop the rock here, fly around this side, drop the rock here, and then look for raids. As the wall's coming up over on this left side, a full send on mass defense, mass walling for the time being. Mosca is still one town center. He's behind on military, but he does have a Locust here. And Locust can help him win a fight without question. Rock coming up onto the top side, sees the villagers on the wood line. He's seen everything. In comes the shifting sands. Lots and lots of units onto this position now as Matador. No reaction just yet. Locust gets dropped down. It is, all the villagers are going to be dead, but that's two god powers gone here. Now, the rock can help these units escape. And of course, that is a must, but when you think about it, was that even worth it? 2 god powers down. Matador's still in front on villagers, and he's going to have his own heroic age god power momentarily. No siege in just yet from Mosca. He's now getting himself the siege tower. Out he flies, as he will be safely out, and he gets damage done, but that was, I don't really understand that move. It's such a big investment. When you think about how much damage a Locust Swarm can do to an actual unit, or not just a unit, a whole bunch of units. Is it 3.5 divine per second? I think so. And it hits everything. So if you've got yourself 50 units, making 3.5 divine per second, even if it just hits them all for 1 second, still a crazy amount of damage, right? Definitely more than 1 second that it hits them all. But anyways, in comes the siege towers. Upgrades coming through. Matador says, I actually want to stay in the classical age. We'll see if he's going to be able to win this fight. Walls coming up over onto this side. Town center could get taken out. We actually do have a second great hunt from Matador. A little bit on the wild side. As in onto this position comes the units. Matador says, I'm happy to take the fight. Those are some heavy camels. As the thrown axemen need to focus down those medium axemen on the back. That's the most important thing. The spearmen don't matter. The camel riders don't really matter. The axemen are everything. In comes the ironry to get the horn blow in. As the siege tower is breaking through everything. Is there enough stuff here, though, for Matador is the big question. And it seems like the answer here is a resounding yes, as Mosca is sent back. Town center in the middle, though, coming up for Mosca after this push. Kills the town center, puts a town center down. Love that decision, but he is taking a lot of damage on this retreat. Loses the Patsukos. 1 Wadjet remaining on the back here. 80-90 favor in the bank now for Matador as well. As he's just going to keep pushing forward. Town center will be in. There goes the Wraith. That undermine is never a good idea, but he throws it down nonetheless. Units on this position are going to be falling. More units to come through. Hamask, I should say, coming in for the Berserks here. As in onto this position comes the Migdol Stronghold, and Matador will have to pull back. He's going to attempt to take out the town center while this is all going on. Does he have enough stuff behind this? He is struggling a little bit on the gold yet again, but his queue is incredibly big. He's got 5 military buildings and a temple to spam things out. As he pulls around onto the backside, looking to take the town center down. Camel Riders searching up to the top here. The rock can help out. I mean, just kill off the town center. There's nothing really here. This is fine. Henry will come in for a bit of a horn blow to help take this town center down even more. Another great hunt getting dropped somewhere. Not exactly sure where he put it, but the town center was taken down. There's still a villager lead here for Matador. And the rock, though, the rock is coming. And this, if Matador isn't paying attention, could be gigantic. No giveaways. No giveaways just yet from Mosca. He's sitting here waiting. He's got to go around, across here to be unnoticed. Of course, staring at the minimap to see that blue dot coming across your walls might not happen. The other thing here is, though, you can kind of just turn the villagers into berserks here. It's not the biggest of deals if this rock doesn't have anything too specific. Main base, though, under attack. Villagers, they do have themselves one upgrade inside in terms of help here. As onto the backside, the rock is just chilling. It's ready to go. Will Matador spot this? He's focused on the military at the moment. Skadi is on the way. Camel Riders coming through. They will be leaving this position for the time being. Main base under attack. As the villagers will retreat through that stone gate. Its position as well now under attack too, as Matador needs to kind of pull his units back and start defending here. His main base is going to take so much damage. So much damage at the moment. We'll see if Matador can figure this all out. He's got so many thrown axemen, which unfortunately now aren't very useful. They were taking out the spearmen before. There are only a couple of axemen. But these camel riders will easily take down the throwing axeman. The camel rider is amazing versus throwing axeman. Actually, no, it's not. Never mind. It's not huge. It's not crazy good. As the frost will get dropped onto this position. Over onto the back here, though. Raiding cavalry coming in to pick off more villagers. The second town center is back up for Matador. And we'll see if he can keep these units from escaping. Down come the walls onto this position. Everything looking very, very nice now for Matador. If he can prevent the siege towers from breaking this down, well, that's going to be a lot of dead units here. He's focusing down the siege towers first.
Great.
There are only 13 berserks and 2 herdmen. Shifting sands to come through. And a nice retreat from Mosca to get out of there without losing everything. The game continues along. But now it's a heroic age. Up onto the top side, the raids are back in. No conversions into berserks here. You got to be somewhat liberal with the berserk conversion, if you ask me. Heavy infantry still not in for Matador. He's deciding to run for the time being. As the camel rider picks off one villager, another villager getting taken down over here as well. As one berserk comes over and it's like, okay, let's try and actually finish that raid off for the time being. Hillfort coming up onto the backside. Oscar, he's keeping it close here. But what can Matador do? Corner of the map, eating these. Does this get spotted by the Migdol? It does give a lot of line of sight around it. I think it will spot the villagers here. And it spots the ox cart. Town center back up for Mosca in the middle. 58 villagers to 62. 190 pop for Matador is not helping him at the moment. He needs more population to play with, because otherwise Mosca is just going to be catching up in this game. Town center on the back for Matador. We will see the camel riders coming through. And again, just convert them into berserks. Has to be the right play here. And then you can get some side builds here because you take out the camel riders. One villager down, and he does go into the conversion there. Meanwhile, into the middle of the map comes the Matador. Ironry charge. A couple of priests only to try and take out these giants, these frost giants here. Upgrades are all pre-queue, but still no heavy infantry in. As the camel riders say, all right, see you later. I got all those kills and I got away for free. Feels good. As behind this, though, the Horus is pre-queued. Which is also terrifying for Matador, because look at this. These very, very juicy throwing axemen. Taking out the throwing axemen here with a tornado would be gigantic. The Matador macro needs to get fixed up here. A market and buying food, getting heavy, and just pushing. Might sound crazy, but this position is not that well locked up at this point in the game, especially not with the potential for siege weapons to come through. And in comes the Matador army. He says, it's time to go. Berserks charging after the backline Chariot Archers. Chariot Archers do beat Berserks, however. It's the throwing axemen. They need to actually target down units here. He's trying to make the attack happen. More units coming in. Jarls. Portable Rams. The favor is slowly starting to trickle up here for another undermine, if that's going to be enough. Horus, 50% of the way through. You can say goodbye to all of those throwing axemen here. The Eisomarto horns blowing. The portable rams taking down buildings. The big thing is, even if all of the throwing axemen end up dying, it's not the end of the world here, because there should be a big amount of population behind all of this. Mosca trying to shoot and scoot backwards. The other issue here, not even an issue, but the other big point here is that Mosca doesn't really have the immediate transition into Horus infantry, which is so scary for the Norse. Town center in the middle will end up going down. But those camel riders, they are standing very, very strong here. The army for Matador continues to charge through. So much gold in the bank for Matador. As Matador will attempt to retreat. He did some really, really good damage there. And he does manage to avoid the worst of the immediacy of this tornado. So he has to go into spread formation basically here. We'll see how it's going to go as the chariot archers move forward. There goes the tornado, and well, say goodbye to the throwing axemen. To be honest, they were a little bit of a wasted, they're a little bit wasted population space. Might help out, it might help out Matador more than you might think, because you can go into some more premium units to deal with what's coming in here. The Eisomarto helping out, blowing the horn. This one Avenger is going to be a real big issue, though. Still no market. Oh, there is a market now up for Matador. He can definitely buy some food here. Normally, you'd say, don't buy, always be looking to sell. But in this situation, buying is going to be huge as the rock comes in onto the top side. The dwarves here under attack. Matador trying to deal with what's happening on his front while he's losing everything on the backside. He does have the ability to convert to berserks to defend that for the time being, but he doesn't have the resources. Villagers coming through into the middle here. Still no heavy infantry, no heavy cavalry. I don't understand what's going on. The top gold mine is taken out. This gold mine in the middle needs to be claimed as well. Over onto the left side, this gold mine is claimed. As the town center gets denied, Matador getting himself back into this, does drop the Great Hunt onto this position. Spotted deer to come in. It's going to be a huge amount of resources. And of course, if he can claim the center, he does get the gold mine, which he's going to go for. Camel riders on the back, taking out ox caravans, stopping that trade route. Town center attempting to come through here, as now the Avengers are on the way. These Avengers are going to be incredibly difficult to deal with. Mosca is sitting at full population at the moment. But Matador, he just doesn't have tech. That's kind of the big issue. He's got some Goaty coming in. That'll be a big help versus the birds, the spinning birds. Of course, the Eisomarto are actually pretty good as well versus the Avenger. These units are falling quickly here. The town center 10 seconds away, 12 seconds away from finishing. More Avengers coming through. One does end up falling. Camel riders all inside of the main bases. The Matador army is not managing to deal with these Avengers anymore. He needs this middle position. He has the town center. He's at 92 villages. He'll be able to get himself an army together, but Mosca is now going to go up to 3 town centers. He's not that far behind. Camel riders trying to pull out of here, getting dealt with on the retreat. A little bit of revenge fire from Matador is really huge, but now catapults out and some big damage to come in onto this town center to take this position out. Ox caravans doing their thing on this side position too. Where is the market at the moment? There is no market for Matador. He needs to get an army together. He does have the middle position. He does have these gold mines. On the side of Mosca, however, well, he's starting his trade route. He's out of gold here. This gold mine, 600 gold left. This gold mine, 600 gold as well. But both players are going to be out of gold momentarily. There is finally Great Jarls in for Matador. Still no heavy infantry though. Champion is pre-queued. Lots of gold actually in the bank for the time being here for Mosca. Mosca at full pop, fighting underneath the hill fort or Migdol is not what you want to be doing at this point in the game. It's the Goaty going to be taking down one Avenger over onto this side. The Herdman, still no heavy here. I do not understand this fight from Matador. He pulls back, however. There's no more Avengers in the mix. Does he have enough stuff here to make this work? Throwing Axeman, taking out the Axeman here. Armory check. Mosca's got himself full bronze. Matador's got himself full bronze. It's just the heavy infantry that's missing. No real gold, no real food units for Matador either at the moment to be utilizing to help him spend that favor, so he can't do anything with it except for just dropping more Great Hunts or another Undermine. But the front line here, both players are struggling. This is the story. There's no gold left for Mosca. He does have his trade route kicking with 10 trade caravans. Both players will have to pull back and recuperate. The market back up into the corner for Matador. He needs about 15 markets here. I'm not kidding. He needs to get that trade in instantly. Okay, I am kidding. 15 markets is a bit much, but he needs to get that trade in instantly. Selling resources, selling food here would be well worth it. Chariot archers coming in to try and take down some dwarves. Another option, he doesn't really have the resources for it, but another option would definitely be to go for a Berserker Rock. It's never a bad idea. Top gold position to get the remaining 600 gold there and help out for Matador. How many Great Hunts do you want is the question. Matador says yes. I mean, like I said, he can't spend the gold on myth units here. It's not an option. If he had Mountain Giants, if he had Valkyrie, if he had Fenris Wolves, I'd be losing my mind and saying, why are you not building those? But he doesn't. Both players are struggling without question. Another fight underneath the Migdol stronghold is a gigantic no-no here. But any good trades are good trades. As this gold mine finishes up, the dwarves to drop off the gold. I mean, can he get to the mythic age? No, he cannot. Up onto the top side, villagers get sent packing. Wall over here getting taken down. 350 gold there. Finally, at nearly 30 minutes into the game, we have heavy infantry in, but now champion is in for Mosca. And Mosca is slowly creeping up to full population. Mosca just dropped a 42 rain farm as well, so his food will be skyrocketing. More camel riders for Mosca on the way. The town center for Matador. Into the center again. I mean, I just don't know if he needs this. Like, what does he get from this? Of course, he gets the potential to get population in, but it's just potential. He needs a trade route, and yesteryear, how many does he have? He has 4 markets, so he is making them. They're coming through. He's got 14 ox caravans. Feeling good. He's gonna be okay. And I guess if the town center falls anytime shortly, it's not the end of the world. So it does buy Matador time here. Now Mosca's trying to mix in more Avengers. A terrifying unit for Matador at the moment because he can't really afford anything to defend them. He's building Goaty. Hursa, another option. Doesn't have any real big upgrades for them, like no Ses Rumnir, no Hall of Thanes. Upgrade-wise, both players have got... No, Matador is missing himself the food upgrade. Of course, that's costing gold at the moment. He can't really be buying it, but still, missing that upgrade is kind of a big deal. 28 farms, trade caravans, now in up to 25. Trying to repair everything up. On the backside of this, Balder for Matador. I mean, I guess the tier Fimble Winter won't really win you the game. But Will of Ragnarok? Maybe. He's getting close to 260 pop here. Keeps his town center alive, dealing with the raids over onto this side. We see another rock raid coming in. Villagers inside the rock here. This is big from Mosca. A fortress, Migdol on this side. Towers, Camel Riders coming through. Will alert Matador to what's going on. He needs to be up here and immediately, as the towers from Mosca are going to be the option. He could just grab units, go into a Berserk Narok with these guys and try and deal with this, but not happening just yet. He could look to try and push forward as well. At full population, it is perfectly fine. Towers are going up. He's got watchtowers only, no guard towers just yet. Plenty of trade caravans now in for Mosca. He can fight for the rest of the game. In come those Avengers, and look at the damage they're doing. They've got so much damage. One dies, but they take out all of that front line as the population drops down to 40, or drops 40 almost instantly there. Matador has to pull back as Mosca dealing with all of these trade caravans for the time being. Now we do have some Berserks up to try and deal with this, and Matador has to pull back. Lots and lots and lots of towers coming through. You've got to take out those villagers, dwarves coming in. Not a whole lot of food in the bank. Still, I don't think Matador's got himself that irrigation in just yet. As the wall's coming up onto the back here as Matador is desperately fighting for his life. And now in onto this spot. Mosca says, I am ready to shut you out of this game. There is access to a frost here. If he wants to frost it, he can. 200 favor to keep his trade route alive. He will delete his markets and attempt to go around the outside. That sort of makes sense. The front position, though, under attack, needs heroes onto those Avengers for sure. But now, Mosca's up to 4 town centers. And this is going to be the hardest comeback ever. Walls going up everywhere. Mosca shutting down the map. There are side builds. There's some random walls over here going up for Matador as well. But the thing is here, Mosca, at this point, with nearly 60 trade caravans, losing these units, losing this position isn't going to matter. He's now going to start pushing straight through the middle. And we will see the frost going up, which will deny the Migdol stronghold. He can take out the towers as well. But while that's going on, heavy catapults are in. Front base is falling. More buildings now coming down for Matador. The Undermine now coming in onto those guard towers. Will one hit them? As the wall will come up. Try and prevent the trade from actually coming onto this side, though he will have to gate it, so I'm not really sure what the idea is. Just doesn't want to let the units escape or something, I guess. But the problem is that it just doesn't matter. Those units, in fact, if I'm Mosca here, I'm almost saying, let me just delete those units. They just come back immediately. Infinite resources, infinite income for the moment here for Mosca. We'll also see the advanced fortifications, Iron Mail coming through. And Matador is going to be getting taken out. I don't see what else he can do outside of a crazy Berserk Narok to try and break through it all. But even then, it's like I said, infinite resource. It's just not going to matter. All the units in the top die. But Mosca's still at not 260 population. Another Migdol stronghold coming up for Mosca here. And I think Matador, he's had enough. He taps out. What a game to finish off this series. Congratulations to Mosca. He will be into the semifinals tomorrow. It didn't look good for him for a lot of this game, but man, gotta say it, if you're not gonna grab heavy cav and you're not gonna grab heavy infantry and you keep forcing fights, that's where life gets really, really tough. I feel like if Matador had just grabbed those upgrades, he probably would have secured this gold mine as well as the middle and this town center. But without those upgrades, he just couldn't quite make it happen. Mosca just sitting in front on tech for the entirety of the game, able to find a win here. But a very, very nice game from both nonetheless. Better luck next week for Matador. He will have another shot. Mosca, however, he is going to continue his journey, his attempt, his pilgrimage to the promised lands. Tomorrow we're going to see him taking on, I'm actually not sure. So let's jump over to the bracket and tell you what's going to happen tomorrow. So here it is. Mosca. He has moved on to the semifinals and he will be going on to meet the winner of Grass and 3DB. So it doesn't get easier. It simply just does not get easier. Our next matchup, I believe, is going to be Eisomarto and Tunison, unless I misunderstood what's going on there. We might be having to have a little bit of a break. Looks like they are ready to start, so I will go ahead and say yes. We'll be back in 2 minutes, and we're going to get this next show on the road. Whistler Putchley Incarnate is here. The new fire ceremony does get dropped. Of course, B also sacked his own units, get himself out something, but there's 2 Tajiplas. Special attack coming in. It's a boost of damage for the Gardath army. As he's breaking through the center, there is still a pillar of Tlalocan to drop down on this position to help B stabilize. But he's not doing it. And in comes it now, finally. There is the Ayatollah, but that does not have much HP left. Sitting underneath this could be very, very dangerous. The town center ends up falling. The Atonzan smashes will start coming in as well. Little bits of damage to come through. Lots and lots of dead units from Garnath. Now into the center of the map. This fight, I don't know if it's quite good for Eric BR. Eisomarto is looking incredibly powerful here. Missing himself his actual upgrades, though. He needs that next tier of Bushido. He's still a little ways away from it. There goes a nice Valkyrie spawn to help him out, but the Juragumo is working to take that one down. Bushido tier 2 does come through, and that there is now going to be a lot of dead Ursa, and Eisomarto is in a commanding position here. And there goes that tornado as the Kwafu are going to move off of this gold. And this is the last little bit of gold that Magic has. He's trying his hardest to bring this game back from the brink, but he is getting pushed off of everything. He needs units over here. The one Avenger on this side is going to be some issue. Create some problems as the Lullaby does get dropped. You drop Lullaby, you go after the Commoners on the back. He's trying to take a couple of units out one at a time as the Heroes getting cleaned up. Lullaby finishes, and now Recon's going to be ready to actually fight. The Kamatachi do huge damage to these infantry units as the Cody Warriors coming around onto the back line trying to take out the Bushi there, but that is an overwhelming victory for Recon, and Soup just taps out. He is Grouse to just pull back. He's trying to get himself more units out. Heavy cap to come through. And there, Recon controlling his army, trying to take the fight. Grass is just full send at the moment. Gentlemen, another match, another you, another me. This one we have Eisomarto and we have Tunison. First time they've met each other in tournament. First time they met each other in tournament, period. And, well, this is the the road to Eisomarto becoming a top player. He is if there is like a newcomer that you guys want to root for, you don't notice him. Like, who is this guy? I can't recognize him. What's going on? Who is this guy? Well, he is a player who has recently come up the leaderboard. He's incredibly good at the game, has a good understanding of power spikes and micro and macro and all that good stuff. He's only been playing since the start of Retold. So we are moving into the next era of Age of Mythology to some degree. The old guard are falling off. Or are they? I don't know. But Eisomarto, he has to take out a very, very strong player today inside of Tunison. I will say there was an issue. I don't know what the issue was, but there was an issue with Eisomarto today. Fortunately, we were able to overcome it. I don't know how we did, but it was a chance that he was going to get disqualified today from not being able to turn up. But unfortunately, he's here and he's ready to play. So let's jump over to the draft and see what they've picked. All right, guys, our first map is Giza. Some classic bands here from both players. As Tunison opts to get rid of the Huitzilopochtli and the Chinon. Eisomarto says no to Kronos and Uranos to say to Tunison, I know you're good with Atlanteans. I don't want to play against them. Then Gaia gets picked. Eisomarto takes Susanoo and Frere first, to which Tunison says, no worries, give me the Fushi and the Amaterasu. As then the Nuwa Quetzalcoatl gets picked by Eisomarto. Tunison grabs Tsukiyomi Hades. And then the Loki Thor from Eisomarto last. And set for Tunison as the final god picked. So our first map, Gaia versus Loki on Giza. A long time ago in a galaxy far, far away, a matchup that was nigh unwinnable. But the Gaia now turns into a very, very interesting battle of wits as well as speed. Alrighty. So Gaia and Loki. The big issues here for Loki to overcome is literally just you got to be careful how you take the fights. Of course, there's options of playing for Cara Ballister on top of Lush, which is really tough to actually take a fight as Loki. You also have to deal with Terma. You have to deal with Mermillo type things. Raids are kind of got to be careful there. You also have to deal with throwing Axemen and all of that other stuff. Alrighty. So, I mean, on top of this, the drafts here are really, really interesting. I think Eisomarto was not able to take a lot of his really, really good gods. He missed out on Shinong. He's missed out on some of those Japanese gods that he's been having a lot of success with. But he did get Susanoo at the start. So there's that. So we'll see how it all goes for Eisomarto, but he's definitely the underdog here. If you want an underdog story, it is Eisomarto. He has been playing really, really well in this tournament thus far. And it's my stand of needs to get some WD-40 in this thing, I think. But anyways, first map, Giza. We've got Mirage, Steppe, Budapest, and Gorge in the pool. So some nice water maps to jump into a little bit later. And we'll see how those are going to go. Tunison's been very solid with that Hades on Budapest before, so there is that. Let us jump into game number 1 now. Tunison, Eisomarto, round of 8. In onto the map, Giza. Alrighty, and in we go. In the left-hand corner of the map, Tunison playing as Gaia. Eisomarto on the right-hand corner of the map playing as Loki. And we are off to the races as goats do be getting fought for. One very important thing here for the Loki in this matchup, in my opinion, is if you can actually claim yourself a half-decent amount of hurtables, it means you're not going to get caught out early game versus the Gaia. Because just that's generally where things are going to get a little difficult, right? Eisomarto running straight by this town center, kind of not caring about the arrows coming through, dodging everything, and he will be able to get out of here. He drops in the spy, to which he sees the gold mine, and then he's going to be a little bit annoying on those villagers before getting out of there. Takes a bit of a shot, but he's good to go. That's the Oracle on this side for Tunison. Kind of just searching to ensure... Never mind. I thought he was going to sit here and just make sure there's no goats getting brought back home. But we'll see how it all ends up shaping up as more goats are coming in. At this point, 9 goats for Tunison, 8 goats for Eisomarto with 10 more, or 2 more to come through for 10. And that's a nice amount, to be honest, for a Norse play. Normally, Norse versus Atlantean, you don't get very many. But in this position, 10, that's got to feel pretty good for Eisomarto. Like I said, early husbandry, jump onto the chickens, sit in your base, and utilize your speedy Hursa to run around the map sniping oracles and being annoying. It's a half-decent way to go. Temple now coming up for Eisomarto. I can't say that I'm a fan of this specific temple, though, because the fact of the matter is there is going to be a point in this game where you do have to be very defensive. And if you've got an exposed temple like this, then that can be picked off, and it's a lot of resources to throw down the drain. I mean, putting a military building out here, like a longhouse or a great hall, feels a lot less bad to actually lose. Temple is the worst one. We'll see how it all goes as some relics on the map. Let's check them out. Titan's Treasure for the Secrets of the Titans and your Minor Gods getting cheaper there. Always nice. Up to the top side, there is the Girdle of Hippolyta. It's a huge relic for both players. Must grab for sure. Over onto this side, there is the Ankh of Ra. Favorite trickle rate plus 0.6. And then finally, onto the bottom side of the map, there is the Armor of Achilles. Damage vulnerability to hack, minus 5%. Yeah, so chickens, goats, cows, pigs, turkeys are all herdables. Berries, they are farmables. These are the same rate as a farm. And huntables, which are the fastest of the food source, is everything else, I believe. Unless I'm missing something. I don't know. Now Oceanus to come through for Tunison. Corsetti on the way for Eisomarto. And one relic will drop off. Titan's Treasure is nice, but not really going to be that impactful, I think, in this game. I mean, of course, get the Heroic Age in a little bit easier. That's going to be nice, but still. Behind all this, we will probably be seeing a double military academy here, or military barracks from Tunison, because he's probably going to expect full Hursa. But here's the thing. I feel like you can just open Caraballista early, and then Mermillo early. And I think that's a fine way to go. And he does drop the counter barracks as well, but this is just to get him started. We'll see how things go following on from this, as immediately a longhouse is down from Eisomarto because he knows exactly what's going on in the main base of Tunison. That spy there is going to be of big assistance. He knows that Mermillo are coming, and he knows he just needs to get some throw and axemen out to deal with that. Villagers gotta get to work here. Does manage to figure that out. Over onto chickens. It's probably the best bet. Like, you almost, to some degree, you almost want to leave your base and get onto this hunt super early. You can kind of see the difference in military here of 3 to 4. It's kind of close. I feel like you can kind of go hard onto the second hunt, but it's a dangerous thing. Better to stay in your base, get husbandry, eat the chickens. I would ignore the berries, to be honest here, and just keep massing up, playing slow and defensive while searching around the map for those oracles. Onto this side, Hursa just searching. Also, Eyes in the Forest about to be in, which is a huge technology to spot the oracles. For the moment, there are 4. 1, 2, both in the middle, 3 and 4, both back here. So for the moment, Tunison has just kept them so obscenely safe, but they aren't doing anything. We'll see if he starts moving those later, as Tunison says it is now time to get aggressive. This could be bad for Tunison at this moment. He could get collapsed in on, lose this fight very, very hard here. And I think Eisomarto is ready to take it. He's got a lot of units here. He needs his raiding cavalry first and foremost, but maybe not, because he can also drop a healing spring here. Now charges forward as the throwing axeman will get a little bit of damage done. Pulls back behind. And we do have the Galadriel coming through as that just laughs off the throwing axeman. Overcome those throwing axemen to take out a Murmillo as the healing spring will get dropped down. I hate that healing spring from Eisomarto, though. Does pick up that boulder. Only hits 1 Murmillo there with that one, though. Is Eisomarto going to try his luck at some throwing axeman micro? Great control there, but the Carnivora comes in, picks off another throwing axeman, which is going to allow all of these Murmillo to be so efficient here. Is there enough stuff for Eisomarto after all is said and done? Another Hursa coming back into the mix as the villagers now coming forward to start shanking, and Tunison is going to say, no worries. We'll do a little bit of the shoot and scoot and get out of here. As, never mind. The healing spring's still alive here. I thought this was going to go over to the wayside of Tunison, but I think the sentry tower is holding on to it for the moment. That fight, unfortunately for Eisomarto, did not go well at all. 5 Hursa inside of this sentry tower. They drop out. And we're still able to hold on to the healing spring with the Great Hall. Okay, so I was a little bit on the wrong side with this healing spring placement. I didn't realize this had such a presence. As the troll comes in, gets a couple of hits. You need Cave Troll for that one to feel strong. What's the I don't know what the radius on the conversion is. I thought it needed to be right next to it, but it's like it's this big. This is kind of a crazy distance. Kind of a crazy distance. 12 meters is the radius. I don't even know what 12 meters is. I think this is 4x4, so if you put 4 of them or 3 of them out, and maybe that's it. Alright. Onwards and upwards. In comes the throwing axeman yet again, but there's just such a big advantage here for Tunison. Villagers coming up to the top to try and grab the rhinoceros. The rhino. There's just too much stuff for Tunison. He's going to keep on putting this pressure on. Throwing axeman trying to get the damage. We do have a Valkyrie spawn here. The units will pull back, so getting good value out of his healing spring. But so too is Tunison getting good value out of his Galadriel, as Eisomarto makes a very risky move up onto these rhinoceros. He's just out of line of sight. Does Tunison think to check that, though, is the big question. If I'm here, I'm on top of my goats. If I'm in Tunison's position, I think that Eisomarto is just playing on the goats because it's too risky to be outside the base at the moment. But so far, Eisomarto pulling himself back here. Trying to charge forward to take out the Murmillos as the army turns around. The pacifier comes in. Units charging forward to get damage done, but the healing spring keeping everyone alive and well. As soon as this healing spring gets taken back for Tunison, it's kind of a big deal, but it is looking like Eisomarto has brought the military differential back to somewhat equal here. Trolls on the front line do get a good amount of damage with their throw, but they aren't cave trolls, so it doesn't matter all too much. Another Carnivora does get dropped in as the Hurser get pulled back. Immediately going to take that out behind the wall. Sitting in with those throwing axemen there. He's lost so many of them to the Terma. Look at all that damage from this army. How much have the Terma done? 1585. Throwing axe on the other hand have not been feeling too crash hot, as Tunison says, all right, I've done the dash, I've done the deed, let me just get out of here. This is not working out for him. Healing Spring will heal everyone back up. Gold mine, 100 gold remaining. Cave Troll coming through. And mass Cave Troll makes sense, but you do need to consider here an armory and ballistics for that one. Otherwise, the majority of the damage, which is up front, can just get dodged. Now, militarily speaking, back to equality here. Caladria checking the gold mines as the dwarves will make their way up onto the top side. Ursa searching. There is one Oracle here that does get spotted and will get targeted down. Of course, you could send some Mermillo heroes over there to try and deal with that as the myth units get pulled back. Dwarves now make their way over onto the gold mine. Galadriel trying to get in here to support. As the Hursa trying to take villagers out on the backside. Just a very small, annoying raiding force from Eisomarto here. As the next fight is going to be incredibly tough. Huge damage to come through, though, from those Kyroballister as the Troll gets some damage done onto the backside. The Kyroballister are the big issue. Another Einery spawn could be what Eisomarto needs here to get in onto that backside. The Valkyrie to take out one Kyroballister. The front line is the big issue here, though, for Tunison as the Berserk's charging through, getting huge damage done. Another horn blow there, and Tunison is in full retreat as Eisomarto breaks through the army, gets out of the pincer hold, and he is in the driver's seat now. Mermillo's getting queued up. Kyroballis are trying to come through. That second Einery spawn was everything. Another Einery spawn here now for Eisomarto. Comes in, takes out the Oracle. Kyroballister gets taken out as well. Another Einery horn blow can be used to run here. Units on the back need to come through as well. Villagers have decided to move on to the Rhinoceros, onto the bottom side. Is there enough stuff here for Tunison? Answer, not really. But Eisomarto doesn't have to go too crazy here. He actually has the villager lead, or at least the income lead here technically, with 45 to 48 villagers. It's close, but there is a lead here. The Hursa continuing to be a problem around onto the backside. Buildings going down in the middle here as well. Whole bunch of heroes now getting converted because Tunison knows he has to deal with a whole bunch of myth units. To be honest, Eisomarto retreating here and going onto his healing spring again to heal up all of his low HP units can only be a good move here for him. Going for a crazy attack again onto the guy Lush. No channels in though. Might work out for him with no channels, but with channels, life gets tough. All the buildings going down in the center first and foremost. Upgrades coming in, Dwarven Breastplate, copper weapons, copper armor, ballistics as well. For those of you who don't know, the troll... no, this is... Don't send the cave trolls to their death march here. He tries to come forward. Gets some damage, takes out one Kyroballister, but loses two trolls for it. For those of you who don't know, ballistics does apply to the troll special. But against an Atlantean, well, that's a lot of heroes. I feel like the trolls aren't going to be that much importance. They're not going to be of much importance moving forward here in this next fight, which is why a defensive movement probably necessary. But Let's have a quick look at the armory situation. Tunison does have his upgrades. Eisomarto taking a long time to get his own upgrades in. I mean, I say it takes 30 seconds for each of these. So in a minute and a half, he's going to be okay here. But fully upgraded Atlantean, classical age hero army here is a big deal. As in comes the Caladria, dodging that first huge amount of damage from the Thrown Axeman as the Ironry spawning yet again. So much Ironry spawns, but the Thrown Axeman attacking the Caladria. They don't want to be going after that. It doesn't even matter. It doesn't even matter. The army for Eisomarto is simply put gigantic. Onto the top side. Eisomarto feels like he's got enough of an advantage here. Throw an Axon on the back. It's just more Valkyrie, more myth units spawning. The Berserks are absolutely gigantic. The Hursers are huge here as well. Villagers trying to start shanking him. But the Throw an Axeman getting so much damage. It's 6k military to 3k military. And if you know anything about the Atlantean versus Norse matchup, you'll know that being that far behind on military is a death sentence, as the trolls do hit the citizens on the way out here. Throw an Action just cleaning up Murmillos before they can do anything. A Draugr spawn here, that gets instantly sniped. More trolls getting brought forward though for Eisomarto. He says, Myth unit, thank you very much. Why not? Onto the bottom side of the map, some Berserks getting converted, it looks like, to hit the citizens over here. Getting citizen kills is always nice, even if you do have to convert. And Eisomarto claims game number 1 in this best of 5 series. He's not here because of chance, ladies and gentlemen. This German, this newcomer means absolute business when it comes down to it. Absolute business indeed. Tunison, maybe a shock to his system. He made the semifinals last week, couldn't get through it. This week, quarterfinals, off to a little bit of struggle to start. Can Eisomarto continue this level of play? Or will Tunison switch on now and say, hang on, not today, Sonny Jim, and go full send in game 2. Let's jump back over to the draft and see what they're going to pick for this next game. Alrighty, we've got ourselves a Hades versus Noir Budapest game. We did see this matchup. Yesterday. And I think Eisomarto is without question onto something with this matchup. He lost it yesterday versus, not yesterday, he lost it this week versus Eric BR. I was watching it out unfold and I was looking at, there was a lot of mistakes being made. Clean up those mistakes, and all of a sudden, the advantages that Hades outputs can get shut down in a big, big way. But just because you shut down those specific advantages doesn't mean the game's won. So you've still got to play a really good game. Oops, it's not Tsukiyomi. It's Hades. It's Hades. I misclicked. So here's the deal. Hades' game plan here, without question, is to simply put a fortress in the middle, put sentinels on top of it, and then utilize that position to apply pressure. Noir doesn't need access to a fortress in order to get siege out and deal with that with that fortress. What you do want, though, is you want forest protection. You need a heroic age, and you need to have yourselves the crossbows, the siege crossbows. Forest protection keeps them alive, heals them up, means that the Petropolis can't take them out, and you simply just take down the sentinels, take down the position, and you're in a good spot. That being said, there's a lot of ways things can go south here for both players, so it could go either way. We've seen it once. We're going to see it a second time. Let's see if Eisomarto can pull it off this time, or if the Hades will reign supreme for a second time. Into Budapest we go. Alrighty, into the next game. On the right-hand corner of the map, we do have Tunison playing as Hades. On the left-hand corner of the map, we've got Eisomarto playing as China. As the village's shenanigans are afoot. Does he have enough time here? Up. Well, that's not ideal. Early game problems for Eisomarto. He has to send a villager over there. Of course, he can do so. Don't want to send that one. It's the Eisomarto peasant to come back over. I'm going to try and finish this off. He's got 30 seconds remaining with his clay peasants. His dock is 30 seconds from completion, or just a little bit more. Why would you send the 37 HP villager over here, though? There's no way this makes any sense. Oh, dear. Now comes in the peasant as the... The shank... Oh, God. No. He doesn't win the fight. Well, I asked why you send the 37 HP villager over, and I've now since had that answered. And the answer is you don't send the 37 HP villager over because it dies to the other villager. Unless that's what you wanted to have happen. Got to make things interesting, you know what I mean? You could send your Kwafu over, but the villager will simply just run and can dodge the rocks. So it's a bit of a big spend to get that up. And I think Eisomarto just got very greedy with his dock placement. He could have placed it much closer and he would have been fine. So Tunison gets the advantage here on the top side of the map. He has himself 8 fishing ships out. Does miss out on... Well, he gets 4 spots on the top, but he will be able to get the majority of spots, I think, on the bottom here. He's trying to get as much stuff out as he can. Dock on the backside as well from Eisomarto. So it will be a very late advance from him. It's not the end of the world losing a villager that early on, but it's not good. There is no world where you say, hey, I want to start a game off and I want to start 1 villager behind. Let's check out the relics. Tawara Totta's last arrow here for the divine damage of ranged attacks going up by a little bit. That's always nice. Sharon's Obel here. Could have used that one for the lost villager. Could have at least gotten 25 food back. Does this apply to clay peasants? No, surely not. Clay peasants are in their own tier of unit, right? They're not classified a villager, right? Or a peasant, right? Is there a dev sitting in the chat here just to tell me that I'm being silly? Bow of Artemis on the back here. This is kind of huge, making range shoulders cheaper. And then finally, over onto the right side, there is the Eye of Horus, the pop cap +4 for town centers. So some nice relics on the map. Temple coming up now for Tunison as well for a nice quick advance time. I'd love to see Ares here from Tunison. Get Eisomarto. You've already gotten Eisomarto out of his planned strategy for the time being. But what Eisomarto was prepped for with this pick, I guarantee you he's found wins with this pick. That's why he's going for it here. So take him out of strategy, go Ares. I find Ares so good versus Noir on this sort of a map, but it seems so good. Maybe I'm completely misreading the situation, but it sounds so good to me. It's not what we're going to see here as Tunison up through Athena, getting his upgrades, and he's just going to play this how he wants to. Eisomarto going to drop the machine workshop, and we will be seeing abundance as well as Purse Sane coming through from both players. So they're all going to have all of their eco, all of their good stuff. We do have Aphrodite immediately pre-queued from Tunison, so he's already decided what he wants to do here. Market coming up immediately on the backside, and of course with the earth wall immediately placed down, there will be no problems of raids anytime soon. And I have to imagine that Eisomarto's plan here is to go straight to the next stage himself, though he does get himself at a Lao Chuan, as well as a, is this a Dojian? Do I remember? No, it's a Meng Chong. Okay, Dojian is the arrow. I've never committed to try and work out what the boats are called. The only boats I know are Trireme, Pentaconta, and Siege Barim. No, that's not even right, is it? It's Juggernaut. See, I don't even know it for the Greeks. What's the one for the Kebnet? Ramming Galley. Nope, see, I can't remember the Siege one for the Egyptians. It's not there. Nonetheless, a little bit of pressure from the Xiongqi gets sent packing there. Well, packing? Flying? It's that war barge. I'm never going to remember them. It's never going to happen. It's too niche. As the units will come over, start to threaten the docks. Did he end up building them? He's got one Meng Chong in the top. Did he build anything out of this? Oh, over onto this side, there is the Lao Chuan. And this is a big issue with trying to make anything happen early game against Hades. One of the really big advantages that Hades has is that you basically force China to need to build Dao Swordsman. And it's not a unit that Eisomarto will want to build here. In fact, he probably should be selling food and going Heroic Age as fast as he possibly can. Little bits of damage to come in. Of course, once you get enough Dao out, then the heroes will stop being so strong. But against units like the Fire Archer, the Wuzu Javelineer, the Halberdier, those heroes are incredibly useful. Incredibly strong. Gormang, we've got a choice. Does manage to get that through. It's going to be fast. The idea here for Eisomarto has to be to get this attachment onto his machine workshop so that he can pump out those siege weapons and help defend against the fortress that's coming up. Tunison wandering forward. Of course he is. You can't stop it. There's Curse. Lots of other issues. There will be a Tao Wu to come forward here as Eisomarto sitting back, ready to drop his balloons in and see what's happening. There he goes. Now he charges forward. He's got some units out. Of course, Curse will need to get dropped in here as well. So the fortress gets up. And, well, there's not much left after that. So that's how that works. And we will see the Terracotta Riders attempting to come in now to deal with the villagers. There is going to be a Nemean Lion here as some damage will come through. The Nemean Lion gets the roar in as the Javelin is trying to hold this. But this is just a complete hold and nothing here remaining for Eisomarto. He gets one Vilpic, another Vilpic. Some damage is in. The Tao Wu makes its way in, but it's too little too late. to actually stop this. I don't see where are those all-important siege weapons. I thought, like, this is the plan. I've seen this before. And at the very least here, Eisomarto puts the forest protection on the right position. And Eisomarto, yet again, sending villagers forward. He made this same mistake in the other game. Is he going to notice it? He set the rally point out here after clicking on the Terracotta Riders. Oop, 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 oop. And now he does get it. And he just lets the villagers run forward. Alrighty. Well, Siege Crossbow is now out. Can start taking out the Sentinels and all the other good stuff. We are going to be seeing onto the top side. One Skylar. That will get dealt with. Up onto the other side. The Chiwen. Cleaning up the top dock. And now the Siege Crossbows to start cleaning up the Sentinels. And of course, Tunison will start making himself his own Petropoli. But he is short on resources for the time being, because he's thinking, I got to deal with what's going on over here. Meng Chong cleaning his fish. All these units cleaning everything up onto the top. Now the units will try and clean this up. Whoa. I don't know what's going on with those Sentinels, but their death animation looks interesting. Meanwhile, the Tower charging in from the side here. He's got two of them. I don't really know what his plan is with them. Gonna retreat into his earth wall as the Siege Crossbows will take down the Petropolis on the back. Good micro there from Tunison. Awareness to pull back, but now the fortress is going to slowly get taken down. So Siege Crossbow is going to be pushing forward to try and take out the fortress. Hoplites coming in from the top yet again, looking for something to do here. But now that this is opened, Tunison does have restoration. The Tower going to hit the fortress on the top here, at least to distract for a little bit as the Achilles slowly starts taking them down. They will get some big damage done. In come the Fire Archers, but the Peltas do so much damage here. Up onto the top, Hoplites getting pushed off of the gold mine on the left as the infantry units get on top of the Siege Crossbows, and that fortress remains alive. So villagers still coming up onto this top gold mine. Villagers down. Fish down over here, but Tunison is trying to get himself the dock up. There is the Cheong Chi over here. That's going to maybe get into action here. There it goes. Taking down some villagers immediately. But how do you get out of this spot here that Eisomarto is in? What's the plan? Apart from just having had the Siege Crossbows in earlier, like he probably should have, instead of trying to rush this down or whatever, he could have had a Siege Crossbow firing at it before it was even built. Now that it's up, this is going to be tricky. And Tunison sees the opportunity here to charge forward. Fire Archer, Wuzu Javelineer is a very, very tough micro, like army to micro for the Chinese here of Eisomarto. The units charge forward. Restoration will, without doubt, get dropped here. And it looks like Tunison has just got enough advantage. And it's going to be taking this win here momentarily, unless there's some sort of magic that Eisomarto has got. And he does not manage to make it happen. Tunison strikes back. And an equal game, an equal series we've got. I have to say, I'm still watching this, still going. Is not the goal of playing Noir here to get the heroic age in within about let's just say 15 to 30 seconds of the Hades player getting to the heroic age. Then when you drop this this attachment here, for those of you who don't know how it actually works, it produces units 100% faster, which means that a crossbow that normally takes 33 seconds to train comes out in 15 seconds, 16 seconds. So long as you're in the heroic age fast enough, you should be able to deny this fortress simply with rushing out siege weapons. But maybe that just doesn't work. Eisomarto has tried the same thing twice, has been stumped both times. So clearly something going awry with the strategic approach for Eisomarto in this one. Tunison too strong. Let's jump back to the draft and see what's going to happen. All right, next map is going to be Mirage. So Eisomarto very happily picking these water maps, and it's going to be a Fushi versus Quetzalcoatl matchup on Mirage here. Alrighty. So, Fushi, Quetzalcoatl, Mirage, off to the races. I haven't seen this matchup. Don't really know how it works, but it should be an interesting one. Fushi on this map can be pretty good. Definitely depends on how the map spawns, though. So we'll see how it's all going to go. Let's jump into game number 3 and see if Tunison can continue his water-winning ways or if Eisomarto can strike back. Let's go in onto Mirage. And off to the races we go on the left-hand corner of the map. We've got Eisomarto playing as Quetzalcoatl. In the right-hand corner of the map, we have Tunison playing as Fushi. Map Mirage, 1-1. Nothing separating these two players. Both players making some pretty heavy mistakes to lose their first game, though. So the question is going to be, now that the tournament nerves have subsided, will the mistakes continue? Or are they going to start locking in and it becoming very, very interesting? We are on Mirage. Mirage has got the back 9 fish. Sometimes it does spawn back gold mines. Sometimes it doesn't. And in this case, all of the gold mines are looking forward here. Which does mean aggressive Mirage shenanigans are going to be a must. Eisomarto opens up with the Kalpuli outpost. He's got himself the dock already in. It's a big wood boost with all these villagers on wood. Handful on food here as he's herded those in as well. Avoiding the livestock pen to start the game off. But he can always go into that later. He can also grab himself this craft workshop too. Get himself a big amount of food. Now this is going to slow him down, I would say, early on. But it gives a big boost. It's a big boost to his economy. So we'll see if Tunison is going to be able to make anything of that. Generally speaking, China doesn't have a huge amount of really early game ideas, shenanigans, damage that they can inflict. One idea for Fushi would be to drop the Peach Blossom Spring underneath the town center and then eat it quite quickly for a big boost of food, skipping out on this silo, getting to the classical age really quick, sending in Yahtses to get some damage done while the while the opponent is not ready, but it's probably a little too on the niche side of things. Meanwhile, Tunison happily just getting himself out these fish. He needs another 2. And on the other side, Eisomarto just about to finish things up. He's getting his temple up as well. A long way to go until he has his food to advance to the next age. But he's just going to have so many resources here to play with when he hits the classical age. Now the question is, does he just decide to skip that class? Oh, Peach Blossom Spring stolen. Peach Blossom Spring stolen. Didn't look up the relics just yet. We got the hummingbird's beak here. Infantry damage bonus against infantry plus 10%. Up onto this side, there is the Great Sompantley. Sentry Tower gold and wood cost minus 15% as... Oh, did he? He absolutely ate it. Eisomarto unironically just sent this villager across the map to stop the Peach Blossom Spring from blossoming. It's been stolen. He's going to run the villager off to the side. He's going to drop some docks down as well because why not? Hue, Coyotl coming through. Chi Yao is in. And of course that Yatsa is going to be on the prowl here to spot the villager and will indeed see it building the dock. So unfortunately for Eisomarto, he was a little too on the slow side. The dock gets denied. The villager goes down. But the Peach Blossom Spring... that is left with only 540 food in it. A big sacrifice from Eisomarto, but that there might be what he needs to execute a gold starve in this game. Meanwhile, warrior priests motoring across the map, looking for some early game pressure. And of course, Tunison will say, hey, if the thing is already only at 540 gold, why not just take it now for the very quick amount of resources? We will see a town center coming up for Tunison. Can't say I like this grab, especially with losing the Peach Blossom Spring. Eisomarto should be thinking heroic age, really, really powerful Teponatsli drums sort of units, but he's going nobles huts and an armory already, so maybe that means no heroic age. He's going to try and take out the temple here as the Guafu causing a little bit of issues. Oh, the house coming up, and we do have the Shinekwe coming through and set that up for some pretty annoying damage here. You have to put it into the tower mode, otherwise the Pioneer is going to kill it very quickly. And there he goes into tower mode. This wood line taken out, or at least denied. As we've got Gorman coming in on the other side for the Tunison behind this, which also seems a little bit on the wild side. Let me see. I'm not even sure who wins this fight. This is kind of close. Pioneer is a little bit drunk. I mean, it's kind of close, no? I think the Pioneer is going to inch out a victory, but let's just send the warrior priest over here. And you guys telling me that this unit's bad. Look at it go. Alright. Anyways, warrior priest in. A couple of bashes there. And of course, he can get a Tijipla in back to full HP if he wants to. I'd love for him to move the turret over onto this side, though. As the Kuafu going to try and get something happening. Watchtowers is pre-queued as the temple still slowly going down. Town center on the back from Eisomarto here. Not making sense to me. I mean, what do they see? The entirety of the map is not scouted by Eisomarto. It is not scouted by Tunison, but Tunison sees the entirety of his map behind him. So he's gone 2 TC with a market, with a very offensive map. He is walling up this gold mine, though, so this is going to be huge. As the Yatsa comes through, and it looks like the Shinekwe will go down. Will the Yatsa go down as well? Answer is no. He gets out of there. Yeah, if the tower was just placed here, that gold mine would not be able to get grabbed. We will be seeing a Tajipla getting converted at this point. And of course, behind this, it's kind of looking like we're going to be seeing a heroic age from Eisomarto as well. He's now got himself the food, almost the gold, and he is going to be going up through Coatla. Wait, how do I say it? Coatlaque. The Tajipla goes down. Najar in, cleaning that bad boy up. And of course, the rest of those warrior priests need to get out of here. The laser boy can run away, but if he's stuck in turret, it takes him 1.5 seconds, I think, to uproot and run. And he also loses his armor if you do that, so it's not the best of ideas. Unless Noble's Hut's coming down over onto this side, War Huts as well, because you know that the White Horse Cav are going to be coming at you. Meanwhile, we're playing a game of no picking up relics. I mean, Great Swamp Harley isn't that important, I guess. Did you see this one as well? Tale of Cerberus? Surely you want that. You always want that relic. One of the best. Right. Well, Warrior Priest coming back in, still looking for things to do. Lots and lots of resources in the bank here, as potentially Tunison's aim here is, with a ballet down, a handful of units out, might be thinking Heroic Age. Mythic Age as the next angle here. But the White Horse Cavalry do get spotted in the middle of the map. Tunison going to be happily taking that fight. He hard wins that one as the Talmani Spearmen slowly starting to come out. Eisomarto has 4 War Huts at the moment, but 0 food in the bank. So Ayothochli does roll in there and keeps all of his warrior priests alive for the time being. The walls are up, so the gold mine is somewhat defensive as the Spearman gets a couple pokes in. Of course, whoop. Arrows coming. You don't see that very often. The Tunison arrows there does come through, get some nice damage in. Again, rolling in to try and keep his warrior priest alive. Najar on the way too. Ballistics to come through immediately. Medium War Hut soldiers, flint weapons, string of hearts. A lot of upgrades here that Eisomarto really wants, but what he needs is less gold. He has 1,000 gold in the bank. I don't know what he's saving up for with that. And we can take some villagers off of food, off of gold, and put them onto food. He's got cows in his main base. Does have elephants back here as well. As the earth monster will get dropped down, and Tunison says, no worries, let me get out of here. Some more Eagle Warriors coming in, but it's like Eagle Warriors versus all of these heavyweight horse. I don't even think he needs to run here. He could easily just turn and take the fight. He's got such an advantage when there's not a single Tlaumani Spearman in here. And there's nothing wrong with going into the Eagle Warriors. Just actually build some spearmen. He's now doing so. I think he built a market and he bought some food. Yes, he definitely... no? Yes, he definitely did. So now he can get some spearmen out. They're just going to try and defend themselves over here. They do have a retreat path through the wooden wall over here. These villagers are not looking quite as simply controlled and safe. But we'll see how it goes. House coming up. Losing these buildings does hurt. Onto this position, the Ayothochli coming through, gets cloned away as the heroes get called back. That's not going to be doing all too much. And in come the villagers to get the wooden wall up as those White Horse Cavalry are out of there. Tlalok behind this is pretty cute. Is there enough stuff here with that Tao Wu beating all the other units out of there? The Tlaumani Spearmen just get completely demolished. And yeah, there just needs to be more spearmen. I don't understand. These White Horse Cavalry absolutely demolish the Eagle Warriors. one spearman to come in to give a little bit of headroom, but it's just not going to be enough. It is just not going to be enough here. And it's the White Horse Cavalry in, taking out the units on the backside. Warrior Priest going down. Nijar comes through, trying to deal with all of those villagers onto this side, getting taken out. Town center gets taken down as well. Villagers over here slowly getting picked off too. I think Eisomarto is just getting destroyed by pure cav as he's continuing to try and spam out these Eagle Warriors. Maybe he didn't get the memo. They did get nerfed from being able to kill everything to only being able to kill half of the stuff. The villagers on this gold mine are going to continue to get poked by the White Horse Cav onto the wood line, getting taken down as well. It's 46 vills to 79. Absolutely dominating play as the Mythic Age now coming through for Tunison. And that there is game 3 in the books, as Eisomarto kind of looking a little lost out here in this game, unfortunately. This one felt to me like a cut and dry, either one town center all in or 2 town center classical fight. Both players went 2 town center fast heroic, and I scratched my head at it because if you went 1 town center classical fight or 1 town center fast heroic into pressure, or a handful of units to pressure into heroic age into those stronger units, or Eisomarto went 2 TC into all the Tlalmani spearmen, then this wouldn't have happened. This wouldn't have happened. And not only that, you can also spam traps everywhere. And Tunison would have had such a tough time here. Unfortunately for Eisomarto, did not read the map, did not come up with a good game plan here. And he got blown off the map simply just by the White Horse Cav. Let's jump back over the draft and see what they're going to pick for the next game. All right, we're going to go into step next. And it looks like it's going to be a Japanese affair. Japan is playing on the Chinese map. It's going to be a Tsukiyomi versus Susanoo matchup on step. That was weird. Why not make spear? I do not know. Sometimes you're playing these games and you just kind of don't realize you're doing something kind of stupid. To put it bluntly. Sometimes you just don't realize it. I mean, in that game, Eisomarto needed to reorganize his economy. He was geared up for not really sure what, but he was geared up for like a ton of gold income. And inside of that, he didn't have the food income to make the spearmen. I'm not sure what he was expecting to face, but he had to pull probably all but maybe 5 villages off of gold and put them all onto food and have down like 4 or 5 war huts to deal with those cav. Alrighty. So Eisomarto on Susanoo, a scary pick. Doesn't matter what god you're playing, Susanoo is always scary. There's so much firepower behind that god. We'll see how this goes for Tunison. Let's jump into the next game momentarily here. We've got... I don't really know what the game plan from the Tsukiyomi is. Even when Tsukiyomi was quite strong, I was enjoying Susanoo in this matchup. So this is going to be a tough one, I think. Off we go into step. And we'll see how it goes. to the races we go, as Tunison in the left side of the map and Eisomarto in the right side of the map. Tsukiyomi Susanoo agenda here, as it is step, and it's the step we know and love. One middle of the map-ish gold mine to fight for. This is an aggressive map. It is a action-packed map. Very rarely do you see second town centers here. And when you do see second town centers, they normally get cracked. Let's check out the gold mines over here. We've got the Bow of Artemis. Range soldiers becoming cheaper is always nice, though. Probably not going to see a huge amount of range soldiers, at least until the heroic age, for those Yumi horse archers. Maya Hules Magay on the map. This one is huge for the Japanese in general, because it's not like anyone wants to lose units, but if the Japanese fight, they get Bushido, which is obviously quite nice. And from there, if you lose the units in the actual fight, you get some resources back to pump new units in. That's also going to be very nice. Up onto the top tail of Cerberus. Up there. That's huge for Susanoo. I can't stress how big this relic is. You already have a reduction of 33% of base in the special attack recharge time of all units as Susanoo. And then you say, hey, have another 25% off. So yeah, no, that's a big deal. That is a big deal. Moving on to this side now, we have the Arrow of the Alpha. For 15% extra bonus damage of the archers. Of the towers, I should say. Alrighty. Temple coming up for Eisomarto. Up onto the top here for Tunison. He's already got his temple up. The one thing that Tunison has going for him here in this matchup is that he gets a really, really powerful god power inside of New Moon. Gives you armory upgrades for free, or gives you myth unit upgrades for free, gives you your economic upgrades for free. Something along the lines of that is going to be available. You've got a lot of different ways to go about it. So we'll see how things are going to go. Inari Orkami to come through for both players. Not really surprised at seeing this in this matchup, but also I know Eisomarto prefers this playstyle than the recently incredibly popular Minakata Tomi. Meanwhile, Eisomarto comes up onto this side. He does grab the Bow of Artemis first and foremost. Like I said, I don't think this is going to be a super important relic until the heroic age, where you want to build Yumi horse archers. Wouldn't recommend building Yumi archers in the classical age here very often, because you've got Inari Orkami on the table, which means those Naginata riders are going to just be charging in super speed to take out the Yumi archers. And then on top of that, you've got you do have Swampland as well, but also you've got potential for Thunderburst from Eisomarto, from the Susanoo. You don't have Thunderburst from Tunison's side of things, but he's not going to be going that way anyways. He just wants to build Cav. Tsukiyomi, the cavalry god. Might be the god of the moon, but he is the god of cavalry. Apparently. Meanwhile, Wisdom of 9 to come through. And does Eisomarto see the relic at the top? He does. Surely he goes for that one. Maybe he's going for the close one first. Arrows of the Alpha isn't that important, but the big thing here is that these Kitsune do make it very, very difficult for Tunison to leave his base. Of course, he's got the Miko that can be used in a pinch to defend, but you almost need to have them sitting on top of the villages. Juragumo is also a nice option to defend that too. So we'll see if that's going to be a thing, as the villagers will finish up over on this spotted deer, and he most likely is going to move right here. As in comes the Sashimono Bannerman, pre-queued for both players. As well, you kind of need it if you want to go for cavalry. There's never a bad time to just drop a guardhouse and start getting yourself Yati Spearman in either. You don't have to go pure cavalry in this matchup as the Susanoo player. But the Tsukiyomi will normally play very aggressive with as many cav as they possibly can. Meanwhile, 4 cav out. Tunison does have a fairly large advantage here, but luckily for Eisomarto, he's got the speed advantage for the moment. Pulls back. I don't know exactly. Well, I guess the advantage for Tunison in the military right now is all because of the Wisdom of 9 tech. So Eisomarto's got this idle Miko. Needs to get that to work. Main base under attack. It's the Miko for Eisomarto. Pulls out. Jumps onto the other side. Reinforcements coming through here. Going to try and take this fight. There will be a Kusanagi here that should get dropped down. Swampland gets dropped. And in onto this side comes the Kusanagi. I don't like that play at all. I don't think he got a single kill. He might get one more Naginata Rider on the retreat, but the only possible reason I have to explain that Swampland is that he's going to be able to drop it again with the next stipend of Bushido. He wants to throw it down and he wants to use it immediately afterwards. He does have 3 Miko. 1, 2, 3, 4 Miko, excuse me. He's got 4 Miko, so he can get a lot of favor and does catch this position on the shrine. And I guess he gets the tempo from that. Now, Kusanagi made perfect sense. Just dropping Kusanagi there would have been more than enough. But the Swampland, plus he wanted to use the Kusanagi to make the Swampland cheaper or something as the first cast. I don't know. The units are out, charging in. We do have the Yati Spearman on the way to defend here, and this will make things a little bit scary for Tunison. But now Tunison can charge in and drop his own Swampland here, and he probably should go for an attack. Oftentimes players hold on to these way too much, but there goes the Swampland. And out come the units. The Juragumo is through to be somewhat of an issue. Of course, on the defensive end, that's there as well. As the back and forth will continue along. Bushi coming in. Yadi Spearman are through. Picks up one. Naginata Rider does throw that one away. Does a lot of damage, and it will get picked off on the run. Both players have now dropped their Swampland. I would have liked this dropped here rather than back here if it was possible, but of course Tunison didn't feel like it was possible, and we continue along. So both people have used their Swampland. I wouldn't say that it really had a huge amount of impact in this game. So there is that. There will be another Swampland coming for Tunison momentarily. As Tunison just says, we can get Hachiman. If we can get Heroic Age, then we can get all the armory advantage, and that might be the way to go. Meanwhile, more Miko are coming out. There's now 5 Miko out for Eisomarto. He can heal up his army, get them gathering everything. And of course, Eisomarto does have a pretty big advantage on the Bushido because he's been making myth units. On the flip side, what has Tunison been doing? He's got 1 economic upgrade coming through. He's got 1 upgrade into the buildings for the time being. So he does have some catch-up potential here from actually picking up those upgrades. As the Naginata Rider's just getting chased around. The Susanoo advantage here from having Wisdom of the 9. And I'm surprised to see that not coming in from... Does he not? He does have 9 tile, excuse me. So now he's got the speed. This is important because speed is kind of everything. And the next plan here, I'd have to assume for Eisomarto is a big attack onto the second gold mine with all the upgrades in the world. With all of the god powers in the world. We'll see what he's going to do. He's just full spamming at the moment, trying to take out the guardhouse as the Naginata Rider is going to charge over onto this side. Walls going up everywhere as Eisomarto just says, hey, no worries, charge at me. Where are his villagers? Currently safe behind the walls, but for how long? They're just going to get broken down. Of course, he can build some defensive units here. Yati Spearman can come through and defend. Finally, Eisomarto wakes up, comes to his senses and says, okay, let's get back and defend this. But the Heroic Age now in for Tunison. Tunison's getting himself his armory upgrades. All armory upgrades in. Copper weapons, copper shields, copper armor. So he will be able to drop the New Moon down, go up to nearly full bronze, and go from there. Which I think it does take into full bronze now, right? Because ballistics is cheaper than bronze shields? Not sure. Meanwhile, villagers into the center of the map. Scary time for Tunison. His army is not there to defend. He does come in. He sees the villagers over onto this side. There is going to be a cheeky little bit of problems that Eisomarto has to deal with inside of the Tengu stuff. New Moon does get dropped down, but there's going to be Swampland and Kusanagi momentarily. In comes Eisomarto, drops the Swampland, drops the Kusanagi, sends everything flying. Villagers will need to run away. It doesn't matter how much tech he's got, but he does get out of here without losing all too much. 2.6k military versus 3.4k military at the moment, sitting on top of the Swampland, but that does get that out. And Tunison might be able to move forward now onto this gold mine and continue along in this game. Of course, behind this now, Eisomarto says, I got some more damage done. Fantastic. Let's just run away. Maybe go Heroic Age for a Thunderdome next. There's Rai Jin on the way. Of course, plenty of time here for Tunison to stabilize. Comes up to the top. Walls down over on this side. There is an opening here and no line of sight. So there is that as the unit's just making sure that there's no silly business happening here. There's one cheeky little Miko on this left side that he can go and take out. Smack, smack. Almost takes it out, but I mean, the shrine's down anyways. I don't think he's going to be able to get in there anytime soon. Walls have been queued up onto this top position. As a villager might get spotted. So the Miko goes down. Tunison charges in. And the villager will try and run. Too slow. Too slow. Gets cleaned. More walls coming up onto the backside. As Tunison's goal here is just defend. Defend as hard as he possibly can. He should be good to go. To the top side. Eisomarto wants this gold mine. He wants it walled up. It's not close to his base in the slightest. I've said this once. I'll say it a million times. Build your wall with one villager at the very least on every one of these long segments. Why? Well, costs the same amount of resources to do it that way as to do it with just one villager. And it means that your villagers are going to be safe. If your villagers are safe, you're happy. Next move here, though, from Eisomarto is a very simple move. He's done it twice already in this game. Swampland gets dropped, and then Thunderburst on top of it. And all of a sudden, running from the Swampland becomes much harder. And a lot of damage is going to be coming through. One random Miko in the middle of the map does get taken out. 161 of 175 population for Eisomarto. He makes his way across the map. Behind the walls, Eisomarto goes as the Bushi will take out those Kitsune quickly. Have the Raiju picks off one villager. Might be able to finish it off. I don't know. A second Shogun is going to be big for Tunison, though. Tunison does get another usage of that one. He might have preferred the Swampland. I don't know. But we'll see if this is going to be enough. Villagers onto the top, finishing off onto that hunt. They are going to try and sneak elsewhere. I'm not sure where they're planning to go, but sooner or later, there's going to have to be a fight. The big issue here is that there's a ginormous wall that Eisomarto needs to knock down to get out of here. Armory situation for Eisomarto. He's catching up. Ballistics coming through. Bronze armor queued up. Main base, not an option just yet as the villagers coming through here. Walls to come down. And of course, he just needs to break the wall and he's good to go as the Swampland and the Thunderburst get dropped onto each other there. The units do get out without huge amount of losses as the Kusanagi gets dropped down, keeps the units inside for a little bit longer. Up onto the gold mine comes the units as the wall is up and Tunison escapes out here. Militarily speaking, there is an advantage for Eisomarto, but Tunison does have the tech advantage still as another wall needs to get beaten down. These villagers are going to sneak over onto this side. And can the army of Tunison deal with this all or not is the question. Yumi Horse Archers, Bushi on the back, Raiju getting the damage done. This is a gigantic and amazing choke point here in more ways than one for Eisomarto, it looks like, because those Yati Spearmen are just going to clean up everything up onto the top side. Good control from both players. Tunison gets onto that, but good reaction from Eisomarto. Militarily speaking, still quite close. No god powers to drop here, as this is the first real chance that Tunison has had to get stuff happening. He gets himself to Bushido tier 3 here. Now he has his own heavy in. As the Samurai going down in onto this spot. All of the Shogun. There's still one Shogun left up here as the Kitsune trying to target that down. Picking off the Shogun is going to be really, really important here to stop those Samurai from coming in, as the Kitsune do end up going down. There will be access to another Kusanagi here into the temple. Den Drums isn't in just yet. Is there enough stuff here for Eisomarto to win this fight is the big question. More Naginata Riders are on the way. A Daimyo coming in to frontline a little bit. Does come in with a little bit more HP as the Kusanagi gets dropped onto that backside, preventing the retreat from being as effective. But he gets out of there. That was a big spend of favor. The fact that there's no Den Drums and Eisomarto is still spamming these god powers. If that doesn't tell you anything, I don't know what does. Tunison's wooden wall getting cleaned up over here. Natty Spearman coming through. Got one Kitsune getting some damage up onto the top side. No Ivory Netsuke here either. It's a little bit sad. There's more Kitsune coming up to nibble at these villages. When Tunison says, I will happily get back onto this gold mine. Villagers get sent back through this position. An attempt at a wall over here does get denied for the time being, as the units are split up, but it's 175 pop versus 118. Tunison has a long way to go to get back into this game. And look at this. There's going to be another Swampland coming momentarily here. Of course, full cavalry, so you can just run away from it. It's not the end of the world, but Tunison needs this position. He's going to try and get himself a wall here that he can run through and keep himself fighting in this game. He's going to start losing a lot of villagers. There's the Naginata Riders on this side. In comes the army for Tunison. As the Naginata Riders chasing their villagers away through the other wall onto this side. Swampland gets dropped down again. Kusanagi gets dropped down. The retreat does manage to get out of there a little bit, even with the Kusanagi. As the army comes around this position, sitting over here, taking out Samurai. The army is split up from Eisomarto a little bit. And Tunison will have to tap out as the 4 Swampland Eisomarto Susanoo strategy is too much to deal with for our main man Tunison in this game. We've got ourselves a game 5. Eisomarto is looking absolutely terrifying on the Susanoo here. One final game. It's going to be on Gorge. Let's jump over to the draft and see what they're going to pick. Let's check it out. Final game. No surprises. When your back's up against the wall, you do not pick Egyptian. It's going to be an Amaterasu versus Thor matchup. So a little bit surprised Eisomarto didn't go in with the Freyr here. Maybe a little bit scared of Set. I don't know, but still a thing. Oh, is there not a game here? Let me have a quick look. Alrighty. The one last game. See who gets into the semifinals. Eisomarto. My God, he is really making a statement today that he, without question, belongs here. He is upsetting players left and right. The confidence has got to be absolutely through the roof at this point. Alrighty. Amaterasu Thor on Gorge, though. What's the game plan here? How do you win this as Thor? I think you got to be worried about... Oh, I guess you've got a whole bunch of Hursa early on. That's got to be the scary part for Amaterasu, right? Because you don't necessarily want to rush into Samurai. Samurai plus Naginata Rider sound good from Amaterasu's side. So you don't have to deal with that. So I guess you can't just rush for pure Hursa here. Nonetheless, it is game 5 time. You guys wanted the competition. You wanted the competitiveness. You guys get it. One last game. See who goes into the semifinals and who has to back it up one more time, or for another time next week. Let's jump in to Gorge. See what's going to happen. Alrighty, game 5 time. Amaterasu for Tunison, Eisomarto on the Thor, and we do see the Dwarven Armory opening here from Eisomarto. Look, is the Discord sound something that needs to be fixed at this point? I think that's something you guys need to respond to in the chat. There's If everybody says, yes, remove the Discord sound, then I guess you'd be forced to. But then again, if everybody says to leave the Discord sound in, well, then it has to stay in. I don't know what no means at the Facebook sound. Alrighty, well... With the Dwarven Armory opening, this does mean that Eisomarto is going to be taking this game slowly. Temple coming in for Tunison. And the copper shields, copper armor. You guys are just too troll. I'm going to get rid of it. I don't care what you guys say. It's gone. Today is the last day. You can't stop me. I've got the power. All right, some relics on the map. We've got down on the bottom side. We've got the Four of Boit. Just healable heroes, regeneration rate plus 0.25. Over to this side, we have the Scales of Echidna, which is food, wood, gold, cost minus 15% there for the myth units. Onto this side, we have the Dwarven Horseshoes, which is plus 5% of base for the cavalry. And finally, we have the Ria's Crown. Citadel Center, Town Center, and Village Center. get cheaper. All right. Minakata in for Tunison. I'm not exactly surprised to see that. That being said, I don't think Amano is bad here by any stretch for Amaterasu. I think it's whichever style you want to play. You can definitely make a lot of stuff happen with those Kametachi. Nonetheless, Forseti on the way now for Eisomarto. That one does make sense. And we'll see how this game is going to sort of take shape momentarily. It looks like Tunison is going to be opening for one town center shenanigans. Going 2 TCs versus Thor is generally a death sentence, but it depends on the map. This one isn't a terrible one for it. So this top side, he can drop a shrine, gets himself a gold mine. Shrine of the Hunt here. Play defense, can work. Stables low. Immediately coming up. Double stable actually from Tunison to come through here is a little bit on the wild side. Troll comes through from Eisomarto. And he's just going to sit back, get his base walled up, and work from there. The big issue here is that he has to... Oh, is he going for Hunt already? That's kind of crazy. The big issue here is that he has to deal with Naginata Riders. So he's got to wall everything because he doesn't have the speed to deal with them. Kind of does with raiding cavalry. You can technically go raiding cavalry here versus those Naginata Riders, but he didn't go Freya. As the Kitsune will spot the villagers immediately over here. Great Hall coming up. This could go south very, very fast for Eisomarto here as he does try to turn around and target that Kitsune, but not going to happen as the Naginata Rider is going to be on the way. And the big issue here, the main issue here, is there are solar shields. So how are you going to deal with that? And Eisomarto says, okay, fine, I'll leave. But this is just putting Eisomarto behind here. Eisomarto drops himself the healing spring, keeps his Hursa alive. And those Naginata Riders will be out of here for the time being. Nope, 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 nope. Now Longhouse now up for Eisomarto. He definitely needs some... He needs some buildings. This has happened one too many times, I think, for these poor Norse players. It's a hard time being a Norse player and getting that macro happening. It's this Longhouse, even if it finishes, it's going to fall. I don't know what Eisomarto's doing with this. Just put it next to the town center. It's not the end of the world. You don't need to block your base in with buildings. You're Norse. Build a wall. One wall, please. Just a wall to here and a Longhouse here. That way you don't lose anything. Top side, Great Hall under attack. He can't finish that either. Well, he's gonna try. Okay, he does get himself out of Herdman. He is good to go now. One Herdman. Is that all he needs? Great Hall will finish up. Solar Shield comes in. And Eisomarto pulls back. Remember, every single little bit of damage he's doing here is helping him with that Bushido. Of course, not onto the building, but everything else. I mean, to some degree, maybe this is part of Eisomarto's plan. Make your opponent get excited about killing off a Great Hall, killing off a Longhouse, and then everything else gets set up on the back and your whole base is defended and you're feeling great. That being said, another classic mistake. This is, I've got to actually call it out right now. I feel like this is just a mistake nowadays. I don't think there is a single matchup that I am happy to play unless I am 110% sure I am going to be the aggressor where I want my temple on the front. But even if I am the aggressor, I don't want my temple on the front. Because they're going to get caught out and I'm going to lose it. Longhouse now up for Eisomarto, though. He is going to continue his defensive play as the Naginata Riders searching around for villagers to take out. The villagers are simply just on the berry bushes. More walls to come up. Back of the base is defended. I mean, let's just call it what it is. This would have been, I can't shoot. This would have been 21 gold without questions to wall this off. Then these buildings would have been in here and they would have been 110% safe. If I lose a 21 gold wall, I just rebuild it. If I lose these houses and the longhouse, well, that's pain. I just don't get it. Temple on your town center or on your opponent's town center. Those are the two options. 21 gold in this. He's floating 200 for the entirety of the game. All right, does it actually manage to catch out the Tunison army here, though? So after all of my complaints about what Eisomarto is doing, he has, without question, defended and hasn't really lost much. He didn't actually lose anything, right? Maybe a longhouse? It's not the end of the world. So I guess the game plan from Eisomarto was distraction action with buildings rather than his units being under attack. His buildings have been under attack. Now he moves back over onto the hunt. He has sent Tunison back into his base. And Tunison now, well, he can sit here for a long time. Gold mine, 1,500 remaining in it. 17 goats, a shrine of the hunt producing food here. There's no problems for Tunison in this main base. Now, wall's coming down. And this position is going to start getting protected. And the game plan here from Eisomarto and Norse players alike is going to be all about how can I slow the game to a standstill. Not take many fights. If we do take a fight, it's got to be a really good fight for us. Slow the game to a standstill. Walls going up everywhere. And then go from there. Naginata Riders back onto the front. And my much loved 300 gold. Well, it's not 300 gold for Thor, but 300 gold temple has been taken out. One troll comes down. Gets the troll out. Happy days. Now Throw an Axeman also going down as the herdman gets caught. He will get tapped away as let's decide to turn in here and take a little bit of a fight. Keeps that herdman alive. Gets the kill on the Naginata Rider. Please don't build the temple back here. I'm going to be so upset. If he puts the temple back on this spot, I'm going to be so upset. I'm not going to be able to contain myself here. Please just put a wall. You've got the gold mine secured. Just don't. Okay, mark it. Still no temple just yet. He leaves the position open. It's not the biggest of deals, but leaves the position open. A market coming down. He wants a heroic age in. Could sell some food if he wants to. Not the biggest of deals, but there he goes. Now he does need the temple back up so he can get himself the free frost giant. As his walls get knocked down over onto this top side. And of course, Tunison, well, he is playing this game incredibly slow, methodical. He's still pumping units out. One of the obvious advantages of playing Japan as the Japanese is you don't have to worry so much about getting to the heroic age. Because you got Bushido for you. So you can get to full heavy and it's fine. He doesn't have to get to that heroic age anytime soon. But that being said, lots of units coming in. He might be catching Eisomarto out here as that frost still has about 40 seconds left until he gets to that next age. See if Eisomarto can hold everything. Of course, if he gets frosted in onto this position, then all of a sudden he gets walled in and he's probably going to lose everything. Not really enough units to take out the town center, though, as the Throw an Axeman. Well, they can take out a one Udo. It's only got 20% hack armor. I've never really thought about that, but yeah, Throw an Axeman are a fantastic counter to the one Udo, as it does get charged in onto the units do get. Well, no frost. I'm surprised to see no frost when they were sort of out of position there, but going to continue to take this fight right now. As soon as he hits the heroic age to take a fight, it doesn't really make sense if you're not going to drop the god power. But is it going to be enough stuff here as that Bushido is climbing up incredibly quickly? And Eisomarto's front line does seemingly get blown to pieces. But Eisomarto holds. Heavy comes in. Well, after the fight is over, unfortunately, there for Eisomarto, but he without question holds there. And Tunison, he is not looking too crash hot at the moment, but you have to remember this XP is coming in very quickly. He's got 8 samurai, which is 8 experience a second. So 400 XP, all he needs to get the heavy. It's going to be fine for him, but there is a frost. That's an issue. There is no temple up for Eisomarto anymore. So frost giants are a unit that I would be saying, please build. They're not in. Upgrades coming through. He wants every single unique upgrade first. As now Eisomarto is going to be giving Tunison a little bit of time here to get everything in that he wants. And that Bushido tier 3 is moments away. But it's heavy versus heavy. So there's no real advantage here for Eisomarto, but no real advantage either for Tunison. 51 villages to 46. A little bit more income for Eisomarto. Upgrades, though, nearly full bronze versus full copper. So there is an advantage there for Eisomarto, as he can think about doing some very, very calm things here. Drop a town center. Wall everything. Your opponent's turtling. Just lock the entirety of the map up is always an option. The little Naginata rider over here does get caught out. Will get taken out. Villagers on this side, though, they're going to get hit by a raid momentarily. And heavy Naginata riders, they're scary. Tunison charging forward. Will Eisomarto notice? This is the big question. In they come. Well, he attacks the ox cart. Eisomarto, no reaction just yet. Going to try and prevent them from running through the wall. Still no reaction here. He's losing all of the villages. I think he's going to lose nearly every single one of them. No, this one going down. He gets one out. One villager escapes. Brutal. But the army of Tunison is now out of position. And a frost is going to come down. And you could potentially take out all of these villages. In he comes. The villagers are going to run. They're idled anyways, so unfortunately can't just drop a frost and then, or maybe you could drop a frost on it and just wall them in. Just kill them all off. But nonetheless, this wall gets taken down. Eisomarto here on this gold mine, not retreating, just ignoring that. A hill fort coming up onto this side as the town center up onto the top side. That does get spotted. Units coming through from Eisomarto as the dwarves over here. Surely you just make them into berserks, right? There he goes. Berserks come through and off to the races. The Naginata riders will go. Now Eisomarto has a hill fort. He can get himself out those portal rams to try and break into the main base. With another town center up and a heroic age. Tunison is looking mighty fine here. One axeman to come through. It will help take out these units there. You do have to take out that one on the musher. If he picks off the on the musher, then the Frost Giant will probably carry the rest of this, but he's not going for it. And of course, there is also a very important solar shield that could be used as well as the Berserks come through. Going to take this fight. With that all happening and that fight happening, we will see the population coming in, which means the portal ram will get through as one solar shield in, and all these units do end up dying. In comes the heroic age. Solar shield should be getting dropped in here. But Tunison is waiting for the time being. And there goes the Frost as he wants to take out the town center. He's got a lot of portable rams here to make it happen. Meanwhile, some samurai will come through. The Thunderburst does get dropped down. I think the town center is going to fall, but is this worth it to lose all that HP on the Thrown Axeman? I don't think so. We'll see what happens as the Thrown Axeman can turn and take out the remaining unfrozen units as the Raiju comes through. He's looking to take out those Thrown Axemen. No, doesn't charge onto them, keeps that one alive. Some big damage in from Eisomarto as the Troll comes in. Nice usage there of the Troll. Does body block beautifully. But now the rest of the Raiju, he does get the throw and axeman there beautifully. A whole bunch of trolls in queue, though, from Eisomarto. As these raids have been hitting hard. He's got a gold mine up the top. He can drop a dwarven mine in his main base as well, but Tunison seems to have held. Tunison seems to have held here. He can try and get himself back home and heal up those heavy throw and axemen, but that fight did not go how Eisomarto wanted. And I think Tunison has found himself bringing this game back. The walls back up. Eisomarto sitting here with 16 incredibly low HP. Throwing axemen. Wolves into the corner here. Trying to stay very sneaky and safe against the Naginata Riders. It's 47 villages to 52 at the moment. I still can't believe we're not seeing a dwarven mine here from Eisomarto. You take one look at the gold, at the resource, and you go, hang on, I got no gold. Let me sort that out. Instead, he sells resources, which I'm never a fan of. Even in, well, not never. Sometimes I'm a big fan of. In this situation, not really. Gets back to his healing spring. And the heavy throw and axemen, for the moment, are safe. He needs to sit here. He needs to wait a good 30 seconds to heal up. Back to full HP. Raiju are hunting. The answer to the Raiju is always walls. This is what I was saying. Instead of going for the craziness, just get the entirety of the map walled up, your town center sorted out. And then Hillfort Gaming. Oh dear. This is, without question, open. And Eisomarto sees it now. Holy damage. A couple of villagers do go down. Does get to his tower. Something that could have been avoided a long time ago will go very much unavoided, and a lot of pain to come in onto Eisomarto while he needs to sort of chase around everything. These dwarves can run from the gold, try and get themselves back to safety. One random samurai moving forward. It's 185 pop, 122 pop. As Eisomarto almost takes out the Raiju over here. Gets back to safety. A third town center for Tunison now coming up. He's got his main town center. He's got this town center. Farms are going to come through. Takamikazuchi is on the way now, or at least pre-queued. The Raiju back into the main base. There is a retreat path through this wall, so it's not the end of the world there. Eisomarto is just sticking to his guns on this one town center train here, and the Raiju get in. Huge damage to come through. Two villagers end up dying. Mosca coming in as well. One Raiju will go down. The next one will go down. He does manage to deal with it there. But after the dust settles, 42 to 67 villagers. Meanwhile, all the great halls in the world for Eisomarto to try and get him something together. Get himself something together here. Den drums for some reason coming through. We didn't see this in the Susanoo game, but now we're seeing it in the Amaterasu game. This technology just doesn't really make sense for me in this match. Not even in this matchup. For Amaterasu, because the God Bows are always quite expensive, and 30% off, 20% off doesn't really matter that much. Now Eisomarto going to try one last-ditch effort, but the issue is Takamikazuchi coming. And with Takamikazuchi comes the Divine Slash. And even though there is an incredibly strong army here for Eisomarto, one swing of the sword and everything can die. Portable rams breaking through the stable, breaking through the temple. Eisomarto wants damage done, but the problem is once he loses the army, he's got nothing remaining. There's no economy for him. Bushi trying to bait everything in. Picking off the trolls is obviously really, really nice as the unit's coming forward. And the bait has been successful as he drops the sword in. Can he dodge? He gets half of his units out. He loses all of his trolls. Portable Rams going down. It was a nice dodge. But there's just going to be so many units here for Tunison, right? He lost his temple, which means no Asura, which is going to be nice for him. But look at the diff in population. It's absolutely gigantic. Another healing spring from Eisomarto as he knows that this is everything. If he loses this fight, he basically loses the game. But even if he wins the fight, he still hasn't won the game. As the unit's diving in onto the backside. Throwing axemen. Shooting, scooting, kiting for their life. As the Yumi archers to take out that backline slowly. Jarl's coming through. They do get taken. They are going to get taken out by. Have to imagine some Yadia coming through, but not just yet. And there's just too many reinforcements here for Tunison. And Eisomarto is left with very little in the tank. 41 villagers. We've still got the Ryaju hunting around for villagers to kill off, and that there is the game. And Tunison does manage to get away with it. This was Eisomarto's game to lose. Unfortunately, he just decided to go full send rather than the simple approach, which is back yourself, get the town centers down, get the map fully walled up, and play the game from there. He doesn't do it. And Tunison, well, we are going to be seeing him tomorrow for the second time. A very, very solid game from, well, not solid actually, a very risky game. Didn't quite work out for him at all. I feel like he got away with it here, but a good series nonetheless. So that's going to be great for him. We're going to take a short break here. We'll be back in about 5 minutes with our next matchup, which is going to be Grass versus B. Don't you guys go nowhere. Huitzilopochtli Incarnate is here. The new fire ceremony does get dropped. Of course, B also sacked his own units, get himself out something, but there's 2 Tajiplas. Special attack coming in. It's a boost of damage for the Gardath army. As he's breaking through the center, there is still a pillar of Tlalocan to drop down on this position to help B stabilize. But he's not doing it. And in comes it now finally. There is the Huitzilopochtli, but that does not have much HP left. Sitting underneath this could be very, very dangerous. The town center ends up falling. The Atontan smashes will start coming in as well. Little bits of damage to come through. Lots and lots of dead units from Garnath. Now into the center of the map. This fight, I don't know if it's quite good for Eric BR. Eisomarto is looking incredibly powerful here. Missing himself his actual upgrades, though. He needs that next tier of Bushido. He's still a little ways away from it. There goes a nice Valkyrie spawn to help him out, but the Juragumo is working to take that one down. Bushido tier 2 does come through, and that there is now going to be a lot of dead Ursa, and Eisomarto is in a commanding position here. And there goes that tornado as the Kwafu are going to move off of this gold. And this is the last little bit of gold that Magic has. He's trying his hardest to bring this game back from the brink, but he is getting pushed off of everything. He needs units over here. The one Avenger on this side is going to be some issue. Create some problems as the Lullaby does get dropped. You drop Lullaby, you go after the commoners on the back. He's trying to take a couple of units out one at a time as the heroes getting cleaned up. Lullaby finishes, and now, well, Recon's going to be ready to actually fight. The Kamotachi do huge damage to these infantry units as the Cody Warriors coming around onto the back line trying to take out the Bushi there, but that is an overwhelming victory for Recon, and Soup just taps out. He is not... Grouse will just pull back. He's trying to get himself more units out. Heavy cap to come through, and there Recon controlling his army, trying to take the fight. Grass is just full send at the moment. Onto the backside come the Contarius. Still no chaos in from Grass as he drops it onto the left side. Recon has spread his units out very, very nicely. You also have to remember that these units are fighting on top of Gaia Lush. So that's HP regen while it's all going on as the heroes come onto the back there. Hesperid's tree for the HP regen as well, as that's 5 HP a second from both of the Hesperid's trees. And Grass goes for the Hail Mary on that fight. And Recon, as Recon does best, simply says, what are you doing? You can't win this fight. Please leave. That being said, the Soup Ocelotl Warriors, they're going to be going hard. If Soup can utilize these trees and then dive out of it, which he can do, he gets so much bonus damage here on this fight. He's feeling like he can actually take the fight as the Ayatochli comes through, rolls into the main base, and go after the town center again. Onto the backside, though, the Eagle Warriors, they're getting chased down, and there goes the Earth Monster. After all is said and done, Soup sacked a bunch of villagers to make that happen there. Can he win the fight, though, after all is said and done? 3K versus 3K units are falling. The Ayatochli here is the main amount of assistance that Soup actually has in these fights. And now Mosca says, I'm getting out of here as another. There goes the Earth Monster. The last little bit of HP from the Agave Bloom did get stolen away. Now Gulumbursty is brought in to say, I don't want to deal with, I don't want to lose all my units to the Earth Monster. But immediately, Soup just says, no problems. Alrighty, we are back, and our next matchup is Grass versus 3DB. And I am happy to say that Moose AOM is with me. Yay! I love me some duo casteroonies. What's going on, my friend?
Some solid games. No, happy to be here. I say there's been some insane games. So yeah, looking forward to two more.
Yes, and there's two more are going to be incredibly entertaining. We've got ourselves probably fan favorite, I might guess. I could be wrong on this. In the fan favorite for 3DB, he is a man of the people. He is looking very, very, very good.
Yeah, I'd say 3DB's got to be a fan favorite. He has just these crazy strats that, I mean, he just cooks up in the background somewhere, and yeah, nobody knows what's coming with this man.
No, not at all. Well, let's see if these guys have played against each other. We'll look at their history and how they've been doing in the tournaments. Let's jump over to that draft. See you guys soon. Alrighty, so Grass has had the advantage in this matchup so far, Moose. He's had 2 encounters of the B-Man, but it's been a long time December 2024 was the last time they matched up, and it was a 3-1 both times. No. Oh, he might have. Actually, I don't know. Yeah. Yeah. It's close. This is the close matchup. I think it's 8 and 7. I could be wrong. I can't remember. But actually, no, grass. Grass is probably 4. So maybe it's a little bit lower for B. I don't know. Let's check out their draft, though, while we still can. We've got a little bit of time. So I'm going to click on the draft now. Let's go. So we've got ourselves a Mirage game for our first matchup. It's Gaia versus Quetzalcoatl. 3DB going in with his Aztecs to start things off, trying to get grass out of book, so to speak. Apparently it's grass 8, B11, allegedly. But that changed, right, from the week as well. That's just passed. Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be a close series. Yeah. I think we have actually. I've been seeing a lot of Eisomarto going for that type of dealio. Are you in the game at the moment? Alrighty. Well, let's jump into Gaia versus Quetzalcoatl on the map Mirage. Let's go check it out.
Let's go.
Alrighty, off to the races we go. In the right-hand corner of the map, we've got Grass playing as Gaia. In the left-hand corner of the map, we've got 3DB playing as Quetzalcoatl. And I've got AOM Moose joined with me to bring you some exciting Age Mythology games. What are you seeing him, yes. Moose? How are you feeling about this matchup? And let me know the general vibe of what we're going to see today.
The general vibe, well, if we look at this map, often you get some super defensive gold mines tucked right at the back behind some town centers. That's often a kind of vibe that this map spawns with, but it hasn't this time. At least the back town center hasn't got that cheeky back gold mine. So if you can call it an aggressive version of Mirage, even though I don't think that's a thing, it's it could be more defensive, which would obviously be nice for the Gaia.
Yeah,
but we'll see what these guys really want to go out for. I mean, there's so many Gaia kind of avenues to go with on this one. Do you like a classical fight versus what B wants to go for? I imagine B wants to get somewhat into Heroic Age relatively early to start reaping the rewards of that. But what's your thoughts on the Gaia side, kind of getting in early game?
Yeah, I mean, you brought up that the back town center is not looking too crash hot. This is 100% the case. This is not a town center you can really grab here versus Quetzalcoatl, unless for whatever reason the Quetzalcoatl player decides to also grab their terrible back town center. But what you can do is you can potentially grab the forward town center. A little bit risky, but with things like the Caladria in, you can help heal up the units. You could even go for a military barracks first, build a couple more Millos, then wander over here and grab this really, really nice forward town center, which is surrounded by 3 gold mines, and there's 2 back elephants that can be walled up. So it is an option, but you brought it up. Classical fight here on this map, it's not a terrible idea. make Murmillo, Terma, spread Lush. One of the kind of scary units for most gods is going to be the Eagle Warrior, right? The Quetzalcoatl Eagle Warrior. But on top of Lush, Gaia's Terma are really, really good versus them.
There's a bit of a wild one. So we have unit movement speed plus 2.5, and then we also have cavalry movement speed plus 5. So if you could go in for some Contarius heroes on the Lush with those relics, we're talking some zoomy boys.
I mean,
there's some potential for you, or just
Terma as well.
Any fast things.
You could do the Terma as well. Yeah, it hits both of them.
As well. Why not?
What is that
Even
speed,
literally
though?
just the catapulties with the other relic is insane.
Yeah. Like there's so many wild combinations now with the I move fast relic. That's my own personal name for that one because I can't pronounce Ehekayalala Kokos. That's too hard. But the I move fast relic. There's so much fun there. But has Grass spotted it? He has not. He has seen the top one, which I think just seeing Dwarven Horseshoes, this gives me the green light to say, great, let's play Terma. Because what are you going to do versus it? They're 5 speed, then you get an extra 0.5 speed. Now they're 5.5 speed. Actually, I might be wrong on that. I think it's 5.25 speed. But then you have the Lush, and your opponent is just going to be like, I can't catch those ever. Of course, there's a lot of food, so there's going to be some other options, but definitely makes sense. Contarius as well, like you said, is going to be really nice.
But still, yeah, just anything. I'm
units.
Definitely one of those. When I find those speed relics, that's like, right, I'm making a game plan around this. It's just, even if it just feels nice, I don't know. It's just you just have so much more time to think about what you're really doing, and you can get in situations where you probably wouldn't be able to before. I think B is going for that back relic. What's this one? Armory.
Yeah, he's quick to it.
So
he knows he needs to stop that relic from getting grabbed. That's really, really smart. Get in there fast. Pick that up.
Come on now. There he goes.
The hero from Grass on the bottom side of the map as well was looking to try and get onto the Little Crow's circle there. That gets shut down, and he's going to be losing that one. Not even sure what he was trying to do. I think B is in a really good spot here now. We're talking all about how Grass is going to have a great game, but Grass didn't pick up either of the relics.
Definitely grabbing relics early favors B, wanting to go into all those warrior priests. And looks like he's going forward. Yeah, it was the Comitian spy that spotted the guy turning into a hero, the Oracle. So nice to get that one out of the way. And what is B going for? Looks like he's dropping the one war hut. So potentially just a couple of spearmen looking for those oracles. Maybe that's the idea with this. Don't think he's probably going to commit too hard just yet. Looks like there's some villagers moving forward as well. So is he grabbing a town center?
I think he is. This is kind of wild. Generally, you don't see Quetzalcoatl going second town center. But I guess it's a water map, so everything that I know about the game goes out the window here.
Yeah, it does shift, yeah.
But the problem...
you don't see it because he grabs all his cow pulleys, doesn't he? So it's like you've spent all those resources on that. So yeah, that's just the better way to go.
Yeah. You already invest in a whole bunch of eco, and you say, okay, I've invested in eco, and then I'm going to invest in more eco. Okay, you're generally going to get in into a lot of issues. But he's going for it. He might get caught out here because there's a lot of units coming across the map from Grass. But even if Grass doesn't spot the town center, it's really not the end of the world. And I guess on top of this, B does have Agave Bloom, which he can use to keep all of his units very much nice and defensive. Grass still hasn't spotted the town center. It's so close.
That was a great bait by B, taking this unfavorable fight just because he has hardly any villagers actually on that town center. So it's a little bit risky, but does pay off. And then the warrior priests obviously going to do well against the Caladria if she would slow down just a little bit.
Yeah, the all heroes now have got the homing ballistics versus flying units. So that basically means if they they do throw a projectile, it does hit them, but it does look like it still will miss if the unit is far enough away. So the other Caladria gets out of there safely. Happy days. But Town Center is now up for 3DB. And it was spotted.
Right. Yeah, Grass did spot that on his way out.
I have to imagine here, Moose, that this is just going to be Grass just saying, "What are you doing? Welcome to my world," because this is where Grass lives. He says, "I go full send, I go all in, and you have to somehow defend against this."
Yeah, it is. It is tough to defend against a 1 TC Gaia. It feels strange that, I mean, this game's been out for what, 2 and a bit years, whatever it is, but I still see Gaia as quite defensive. But realistically, her classical fight is kind of insane. You definitely got to respect it. There's some Ocelot Warriors coming in, and B also grabbed both his economic upgrades as he was getting the TC. So he's expecting to have a nice sit back game. But I don't think it's going to go there. As he's seen these units moving forward, I think he just missed them.
Yeah,
literally
this
just
is
missed them.
so sneaky. The Terma gets spotted, but the rest of these units are in, and that's going to be damage received. As Grass just sneaks by. Only a couple of villagers go down. Remember, he's got the I Move Fast relic, so these villagers are moving at 3.9 speed now. It's quite a bit faster than you'd normally be expecting.
Yeah, feels good.
But there's still not enough units out for B to actually take a proper fight just yet.
Yeah, I think with that relic, he's barely losing anything. He lost one villager there, and obviously all sorts of walking time having to go around this cliff. But I thought that was at least half those villagers going down. But they do manage to sneak out, which was nice. But now Grass kind of, if there's no of that, some more villagers managed to move back down. All of B's units do want to run away. And he could have used the Tailwind if he really wanted to. Kind of holding on to that one. Could have saved everything, got his units in. But turned out he didn't really need to.
The hard part right now for Grass is he's built... Well, it's not even a hard part, but he's just built 12 Terma. And normally Terma are pretty decent to build against the Aztecs because they want to build those archers and you want to pick them off, right? But in this situation, B is doing the pure Ocelot Warrior tactic. Now, Terma don't beat Ocelot Warriors no matter what, but Murmillos, so long as you take a fight, as long as you take the fight outside of a tree, or outside of whatever you want to call it, then you just win the fight with those Murmillos. And it's looking like that is what's going to be happening here, is B is kind of going crazy to take this fight at the moment. I don't like this fight at all from B.
I think he thought he had the Teshupla, so he needs to kind of use it, but I think he definitely overestimated how much damage that guy does, because there was just an overwhelming amount of blue units there, especially when the Carnivora gets dropped down. And yeah, B with a little bit of an overstep. I think he was in a great spot if he just needed to sit back, mass more Ocelot Warriors out. And like you said, the Termas are, I mean, basically, if there's no archers out, they're like half a unit.
Yeah,
they're not really too. Yeah, well, yeah. So they're just not really doing anything. But again,
and then just sit underneath the palm tree and wait for the units to charge in, and then ambush and live the dream.
Yeah, because the Ocelot Warriors, they cost so much food as well. Like this is if he just wanted to go pure Ocelotls and wait for Grass to come in, ambush them, take a fight, run back, like that's a great strat. But kind of definitely overstepped, and I think Grass will be able to take out this TC pretty easily.
Yeah, Town Center doesn't add that much in the way of defense. It's probably it's something like 8-ish pop worth of archer-ish on the defense. But yeah, no, if you don't have anything else there to defend it, that dies very, very quickly.
Now Grass is 104 military units.
Yeah. And I love this as well from Grass. This is something that it's true for every civ. Whenever you've got map control, you've got to try and use it. So for example, if you play like Egyptians, you take map control. You use it by spamming obelisks everywhere. If you're playing as Norse, how do you take map control? Well, you put walls everywhere. If you're playing as Atlantean, you put oracles everywhere. Or if Gaia specifically, you put Gaialosh everywhere.
Oh yeah, that's nice. That's like Grass completely overwhelming this position. All of the B Ocelot Warriors, at least the majority, are going down. He does have a Teshupla, but again, at this stage with this many units, not really going to cut it. All the villagers have to turn around and fight.
Yeah.
But they're in a bit of a losing battle with these Mamilo.
He's doing what he
And
can
Brass.
here, but
Yeah.
I think he just came into this game with... This is something I've been noticing quite a bit in this tournament. Came into this game with an idea set, and I don't think he adapted to the map here at all. Or maybe he was fine actually after dropping the town center and getting away with it, but he just needed to play more defense, right? Like if he just sat back, sat on his 2 TC, he probably would have been fine.
Yeah, just one overstep. I mean, he overstepped for quite a while as well. I think he thought he could win that fight, but definitely couldn't. And Grass takes a pretty commanding win in that first game.
Yes, he does. Alrighty. Well, let's jump back into the draft and see what we're going to see for the next game, which does look like it's going to be on Budapest. Jump to the draft now. Alrighty, so it's going to be a Hades versus Kronos this time on Budapest. So lots of Hades has been played on this map. I'm yet to see the Kronos here. Have you seen a Kronos on this one yet? Yeah, like the Kronos Rush has basically died out. I still think it's strong and usable if your opponent disrespects it. So you can kind of try it some of the time. But there's plenty of other options for Kronos that seem really, really strong at the moment too. But that being said, B's been very, very confident with this Kronos. You can drop a mana down, put a dock on the back, time shift to the side, another dock on the back, time shift to the other side. And you can have all 3 pawns gathered very, very quickly here as an idea. Yep. And I guess on the other side, though, if you know that someone's going to pick Hades, the Hades is very telegraphed here from Grass. He could have picked Loki. He could have picked Zeus. Actually, it's not telegraphed at all. If you think that Hades is going to come through, yeah, Thor would pick Rhinos too. But Kronos can cancel out one of Hades' main game plans on this map, which is the forward central fortress. Yeah, you got. Yes. That's right. Well, I mean, yeah, deconstruction. You've also got behemoths to try and break through that as well. Apparently, Moose can't be heard at the moment. That's why I am turning him back on. Couldn't get. I thought I turned them all on. I thought I did, but I didn't. Thanks, Silent Ninja. Sorry, guys.
It's all good.
Moose was just basically saying that, yeah, Kronos has got a lot of advantage here. I think.
Advantage against that strat for sure.
Yeah.
Shuts. I mean, that's there's a lot of chatter about how Hades is weak for some reason, but I mean that does take away at least one game plan where people think Hades is pretty strong.
That's right. All right. Well, I mean, the other option here actually for Hades before we jump into this game is Ares. I'm going to keep saying Ares until someone goes for it. I think it's really good versus the Atlanteans. It's really good versus a lot of different people, but let's jump into Budapest now.
Feels that way.
Let's jump into Budapest right now to see what this game's going to look like. Off we go. off to the races we go. As Moose now is going to introduce these players for me because I'm unable to do so.
Because I now can be heard. Okay, we've got Team Grass in the top side. In the left, he's going to be playing as the Blue Hades. And we've got 3DB on his Kronos. And the map is going to be Budapest. And what are we seeing right off the bat on this Budapest map? We are seeing back docks for both players, which I mentioned last time we watched this map. I think they both went side. The players that we were watching, I can't remember who it was. It's Tunison and somebody. They both went the side. But these guys are opting for the back. I mean, for Kronos, he's always going to go to the back because he can just time shift wherever he wants. To be fair, right. But
well, I think
is that just because of a deconstruct?
Yeah, I think the Grass is just worried about getting deconstructed because you have to send the villager over there, then you get deconstructed and and then you have to run back over there again. There are some angles where you just send some goats over there to eat on the dock because you can use the dock as a granary. You can bring some goats over there, eat those goats, hang out there, and then it gets deconstructed. Doesn't matter. You just rebuild it. It's fine. But the other more pressing issue here is that, well, B is going to be looking to time shift onto Grass's backwater and cause a lot of issues here. There's not an amazing defense for that if you play heavy boom. Like, you try and go three ponds, basically. So that's, I think, what Grass is worried about here.
Yeah, she's just gonna sit back, be safe. I mean, there's nothing wrong with going for just the one. We always see players wanting to fight over the sides, but there's almost sometimes just an advantage of just sitting back, getting your earlier uptime, getting units out and on the map just a little bit sooner.
Yeah.
But Grass is going out to that right side, and I believe there is an Oracle heading that way for B, so he might be spotting it very soon.
I guess the question is then, why go for the attack on the backwater when you could just do it on the side water and it's a lot more safe? So I feel like if Grass is going to drop this dock over here, if Grass is going to drop a dock over here, then I feel like B can just full send. Don't you think? Like, you can just go straight in.
Full send to the side?
Yeah, just full send on the side. You're going to deconstruct one of the docks. You're going to break down the other one with Prometheans, with Murmillos. He's advancing very fast here, considerably, relatively to the Grass advance. It's a 430, and he's going to drop his dock down, and he's going to be ready to go.
Yeah, 430 fish uptime. This is an old. This is what used to happen on Anatolia, wasn't it? You would just choose one side as the Kronos and go for a kind of earlier uptime, get some kind of pressure on while your opponent was going for a full boom. So we're something similar, although the dock is going to be coming up for B to time shift somewhere else. But yeah, not going for that heavy fish boom straight away. And Grass on the right side, he's dropping 2 docks and 1 more coming up as well. So he's playing around the deconstruct, Prometheans, and everything in between.
But there's about to be a Valor on... I have to imagine there's a Valor on the Oracle, and then you just attack the villager, but he's not going for it. I thought he'd be able to just take the villager out immediately. He's going to let the dock come up. The Prometheans here, they're going to spawn as he charges up here, and he's got to be looking to pick that villager at the very least. Coming around to the side, he doesn't manage to do so. Now he's going after the docks, but there's so many here. Does B see the other dock? He has, so it's all Prometheans. It's all sending on this position. I don't even know if he's going to have enough here.
Yeah, is it even just worth just saying, well, I'm going to take my side. You've overcommitted so many docks this side. You can have it if you want to do that. I'll just aggress on it later.
Yeah,
looks like B's saying no, he wants it, but Ajax is going to be in putting a stop to these claim in, or well, he's tickling them down, but
he doesn't do a whole lot of damage until he's in the classical age. But when he is, you got to run. But that being said, now there's a Murmillo hero in, so that should be an answer here.
especially with the second Mamilo coming in. Siege ships are going to be taking down this dock, so B definitely wants this water. He isn't going on the other side, so it's all resources spent up on this right side. Second Valor as well, to just get a stronger unit to take out this Ajax.
It's kind of interesting. He probably could have dropped another dock and just been slowly fishing the left side, but he wants full control of this water, it seems like. As in comes the Pentacontra, it takes out one, and now the second dock now down. I imagine a third dock is going to be falling at some point here. I mean, you can deconstruct the last dock if you want, I guess. The Grass is going to come back and try and drop another dock over here. He's just going to say, no, this is my position. What are you doing here?
B's eco is really interesting. I thought after time shifting the dock, he would be kind of full on the ships, but he's literally got 2 citizens on wood. He's sending all his citizens to food, so he wants just Mamilo. He's just after land presence, and that does mean that Grass will be able to take down these siege ships.
And in Grass comes with hoplites as well, because he's been getting tons of food. Prometheans do spot the villager putting up the dock though, and that will go down, so a little bit of an advantage there for B as he's still trying to take out the Minotaur on the backside. Minotaur
ships in this fight. You do have to worry about the restoration that could come down at some point as well.
It's almost like just dropping restoration now has to be correct. Keeps the Minotaur alive for just a little bit longer, but it does end up falling. There's just so much advantage here for Grass as B basically just needs some sort of Caraballister angle. And we also see a dock over onto the left side while this is all going on. B hasn't secured that in the slightest at the moment.
No, I think if he did the same thing, but yeah, just was slowly getting some fishing ships in, I think he would be all right. But now he is down one whole pond.
Yeah, and it's
restoration down. That is a big deal.
Yeah, restoration down does hurt, but the thing that hurts more is being down not 8 fish, but 16 fish.
Yeah, probably trying to go down, but Trireme, they do some decent damage, but looks like Temple Brass wanted to take that one out, so he is going to lose his dock. But there is that other one that the villager managed to get up, so no trouble from Grass, and they is going to be sending 3DB packing.
Yeah, 3DB gonna pull back into his main base for the moment. He's down on eco, which is really, really bad when you're playing against Greek. He does have a slight villager lead, but that's also natural. What do you do now in this spot as the Kronos to try and pull this one back? He does deconstruct the dock, and that has given him the pond on the top side. Without question, he's got the pond on the top side now. And maybe he can get some fish out, and maybe he can be okay here. Valor's getting dropped down onto the units to try and keep them alive. It's full hoplite, full send from Grass. I wouldn't be surprised to see him now start going into those archers. He's got 3 archery ranges, so why not?
B's game plan there was kind of interesting because, like I said, he didn't have anything on wood at all, apart from enough to basically just build some citizens out. And then he just transferred them all over when I was going to build the siege bereams now. We went a full 2 minutes without it, so maybe Grass wasn't expecting anything to come back. And B does manage to get it, which is wild. But while this is happening, Grass did just sneak down the bottom side. If I say sneak, there's an oracle there, so the oracle
very much knows. He very much
Grass
knows
on the bottom side. A sneak right in your face.
and the issue is mostly just Grass has a lot of hoplites. Hoplites do struggle a little bit versus the Caraballister with good control, which 3DB definitely has. Then once the Caraballister come out, I don't really do a whole lot on the offensive side, so as long as Grass doesn't go crazy and try and take some fights he shouldn't take, he can just go Heroic Age and get Peltast, and then he's got an answer for them.
It's like Grass is turning around taking the fight. There is only one Caraballister, but I mean, he can on his own get some decent damage in. Of course, there's not going to be any restoration again.
It looks like it's going to be enough just because there's no... Maybe it won't be. I don't know. It's hard to tell. Here, Mamilo gets converted. I would have liked to see the Caraballas to get converted here. As the units have split off. I have to say it's a close fight. It's definitely not a fight that I think Grass wanted to, should have been taking. Heroic Age, those Peltasts for Curse and things like that did not need to force anything here. But now Grass is playing B's game, and this is where things get scary. When B gets to take you down the lines that he knows, then it's very, very tough.
Yeah, so B will definitely be happy with that one. He's moving down the bottom. Does want to take out that dock. Even just that, the sheer amount of hoplites that we just saw there, when he still has a decent amount, but he wanted to send those around, killing off docks and things. Looks like he is still going to do that on this right side, but maybe just a shift. It looks like B is trying to take down the left side as well. And there was a bit of a pre-queue of Grass's Aphrodite as well, so he is thinking about that next stage, thinking about those Peltasts maybe after seeing the Caraballas's. But Caraballas's, they also have bonus versus ships, so they are not bad on this map at all.
They do. They are a very strong unit. I'm still unhappy we're not seeing the Valors on the Caraballas, because it's the most value you can possibly get. Like they cost 215 resources, and then Hero Caraballas are costing something like that as well. They become about 400 resources worth of unit.
Yeah, and then the Kronos one, you get a little bit of resources back as well. So on those heroes, you get even more resources back.
Huge raid from Grass in the main base of B while the big fight happens. He picked 2 citizens. Brutal.
The dock is going down on this side, but I think Grass is definitely going to go up that top side and try something similar. But the massive Caraballas is out now. I think 5 is a great number to have. Looks like he is building another one. Oh, no, 6, 7, loads of them.
I love that the Caraballas are got bonus versus ships. That's something you don't see very often.
So 3x. They it's not a small amount.
Nope. And you saw the trireme just get blown up there. Now the Heroic Age in for Grass means Peltast available. A Fortress also going to come down, and Sentinels hasn't been dropped, so that'll come down immediately on this spot. So even if you deconstruct the Fortress, you still have to deal with 5 Sentinels, which is a lot.
Yeah, it's still annoying to aggress onto the position with the Sentinels. They probably do even more damage than the Fortress. Especially as the deconstruct just got used as well, so
yeah, you just
kind of the next one's going to cost 30 favor. That's quite a lot.
I'm shifted dock. One villager coming over to drop another one. Does B see that? He doesn't see anything until the dock finishes, so I think Grass is going to finish that up.
Grass is pushing, but again, these Caraballas, he's got probably 3 times more than he had before. I don't know if this is the fight he wants to take, but looks like the Toxotes is just melting those Mamillos.
Oh, and Curse
hits so many of this Caraballas.
Yeah, Curse is an insanely powerful Heroic Age spike for Hades, and all these units are going to get taken down. And I think Grass is just ridiculously far ahead now, as B is trying to get to the Heroic Age himself. Realistically, the only way you kind of deal with this as Kronos is you go 2 TCs a little bit faster rather than going Heroic Age, and you just spam with an effort to try to use your Terma to take out Peltast and Caraballas to control. It's very, very tough.
Looks like he's just getting a little bit overrun here. Citizens, they're trying to turn around and get some shank action done. I think B's going to struggle to get these units out. I think, yeah, he was trying to head to the Heroic Age, you can see from the macro, but Grass, again, with just a big push, does manage to take out B. I think that curse on the Caraballas backline was just so good. That's where the main damage was coming from.
It's also why I was sort of saying heroize them too. Then Curse doesn't hit the Caraballas, and you can deal with the Nemean Lions and the Hades Shades a lot easier because they're always going to be on the front line as opposed to the Murmillo heroes, which, to be honest, aren't that good.
No, especially when the Hypaspis come out. Yeah, you had a few.
Not the best of execution here from B. I think he had a plan to take over that top pond, and Grass had a plan to say, you're not going to take over this top pond. I am defending it. And I think he expected to just straight win that position. But yeah, it just was not to be. Alrighty.
Was not to be.
Let's jump back over to the draft and see what our next game's going to be and see if B can get on the scorer's table. All right. People are complaining about my puns. I can't stop myself. I see it there. I have to use it. It's part of the plan. Ghost Lake. Loki.
Ghost Lake.
Tezcatlipoca. Spice.
Now we're talking. Now we're talking. We're getting into the Loki games. I'm loving every single one of these drafts. Every single one has a Loki in it.
You love to see it. You love to see it.
He's going to become too mainstream, and I'm going to have to think of a new god to play. I was going down the path of Loki was strong for months, and everyone's like, nah, Loki's the worst god in the game. But now I think he's... people are seeing his true colors now.
Yep. People have finally come around. Well, he was buffed a bunch, but people have finally come around.
It only took like 5 buffs. Come on.
That's right. But he is up against the Tezcatlipoca. This is another god that people think is very, very strong. It's on Ghost Lake. Players are in. Let's get going onto Ghost Lake right away. Off we go. Into game number 3 here. Grass is looking in fine form at the moment. He's picking Loki here. He's up against B, who's picking the new Aztec DLC. He's got his Tezcatlipoca, who's going to be trying to show us some of his newfound craziness. But, Moose, we all know what B likes, right? You tell me what you think B likes, because I think it's pretty obvious.
He's a big fan of a myth unit.
That's right.
If that's what we're talking.
He likes a good myth unit, and Grass, he likes a good unit called the Hursa. So unfortunately, I think we're going to see a whole lot of myth units until at the very least those Hursa get trimmed down. We've seen Grass playing this matchup, not even this matchup, just Loki a lot. And he's back to Legacy days. He's back to full Hursa spam and never stop.
Yeah, I think now Loki has become, let's call it quote unquote meta, especially in these the tournament settings. I think it's clear who knows how to play him and who doesn't, as like a god that I kind of main. As a lot of people are going for this mass Hursa, and it's sick for raids, for catching people off guard, something like that, taking out a couple of units. But people are going for these full-on head-on fights up against loads of units, and the Hursas, they are not built for that.
No.
They cost more than every other standard unit. They're more pop. They have slightly less stats, but what they do have is raw speed, and that's what you got to be using them for. So, obviously, Grass, he's more than good enough to play this Loki character. So I'm expecting some high level Loki. Well, there is a bit of a goat battle going on this bottom side. He's getting better of it.
Four goats. The goat heist is on the way. Oh, you can't. Oh no. Oh dear.
Oh no. Oh, that doesn't snare. Oh.
Yep. And this is where everyone goes. I wish that the goats would just stick to my scout and just chase me around.
Let's follow the guy. I don't know. I love a good
You love a good
goat
fight.
off, cow off. Yeah, this is where I shine. The first 2 minutes of the game, give me that advantage because I'm throwing it away. So give me all the goats.
Well,
And yeah, it's one of those pointless things that the micro, it probably doesn't matter unless you can manage to get all of them. Oh, looks like the goats for grass have stopped, and B could be no. Grass 2 on it.
yeah. Look, there's 15 goats now for grass. It was equal before the great goat heist of the Goats Lake of 2026 began. It was equal. Now, well, Loki or Grass is apparently Grass's name is now Loki. The Loki of Grass is going to really enjoy this. I've seen a lot of people missing the whole concept of what you can do with getting when you get a massive amount of goats, especially a lead. Often it just means you can sit in your main base. You don't have to worry about the hunt, which means you actually do get to enjoy those low-key Herso, like you said, where you don't actually need to defend yourself and you can just look for the raids. So no need to take a fight, no need to defend, just raid because everything is safe. We'll see if Grass is going to go that way or not.
Yeah, and it's such a great map for this one as well. If you get the 2 gold mines spawn, because then you can just sit in your base for even longer. Basically, there's also some back hunt for Grass, so he's gonna be happy. It's often where Loki loses is just getting caught out trying to move over to different resources because he just doesn't really have as many resources to play with as pretty much every other god in the game. So you got to find your advantages somewhere else. And normally, B wants to get in there and stop that. It looks like his Commission Spire is going to take a rock to the face. And Wilfer is going to chase him out.
Wilfer is in. Now, these Commission Spire, you don't want to lose this because this is, I mean, you can obviously build another one. You want it to be on your opponent's side of the map, being sneaky and actually spying. That's not going to be happening here as the classical ages come through, and it's going to be a double war hut for 3DB. Now, the double wall hut makes sense to some degree. Oh, Shinekwe is going to get chased down. You don't want to lose that either. But the double wall hut does make sense, but it only makes sense for Tequila archers. Don't really want to go into those. You don't really want to go into those spearmen straight away, do you?
No, not against Loki. The raiding cavalry normally come a little bit later, or you don't even need to really go them in a lot of situations nowadays anyway with these hearses. But it looks like one of these hearses was almost caught out, but does manage to survive, and the healing sprint will be back up. And even Grass dropping the spy on these warrior priests. Oh, going to be Hersa versus warrior priests.
I feel like I could be wrong on this. Don't you think that if that was if all 4 of those Herso would have died for a god power, you would have taken that?
Oh, for sure.
Like dropping Lullaby down and then focus firing down a Hersa, focus firing down a second Hersa, potentially getting a third one, maybe even a 4th one. Didn't go for it, but that there looked scary for Grass for a moment. But he didn't do it though.
Yeah, it shuts so much down, especially 6 minutes in. Taking out 4 hearses be pretty massive because the warrior priests. So when they were first out, these warrior priests, they did actually beat the hearses in a 1v1, but I think they've been changed a fair few times now, where they're basically just good against myth units. So the hearses are gonna win this fight. So you have to be a little bit careful. So yeah, taking that advantage would be nice. And
yeah, the fight is quite close. The Hersa is a little bit more expensive than the warrior priest, but it does do more damage, has more HP, so it's close. But the other issue is that the Tequila archers they can shoot and scoot for a very, very long time.
Oh, here we go. He is now going for it.
Yeah, I like what I'm seeing. He got 2 kills. I feel like he could have done this before and it would have been way better, but it's all good. He gets 2 kills. Grass runs. So now the Lullaby is down. 2 kills isn't nothing for a god power, but that's not exactly what I would have expected.
No, I think he hit one of them that he was going for the first couple of seconds and then just kind of whiffed from there. So unfortunate. Grass does get away with that one, because that can be a pretty big swing. But now the Tequila archers are in, I imagine, yeah, decent amount of raiders are going to be coming through, and it is as the the five raiders to swing around onto those Tequila archers. And actually, he's left the warrior priests on their own, and they are spied.
Warrior priest charging in. There are two Tlalmani spearmen here, so he can definitely take the fight, but he can't if he gets surrounded here, as the archer's just not in onto this fight. He's going to have to find a way out of here as the reinforcements make their way forward. I think he will be fast enough to get in here, and, well, Grass is backed into full spread, and the commission spy has been spotted. He does end up falling.
Looks like B, he does want to come in and have another go. His army is a little bit scary. Yeah, Grass thinks the same. He's going to back up.
This is
this is what I mean. Yeah.
This is a wild situation to be watching. Just the both players macro. They're both floating like 800 gold. Normally, it's like if I'm floating 800 gold at 9 minutes into the game and I'm looking to take a fight, I'm probably losing the game, right? But in this situation, they're both floating gold, so it's like fine to be here looking for all this damage. A villager pig, he does get one kill there. Oof. And now watch towers.
The 11 dwarfs. If you're going for the hearses, probably a little bit too much.
That's it's market macro strats, right?
That's it. Yeah, buy them up. Buy up the food. Why not?
It's one of those
things.
Villagers
Yep.
do get spotted on the market, and they will slowly go down here. The spearmen are in the main base, so he should be able to get in and keep them alive. Does manage to do so. While that's happening, goes for the attack into the main base, and B just not paying attention there, but he gets an iron respawn on that.
Iron respawn on his bottom side. The spearmen do have to run away, but who's winning that top side? Maybe it's the watchtowers that won that top side.
Yeah, well, the warrior priest will be in for the defense, and I love the way that B was navigating these raiding cavalry raids. With that one ironry spawn just kind of changes everything. But B is playing so hyper aggressive, and I'm not sure I fully understand why. One trap to try and save him on the back. He does complete it and gets out of here. Not really. It's a lot of damage done with it.
The spearmen are here. It was close. Yep. The spearmen will be in to let the medium tequila archers get out. And the trap did actually save a lot of their lives. Quick thinking on that trap play.
Yeah.
Pretty wild.
Always traps. Traps make it even, like, these traps make it incredibly hard for the Loki to ever engage, because you have to get on top of the tequila archers and they charge forward, and then all of a sudden there's a trap there and you're just like, oh crap, I can't run forward anymore, so you take a ton of damage.
Issue is Grass is getting big value sat on that healing spring.
Yes.
Taking these little bits of damage. Those raiding cavalry that were on the raid, he only lost one. All the rest of them were at least half HP, and they're all going to be getting back. And that is something that B doesn't have. So he needs to try and take those out rather than taking these little scraps. You can see he's got some really low HP units, and the raiding cavalry are off on another adventure.
Yeah, raiding cavalry going for the raid, and the one really easy way to defend these raids is if you can see the raid coming. However you see the raid coming, just train units into your main base or train units to wherever the raid is going, and then you're there to defend yourself.
Looks like B did leave some units behind this time, and then it is on the lumber outpost, so he can garrison in there if he needs to. He also put a couple of war huts up where Grass to sneak through before, and he is doing the same again. He's going for aggression into the healing spring, into the watchtowers, the town center, troll spawn on the back.
I think the idea here from B, and it hasn't worked out, the idea from B is if he just keeps on applying pressure, it's going to force Grass to need to overmake units, and he might get through all the gold mines in his main base before a heroic age comes in. But quite clearly we know that that's not the case, because Bragi is coming through for Grass.
Yeah, that's often something that Loki does fall victim to. If it was a 1 gold mine, but with this 2 gold mine, even with Grass building all kinds of dwarfs. Oh, it looks like he is getting a few raiding cavalry caught on the backside. That's not ideal. Four going down before the fight.
A little bit of damage is
the
mattering here. Trap's getting a little bit of value. Of course, the other trap that's here, you can just right-click on it and kill it. It's not a problem. But Grass says it's time to charge forward. Of course,
yeah,
you can do some shoot and scoot micro to get out of here as B. Lots of units to move across the map. The question is, does he have enough stuff to actually take a fight here or not? I think he might do. Flaming weapons down anyways. Lullaby comes through.
Nice
And B
play.
says, I can kill off a couple of units here. Why not? Charge in. Get a bunch of value. The back line of Thrown Axeman. That's going to go down. Huge play from 3DB. And he didn't even have to sacrifice that many villagers either from all the Tenali that he's been getting. And Grass is in a tough spot now.
Yeah, that was such a great play. He knew that the flaming weapons was on the way. When you see the Loki player running out like that, you know that you've got to be retreating. You definitely don't want to take that. Reinforcements came in. He's again fighting underneath the Healing Spring watchtowers, but there's just not that many blue units anymore.
No.
Afterwar is going to be tanking up for a while, but there's nothing really to deal damage on the backside.
There's lots of units coming in. Warrior Priests are needed. Big issue is that, well, the gold mine in the main base has expired. Not from both players, but the gold mine has expired from B in his main base. Grass has got onto the second gold mine, and B has no idea. And he is just in love with attacking this one position.
He's just absolutely going for it. Whereas this map has 4 gold mines outside the main base. It'd be very easy to even just stick a trap on each one. He's been loving the traps. Not a bad usage. Just send an archer to each one, but he is just absolute full send W key in. I think it needs to be maybe reined back a little bit.
He just doesn't care about the town. He doesn't care about losing units here. I don't understand really why, but can he not see that the gold is... No, he can't see the gold is gone. Now he finally kills off that tower that he's been hating on for I don't know how long.
Maybe he's thinking because he still has a considerable amount of gold left. Maybe thinking that grass might still be on there, but Norse does plow through resources pretty quick with the well, at least gold, with the amount that they need to spend on dwarves and things. So
yeah, well,
maybe he's gonna be having a look around. He does have some spearmen on this left side. Maybe that's maybe just to defend.
He just needs to scout that left gold mine. Giving a little bit of play back over to the Loki is scary because there's 154 favors sitting there, which turns into, what is it, 6 battle ball? 7 battle ball? 8 battle ball? And then you go, hang on, I got all the warrior priests, but I can't kill off all those battle ball. A Hillfort, however, on the way, looking like grass. He's going to get spotted here. He's doing a little bit of distraction action. This is what B did to him the other game. Looks like he might be able to get away with it.
13 seconds left on that. And B, in the classical issue, he doesn't really have that great of an answer to a big defensive building. We can see he's struggling with the defensive buildings, but he's getting a big raid off anyway. Yeah. Nice attack on these gatherers.
And he picks off the battle ball too. I think the other thing to bring up is that these warrior priests, they're at 5.5 speed because of Temple Nautzli drums coming from that Hui Toyota from the classical age. And with that, he shuts down the battle ball raids and things like that, but it still takes a while for him to actually kill them all.
Yeah. It's like the spied villager at the top side. Tezcatlipoca does copy your god power, so another big raid coming in on the grass villagers should be able to get a decent amount out before they get into that watchtower.
Yeah, gets the kills, but he will get caught out here. I mean, he should be. He does have 5 speed archers, so if there's no raiding cavalry, he should be fine to get out of here.
You're going to take that half HP one. Oh, villagers are going to turn around and shank, and they are very, very low.
Yeah, and now we will see the coil Zhaokui coming through, which will mean very, very quick into Great Temple Techs. You get that the stone. I don't know what it's called. But it makes all your great temples cheaper. Upgrades cheaper to research. Oh, villagers running to their death, though. B does notice.
Nice reaction. But there's just too many throwing axemen here. The spearmen do not want to be here at all. And quadruple Noble's Hut going down.
I'm a little
For me.
confused on that. Like, if he's going heroic age here, wouldn't you just want to go straight into Sean one? I guess you want like the potentially you want the an attempt for a wall on the backside here, but the villagers get
unlucky.
Get out of dodge, no problem. There will be a god power to drop down somewhere here, so no problems where that's concerned.
Drop it straight away. Why not? Get some damage down on these very
onto those throwing axe
slow units.
It doesn't matter what god power it is. Like, these throwing axemen, they just take so much damage from it.
Yeah, throwing axemen don't like god powers at all. Battleport number 3, I think, going down. The poor guys. Dwarves on this front side. B, he's found his momentum with that big god power. Even the Sheepler jumping in, and Grass is going to have to bail. The double hill fort still wasn't enough.
Well, yeah, the double hill fort, doesn't really help you if you lose all your throwing axemen, I guess.
Settler sacrifice, extra favor coming in, so maybe a big wave of myth units on the way. It's going to be Eagle Warriors.
Yeah, Eagle Warriors to take out the throwing axemen, I guess. And he does get a stone, an obsidian shard. That'll get taken down quickly by the battle ball, though. So many villager deaths here, and Grass, he needs gold, so he's just sending. He could have tried to get onto the right-hand gold mine, but he is just trying to survive here, it looks like. And it says that is the game.
Just take him too long to get over there. I think it was kind of a delayed victory from B. He did give Grass a little bit of time to kind of come back, just full send the main base. But B, you can't stop that sick play with the lullaby on that flaming weapons.
Yeah, you think you're out and you're ready because you used it early, but if he hasn't built a single myth unit and you've been fighting, losing units, every unit that's dead is like 0.75 Tenali. So if there's like 50 units dead, then he only needs to sack a handful of villagers. And he is Tezcatlipoca, so it comes in a bit faster. Let's jump over the draft and see what they're going to pick for the next game, though, because they are motoring ahead. Let's go.
Mm-hmm.
Next matchup is going to be a Thor versus Ra on Gorge. This has been a matchup that I think B has, or a god that B's really been liking here. He's been super consistent with Ra on this map. But
yeah, I've seen he's done the double ban set and Isis in every game so far, and then picks the Ra.
I think it's mostly just because he doesn't feel like he can beat them. I don't know why. The gods that he's picked are all really good versus Set and Isis, so it's a strange one.
Yeah, there must be. I mean, Set and Isis share a lot of the same gods, and when certain things are strong, like if Anubis is strong or Nephthys is strong or something, we've historically seen them be good together, basically. But then also picking the Ra late as well, because if you think Egyptians are strong, then you'd be like double ban Egyptian, first pick Egyptian, if that makes sense. But yeah, so what sort of Ra has he been playing? I don't think I've seen his Ra.
Well, you will be seeing it shortly here, Moose, because we are going to jump into this next game on Gorge. Let's go.
Oh, you might have to give me a sec. I have the
Alrighty then, into the next game. And we do have what looks to be a Dwarven Armory. Ah, I thought it was something else. Damn, I was getting excited for a second. The grass on the right-hand side as Thor. B on the left-hand side as Ra. And Gorge. Moose, this is an incredibly open map. Lots of room for rotating, lots of room for defense, but also lots of room for shifting sand shenanigans.
Indeed. I'm going to have to jump back into in a second. Mine has done what my one loves to do, which is freeze and go really slow. So I'll have to quit out and rejoin. So I'll ask for a timestamp.
That's all right.
But
well,
right. What is the map looking like?
Well, the map is obviously everything spawns around the outsides. So 4 gold mines in somewhat of a straight line. On the left side, 4 gold mines in somewhat of a straight line. On the right side, hunt spawning all over the place. Town centers, they're all good, but they're so far from your main base. And the main bases between each other are so close. When you're playing against a Thor, it's a little bit scary to go for it. Now, I know Grass, he loves a aggro Norse. But he also is happy to take that town center kind of in the middle of his aggro. So he might be trying something like that in this game.
Yeah, I definitely rate that. I mean, if you're doing the Heimdall version or just a Thor version where you're kind of ahead anyway, where you get out a decent amount of units, then go for like a 2 or 3 minute delayed kind of town center from your advance time. I think it's very very strong in quite a lot of situations.
Yes, indeedy. All right. Well, some good relics on the map. Got that little circle. Did I need to give you a timestamp, or are we somewhere close? Still struggling.
Then the refresh bug. This game does not want me to spectate these guys. I tell you.
Oh dear. Well,
we're getting there. We're loading in now.
Well,
what sort of time are you at?
we're at 2 minutes and 45 seconds, and the temple now coming up for 3DB does show no second monument shenanigans. Not going to be going for a whole bunch of Sphinx. At least it doesn't look like. You can go 1 monument and then drop the 2 monuments as you're advancing. It's sort of a little bit faster advance, a little bit safer, but you get a little bit less favor in, obviously. But in this matchup, it's probably going to be Ptah. And you were asking me before, Moose, as we approach 3 minutes and 15 seconds.
Perfect.
You were asking me before, what's B's style? Well, let me tell you, B likes going top, then he likes going Sekhmet, and he likes building himself a barracks army, which is just going to be the time where the entirety of my Twitch chat says, Boit, Slinger's OP. And I say, shush. It's terrible.
I have heard the Slinger's a bad angle.
Have you?
It seems to be creeping around. Yeah.
The one.
So maybe this is the game you're going to explain to me. Slingers being bad.
I will explain it to you. The one situation where I will say slingers are actually too strong, and this goes even further into my point about the slinger, is against Norse. Slingers are too strong versus Norse because they get to double tag to get their bonuses multiplying together versus the throwing axeman.
Yeah, with the Sekhmet.
This is the only time where it's like a gigantic advantage to be a slinger lover.
Yeah, I wonder what it's like after the throwing axeman kind of adjustment. Oh, quick shifting sand's going to be moving over to the back town center. Okay, fair play. Just wants it straight away. Why not?
Immediate second town center for 3DB. I don't like dropping the shifting sands here for this town center. It's not super far away. You save a little bit of resource, but the problem is you lose out on shifting sands. And inside of this strat that B is doing, I feel like a second shifting sands is going to be really important. Which does mean he has to basically not build any myth units, not spend any favor until he gets to 40. Make sure he's always got 40 favor so he can escape.
Yeah, especially if you know he's going Sekhmet. That's like, what, 2 scarabs that you're sacrificing on that? And, you know, scarabs, they're pretty good now. So getting your 1 scarab spawning for free, 2 extra scarabs with the shifting sands can do some serious damage. So yeah, you kind of, I don't know, you get probably, what are you getting? 1 extra villager, half an extra villager by going over slightly earlier, but you're sacrificing kind of a lot. It's also quick skin of the rhino as well.
Yeah, I was about to bring it up because I'm starting to understand maybe what B's approach is going to be here. And this makes sense. The Egyptian military is so absurdly weak that the only way to bolster it is to be getting your second military building in as fast as possible, the town center. Now you get villages as your military units and you are good to go. Look at these bad boys. 55 HP, 44% hack armor, 51% pierce armor. They live in the dream.
Looks like she's already getting into a bit of a fight with the berserk. And the berserk was on the losing end. I mean, there was a very angry snake on the backside, but...
Grass is it?
So B, he's an AoE 4 guy.
Yes, okay. Yeah,
sorry,
AoE
town
4.
center coming up for grass. Was that what we were...
Yeah, grass. I was going to say
he's
grass
on the
is
left
just
side.
like saying we're not going to be aggressive today. No aggression in this game. Just a boom, which is very ungrass-like. But yeah, B is an AoE 4 player, or has actually had a lot of success recently.
Yeah, I was just wondering because I know AoE 2 is like when you advance or just before you advance, you get Loom, which is basically Skin of the Rhino. I don't know whether it's just if AoE 4 has that too. Maybe it's just something that everybody does for whatever reason, and maybe that's his idea, or maybe it's just because he's building these walls and he just wants that laborer to be able to fight back. But the axeman also going after a random dude fellow, the Hersa.
Yeah, I could be wrong, but I don't think there's... It might be a tech for the villages, but the difference between the villages in like AoE 4, AoE 2, and Age Mythology is in AoE 4, the villages are really fast.
Okay.
In AoE 2, the villages are not fast, they are not strong, they're incredibly weak, but buildings are really strong, so they can utilize those to protect themselves. And in Age of Mythology, the villagers have a pointy knife, which is quite strong, so they can turn around and shank. So yeah.
We have seen that B and Garneth both like these villager attacking strats, whether that be your Ra villagers or your Quafus or what have you. And it's going to be the Sekhmet, so you know the style.
Yep. It's already decided. And on top of this, B is being so active with these axemen trying to shut down the walls coming up on the side of the map. Very nice play. And fortunately, Grass not paying attention. He does lose that berserk, but he's going to get some more walls going up and continue along here.
Yeah, with the amount of damage these axemen do, you've got to react pretty much instantly to be able to get those berserks away. Yeah, hand axe coming in. So it is going to be the slingers.
Yeah, he has to.
Slinger angle.
He's going these bad boys. You get yourself Slings of the Sun, you get yourself electron bullets, and the only real answer that Norse has versus these units is Jarl. Raiding cavalry as well do work if you get the upgrades, but he doesn't have them because he's gone for Healing Spring. And AoE damage dealing stuff, so Fire Giants, Battle Boards kinda, and I guess the Trolls.
These axemen, they're getting a lot of value. A couple of throwing axemen. They are going to go on the raid. Then not the best raiders, but mediums in, so they get a little bit more damage.
Yeah, and Grass is going to say, "I'll just get the shanks. My dwarves have got pointy knives, and they will." Man, it's just look at the value these axemen are getting is insane. Grass is just not giving them the respect they are due.
I mean, 6.3 times 4. Oh, the wolves are going to town. Villager down. 3 wolves against the 1 villager. Even skin of the rhino with the healing as well of the priest wasn't enough.
Angry wolves are angry. Ooh. Well,
God, look how much damage they've got.
Yeah. think Grass has really made this game hard for himself. He does have a villager lead for just a little bit. I think it's going to equal out, especially with Citadel up for B. And the real, I think the real thing here for Grass in this game to give him somewhat of an angle to win this one is he's going to have to play very chaotic, very like get in, build buildings. It's been a long time since I've seen Grass actually playing a macro. He's going up to iron weapons.
Oh my god.
Isn't that really like, does he have a relic? He has little crow circles, so that's incredibly cheap actually. It's only 400 resources.
Wow, why not?
Why not? Because, I mean, he needs to build units. He's so far behind on military.
Breastplate, bronze. Oh, yeah, he's gone heroic age as well.
He's going to have to, he probably has to drop a frost here.
He probably
maybe.
has to frost, does he? Yeah.
Oh, he's got a back gold mine he can run to. He's
Side
got
piece.
dwarven mine as well that he can drop. Probably should. It's well worth it to use that dwarven mine in the heroic age because the boost of gold, 25%, it's not nothing. In fact, it ends up being something. And I think if you compare it over to something like prosperity, which I think at the moment is, I can't remember what it is, but it gives about a bonus of 29, 30-ish gold per villager over the course of the prosperity. I think you get about the same from the dwarven mine. Of course, it takes a little bit longer to mine, but it's total-wise, it's about the same. It's super worth it.
Definitely worth it if you want to spam some frost giants out. Looks like he's able to do it anyway. 4 frost giants coming out and a hill fort on this side, and being kind of backed off. I think maybe he didn't realize how much of an advantage in army he really had there. And he's going to be moving across to the middle instead and carrying on the boom off instead.
I got a question in the chat as to why Ra is so popular on this map. It's only popular for B. I haven't seen anyone else really using this god here, but I think the reason for it is because there's a lot of berry bushes. There ends up being about 4 berry bushes total, so 2 per player extra. And you get a big boost of food gather rate from those. So it's, if there's a map that Ra is good on, it's going to be on this map to enjoy that bonus.
I don't think we haven't seen much raw on Mirage, which you would think that's going to be a good spot considering the change to the fishing ships get a little bit more of a boost, unless it doesn't really give that much. Maybe the numbers aren't quite there, but it feels like that should be a good option.
Yeah, it is a small amount, I think. I remember thinking about it going, it's worth it, but you probably should put farms down as well. Yeah. And here's the big issue actually for 3DB. Now, while he does have these slingers, really strong against Norse, don't get me wrong. But once Grass stabilizes at full pop, I don't know why he's attacking here. Once he stabilizes at full pop, he is going to start winning these fights. If he's not at full pop, then life gets a little bit more tricky for him. And there he goes with the frost. As he's charging forward, he might be able to get up to full pop after this. Goes around onto the backside, taking out towers, and there goes a hill fort. There is a scarab to deal with, but the villagers get pulled, and they say, I will happily shank you down. Grass is quick to react to that one. I don't think he's finishing the hill fort.
It was an interesting frost because B did misclick the slingers. He went to shift click the backline and they just ended up wandering forward. So he wasn't getting any slinger kind of DPS in at all. So I think maybe it was a bit of a preemptive one. I think Grass was in a pretty commanding spot there, but
this has not worked out for Grass at all. He's actually lost military after the frost.
There was the units sitting on the side. The frost giants are all there. The front line's there, but the damage dealers have all gone down to just those slingers in the backside. And there's a few priests, 7 priests actually coming forward to deal with these frost giants. And a portable ram, good measure.
I don't fully understand why, but Grass is pushing back at the moment. B was at full pop.
Frost giants are tanky.
He had all the units in the world. He doesn't have any myth units in here, which is probably the big misplay. If he had some scarabs or something to try and take out the frost giants, maybe that would be a big help. These Frost Giants are carrying Grass. Does he have full iron? Yeah, he doesn't have full iron, but he's got iron weapons and bronze mail. So I guess that's why, compared to 3DB, who's only got copper weapons, copper mail. So the armory differential here is gigantic.
It was also the Jarls that were coming in. So the throwing axeman died pretty much instantly, and then all B had were axeman slingers against Jarl Frost Giants, which they're basically just going to do nothing against all of those. Now he's got a few spearmen in. You can just see these Frost Giants, 930 HP. Just, oof.
Yeah, they are some big boys. Now, Grass can probably take this left town center if he wants to. The one scary thing when you're playing Norse versus Egyptian in this specific situation, wow, he's going up to the dwarven weapons. It's only 450 resources here. That's so crazy cheap. But the big thing he's got to be worried about is just having to face up against Horus. And I don't think that's going to be an option here for B, because he doesn't have the income to keep himself at pop, keep fighting. His army is just not cutting it versus this superior Norse army.
B is struggling in these fights. That was Grass full population as well, which is what you were waiting for him. Especially with these armory upgrades. Full pop Norse army with basically ridiculous armory upgrades for 16 minutes in is rough, but Grass is respected some of the units while actually he's porting around to get some damage done, taking temples, then we're taking houses down while he re-engages for the fight. There's a lot of priests now.
That's a lot of priests in, but I mean, the Jarls are so strong on the back. No real micro from Grass, though. He probably could have pulled the Frost Giants away, charged the Jarls at the priests and been fine. A ghost building coming down onto this side doesn't quite get them caught out, but
in the way.
Yeah, unfortunately, he almost had them there, but it doesn't matter because now he can just charge into the main base, and B looks to be absolutely obliterated here from this Norse terrifying force of units.
And I think we were questioning how Grass managed to win that fight. I bet B was as well, thinking he was in a great spot.
Well, I mean, in the end of the day, Moose, I think we can both say and agree here. Slinger, good at killing throwing axemen. They cannot kill off the Great Jarl.
No. Or Frost Giants.
No Frost Giants either. They are not an issue.
And Grass has just played this whole set just insanely well.
Yeah.
And showing off the different styles too. You said it was a bit of a macro boom style. Shows he can do it all.
Yeah, it's just, I think B got the matchup he wanted. I think he got the strategy inside of the matchup that he wanted. But Grass had the answer. Grass had the answer. I think maybe if B played harder for the Mythic Age, I was saying the one really scary thing playing against what B's got here is Horus with Horus Spearmen and Sekhmetar Slingers. And you go, okay, I can't build Jarls to beat the Spearmen. So I can't build Jarls to beat the Slingers because the Spearmen are there to kill my Jarls. I can't build Throw and Axemen to beat the Spearmen because the Slingers kill my Throw and Axemen too fast. Okay, what do I build? And you end up saying, well, I guess I can't build Berserks because the Slingers are going to kill the Berserks there as well. So it's very, very, very tough. But B didn't get there. And Grass just pushed. I didn't think he should have pushed, but he managed to push. He managed to win. Very, very nicely played game from Grass.
And he's through. He's through to the next round. Now, who does he play? Did he play the winner of the first set, or the winner of one of the first two sets, or maybe the winner of the next one?
All right. Well, let's jump over to the bracket and I'll show it off. I don't know if you have that set up, but let's jump over there anyways.
Ross did send it to me.
Alrighty then. I have a bracket in front of me, and it's going to be, well, Grass is going to move on to play Mosca. Is that a rematch? Have they played yet? I can't remember. No, Grass lost to Recon, I believe, in the first round. So he is now going to have to take out Mosca. Tunison did take out Eisomarto. So he is awaiting the result of our next matchup, which is Soup versus Magic. I'm going to have a very, very short 3-minute break before we get into this next game. So enjoy the highlights and we'll get the next game sorted out. Huitzilopochtli Incarnate is here. The new fire ceremony does get dropped. Of course, B also sacked his own units, get himself out something, but there's 2 Tajiplas. Special attack coming in. It's a boost of damage for the Gardath army. As he's breaking through the center, there is still a pillar of Tlalocan to drop down on this position to help B stabilize. But he's not doing it. And in comes it now, finally. There is the Ayatochli, but that does not have much HP left. Sitting underneath this could be very, very dangerous. The town center ends up falling. The Atontan smashes will start coming in as well. Little bits of damage to come through. Lots and lots of dead units from Garnath. Now into the center of the map. This fight, I don't know if it's quite good for Eric BR. Eisomarto is looking incredibly powerful here. Missing himself his actual upgrades, though. He needs that next tier of Bushido. He's still a little ways away from it. There goes a nice Valkyrie spawn to help him out, but the Juragumo is working to take that one down. Bushido tier 2 does come through, and that there is now going to be a lot of dead Ursa, and Eisomarto is in a commanding position here. And there goes that tornado as the Kwafu are going to move off of this gold. And this is the last little bit of gold that Magic has. He's trying his hardest to bring this game back from the brink, but he is getting pushed off of everything. He needs units over here. The one Avenger on this side is going to be some issue. Create some problems as the Lullaby does get dropped. You drop Lullaby, you go after the Commoners on the back. He's trying to take a couple of units out one at a time as the Heroes getting cleaned up. Lullaby finishes, and now, well, Recon's going to be ready to actually fight. The Kamatachi do huge damage to these infantry units as the Cody Warriors coming around onto the back line trying to take out the Bushi there, but that is an overwhelming victory for Recon, and Soup just taps out. He is not... Grouse will just pull back. He's trying to get himself more units out. Heavy cap to come through, and there Recon controlling his army, trying to take the fight. Grass is just full send at the moment. Onto the backside come the Contarius. Still no chaos in from Grass as he drops it onto the left side. Recon has spread his units out very, very nicely. You also have to remember that these units are fighting on top of Gaia Lush. So that's HP regen while it's all going on as the heroes come onto the back there. Hesperid's tree for the HP regen as well, as that's 5 HP a second from both of the Hesperid's trees. And Grass goes for the Hail Mary on that fight. And Recon, as Recon does best, simply says, "What are you doing? You can't win this fight. Please leave." That being said, the Soup Ocelotl Warriors, they're going to be going hard. If Soup can utilize these trees and then dive out of it, which he can do, he gets so much bonus damage here on this fight. He's feeling like he can actually take the fight as the Ayatochli comes through, rolls into the main base, and go out to the towns. Ladies and gentlemen, it's our final game of the day. We have ourselves our final 2 members, Magic and Soup. Magic managing to get through the round of 16 this week. Slowly getting his level back. He is taking on the biggest brain in Age of Mythology, though, in Husk Soup. Have you got any thoughts at the moment, Moose, before we jump over to the head-to-head?
It's going to be wild. Maybe we should just go straight to the head-to-head. I want to see if these guys have played each other before.
I feel like they have to. They have to have, right? Let's check it out. Well then, they've only played each other once, Soup. One time in the history of the entirety of Age of Mythology Retold. And it was like 2 years ago. No. Yeah. I think so. The thing is, right, unlike the... Oh no, why are you muted? Guys, why is Moose muted? Why did you mute chat? Twitch chat? It's Twitch chat's fault. Blame Twitch chat. They screwed it up. It's all on their fault. Yeah, I don't know why they... All right. Anyways, back to what we were saying. They haven't played each other in 2 years. Soup is looking amazing from his previous run, and Magic was looking awful. So that's where we're at. He's looking good this week, though.
I didn't use the word awful. But,
sorry, I've lost my mind apparently.
But Soup was looking amazing, and Magic's getting his form back.
Yeah,
that's the way. That's the way to say it.
All right. Well, what I do have to say is about Soup is one of his advantages in these sorts of tournaments is normally that nobody copies him. That's one of his really, really big advantages. In this tournament, that's not the case. We're starting to see people stealing his Norse strats, stealing his Chinese strats. People are starting to realize that he does have a incredibly good grasp on this game from a strategic standpoint. And also Magic, he's fine with stealing things. He'll say, hey, we can just play the same game against each other and I'll just do it better than you. Like, he's fine with that. He doesn't have the time to invest into creating the strats. So why not?
Yeah, just see what's strong, use it. Maybe it's not strong for you, do something else. But yeah, Soup, definitely all of his builds work around, and you see you're always facing up against the Soup build if you play ranked. I say I've stolen many.
That's right.
So yeah, it's about time that these top guys are also stealing Soup strats. So because that's his whole game plan. Like, he's not the best macro player. I think his micro's pretty decent.
Yeah.
But the macros sometimes goes a bit wayward.
Slips from time to time.
But yeah, his strats are just ridiculous.
Well, all right then. Let's jump over to the draft, see what they've picked, and see if we can dissect it for these fantastic folks. Let's jump to the draft. I just keep dancing to that song. It's just so much fun. All right. Our first matchup. Actually, we'll talk about the draft first and foremost, because it's funny. I was talking with Magic, or Magic was talking with Twitch chat, or something. He was in my Twitch chat, or I was talking. I can't remember. And he was like, "Hey, Soup, thanks for your draft. I didn't have to think, and I just used your draft, and it was great." So he's not only been stealing the Soup strats, but also the Soup drafts.
Stealing the Soup draft. Is yours the right way round? I put it as Super's got to be on Chrono's first pick, right?
Absolutely right. It is the other way around. So at the moment,
I didn't even check. I just just assumed your first pick Chronos. That's a Soup draft.
Yeah, for sure. Magic is actually, because he lost so hard versus Eisomarto in I'm going to keep on rubbing that in. Magic did actually lose a lot of tournament elo for that one. So yeah, that's that. But yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, Eisomarto is a beast.
He has come an incredibly long way, and he will only improve over this month as he has to play really stiff competition in tournament. So we'll see if he can keep on performing well. But different game, different matchup. Soup bans Susan Gaia. Magic bans Loki and Noir. That's a different approach than we've been seeing, Moose.
Yeah, but that's just straight target bans against Soup. I was saying before when I was watching him, or even just him streaming, his China is looking one of the strongest for him, especially the Noir. Even in the last game when we watched him from last week, and we were thinking, what is he doing with this strat? He was overmining his gold, or he wasn't going early enough, and then he just blew his opponent straight out of the water. So Noir definitely a great one to take away, and obviously the Loki. He was playing Loki before it was popular, so definitely rate those bans.
Yes, for sure. Well, our first matchup is going to be Huitzilopochtli versus Oranos on step. So a pretty interesting one to kick this all off with. Let's jump into it, or step into it. Let's go into step. Off to the races we go. Our final set of Saturday. Round of 8. Road to Athens. 1 ticket on the line. 1 plane ticket. Or, I mean, just ticket in general. I mean, you could... Yeah, anyways. In the left-hand corner of the map, we've got the biggest brain in Age Mythology, Mr. HUSKSUPPESUPPE. Keep on saying it like that. I know it's wrong, but it's fine. In the right-hand corner of the map, we've got one of Australia's goats. No, Australia's goats. What am I saying? One of Age Mythology's goats. Where did Australia come from? One of Age Mythology's goats in IamMagic. And he's playing Oranos Moose. It's Step. It's Oranos. It's Huitzilopochtli. Have you seen this match before? Because I don't think I have.
No, it's weird, isn't it? Because these are 2 definite kind of S-tier picks. But I don't even think I have seen this matchup. But if there's a starting match that I always like to see, it's an aggressive one on an open map like Step. I think it's just a good one to get the blood pumping, see what you're going for, and so definitely happy to see this one.
Well,
and Magic, Canada's goat.
Canada's goat. No, Age of Mythology. One of Age of Mythology's goat. I went to say it starts A. I don't know why. There's some amazing relics on this map, Moose.
Yeah, I was just having a look.
really big Oranos relics as well. You've got this faster speed for the already speedy Murmillo Catapultis. Don't really need Catapultis in this matchup, but faster speed for the Murmillos. Up onto the top, there's the Tusk of the Iron Boar to make the Termas stronger, to make the Contarius stronger. There's also the Tarawara Todder's Last Arrow onto the left side. If Magic wants, and he is fast to it, he should be able to claim these relics first, because Soup, he is doing what looks to be a very, very slow and greedy build. So no fast temple, no fast relics, and Magic is going to really enjoy this.
Yeah, it's just, that's definitely a Soup bread and butter with the majority of the cast, to be honest, as he goes for this early temple into getting loads of these relics in. But with Huitzilopochtli here, he's kind of doing the Quetzalcoatl build, which is why I got the names mixed up. He's going Lumber Outpost, Livestock Pen, Craft Workshop. It's quite expensive to do this.
Yeah,
with this god.
The aim is to get something like a 4 minute and 40 advance time. Not crazy, not super slow, but it is slow. But you get a lot of extra economy. But the problem is, right, that even if you get all this extra economy, if the relics are good, let's just break down what they would normally cost. Plus 0.2 range soldier damage, divine damage for every single range soldier. I'll probably give that maybe about 200 resources worth of relic. And you've got the speed for all infantry for 5%. I don't know, man. That's probably like 300 extra resources.
That's a crazy one.
And the HP on the Tusk of the Iron Ball, well, that's kind of like half a half a medium upgrade, but it also affects 2 separate units. So probably another 300 resources. But yeah, no, I think the relics, without question here, are very much worth it.
You also, with this kind of slow soup build, is you leave yourself susceptible to an early aggression from Aranos. Now, I know we don't see it, but when the Mister comes back and starts playing, everyone's going to copy him. And Aranos, what the Mister did with Aranos was basically a Chronos rush with Aranos, with the hero Mamillo coming forward, getting some damage done. And if that was the case here, then Soup with his forward gold mine would have been in a little bit of pain.
Yeah, for sure.
Well,
like
a lot of pain.
In fact, even without going Mamillos, if Magic had considered going for Terma here right off the bat, it doesn't really help you a huge amount versus the units that might come through. But then it's not a bad idea. You start Terma, you go for a really fast advance, and you just put the pressure on the gold mine, even with the temple where it is, and the house and everything else. This is not an easy position to hold.
The snake is getting back, and I love this. Love this 21 gold wall straight in there for Soup, which means he can just dance in and out of. A lot of people would put a building here, and then you just can't get any damage done to these magic units. But he still does have the one Caladria, 79 HP, so she's sitting back here, adapting well. Magic is to the changes with her, where she does just get wrecked by this warrior priest, so she's definitely got to stay back.
Yeah, you just got to respect it. Like, it's got 4.8 speed. It can sit way behind your army and get the heals in. She's got, how much range is it? 18 range. There's no excuse to lose this unit at this level, I think. The other thing here, though, from Soup that I'm loving, I don't like how long it took him to put his infested nest down, but I'm loving that he's just saying, oh, you're opening with Murmillos? Fantastic. Let me just introduce you to the Tequila Archer, which is a unit that is going to be incredibly strong versus these Murmillo. That being said, they're 4.7 speed, and the Empyrean speed tech is not in just yet. So they will go up to 5.25 speed after that tech comes in, which makes those Tequila Archers less good with the kiting. That being said, Wings of the South will help out quite a bit.
Yeah, straight in. I think that was the villager sacrifice to get that in, because I looked up a couple of seconds ago and he had 0 favor. So villager sack to get that speed in. Really,
from Soup.
Really wants it.
Soup gets the micro. You was just saying Soup's micro is good. Yes, no, Soup's micro is very good. Gets a beautiful sidestep onto the Terma and actually picks off one from Magic. This Magic is now getting chased down with Wings of the South End. With Lalmani Spearman now, they outspeed the Terma. That is potentially dead Termas. Runs into his main base, and Soup has to get back.
Tequila Archers obviously forcing out those Terma with their bit of divine damage.
Yeah, the issue here for Magic, and I've faced this type of thing before. The issue for Magic is you don't really have this early game advantage at all in this matchup. You have to deal with Scorpions, you have to deal with the Tequila Archers. But then again, Magic is Magic, and he gets onto the back line. He's playing this like he's almost Norse and versus Greek, and you're just trying to get onto the back line and get the reinforcements taken out. But Soup does collapse in onto this, so revenge damage is going to be coming through. Shockwave is needed to get dropped to just get out of there, which is normally not what you want in the slightest. And Soup is looking like $1 million right now.
Yeah, that was a great play by Magic. Just Soup caught sleeping for literally like 3 or 4 seconds because he was elsewhere with his Tequila Archers, and that was just enough time for the Mamillos. They do serious damage, so gotta get those units out of there. And the Shockwave, I think Soup will be happy about that one, forcing out one Shockwave and got a couple of return kills. I think Soup will be loving the position that he's in here. Also, his villager sacrifice that he had earlier with the Trickle plus the Warrior Priest does mean he has his poison upgrade for his Tequila Archers, his Spearmen. So he is sitting pretty right now.
Yeah, he keeps on going for these Terma like shooting scoots as if he's got something here. Like maybe if you've got like 30 Terma, this is scary, but this amount, I just don't think it is. Magic gets a bit of defense, but he's now back into his main base. Town Center's going to help him. Doesn't have watchtowers, and Soup doesn't want to overcommit here too much, but he can just sit on the backside. It's not a big problem, and he just gets more and more kills. Soup is controlling this game beautifully.
Yeah, these Tequila archers with their 5 speed are just so scary. Just damage that they put out is absolutely ridiculous. And even just these scorpions, they're just tanking up.
Oh yeah, they not only do they tank, they got 150 HP. They don't actually have a huge amount of armor. They don't have a huge amount of survivability, but it's the damage that they output at 7.3 hack damage. Plus, they've got themselves 5.45 divine damage over 6 seconds. So it's like, it's kind of a crazy amount of damage that they output. They are glass cannon if you have heroes, but there aren't heroes here.
Can Magic afford heroes? Yeah, that's the question. He's struggling to just keep up with the amount of units Soup has. If he starts investing in heroes, he just has less units. It's a rough one, but he is getting his hero upgrade. Frontline heroics, that is going to be cheaper for making those Mamillo heroes. So he's thinking along those lines as well. That he does need at least a couple of heroes to deal with the scorpions.
Well, he doesn't really save a huge amount of resources on it. It's more of like that technology, as far as I'm concerned, is one that you grab and your plan is to just heroize everything. Or every single infantry unit you have. That's how you get the value out of it. But when you heroize everything at like 100 population, that's not exactly the idea. The idea of where it's the strongest is when you're at 175 pop or 190 pop or full pop basically, and then you heroize everything, and it just pushes you into a very strong position. Of course, he needs the heroes to take out these large large scorpions anyways, but in comes the Caraballister. They will be a nice unit to use against the Spearmen as the shockwave does come down. Terma going onto those Tequila archers, and Magic does force Soup back. But Soup keeps all of his scorpions alive. He's back behind his wall, and he should be okay for the moment. But that was a nice play from from Magic.
Yeah, that was a great play. I was almost creasing there for like cringing up my face from those Termas. They wanted one extra shoot and scoot shot, and I thought they're all going to go down for it, but it just turned out to be a bait, and Soup definitely fell for it. Big shockwave, and definitely more value out of that shockwave than the first one. And yeah, now all those heroes are in. Soup doesn't feel as confident in his army either, so needs to do something else, and looks like he is getting his next stage in.
He's going up to the heroic age. And I think the weird thing here is Soup probably felt like Magic was trying to get a heroic age in himself, so he stopped spamming units. But if Soup could have seen what we saw, I'm pretty sure he would have said, oh, I'm just going to spam units, and I'm just going to go and win the game, because he could just apply pressure everywhere, put traps everywhere, and you'd get a gold starve against the Uranos. But if the Uranos was to have gone to the heroic age in that situation, there would have been Terma available. Not Terma. Satyr available, and those would be an answer to this kind of low HP War Hut army. But now, because of the misread of the situation from Soup, Magic gives himself a really big chance here. That being said, his army is about to get earth monstered, and life is going to get tough.
And he needs it right now. Yeah, good timing there. The villagers do get out. Looks like one is unfortunately going to go down. Where are the Soup units going? Looks like they're going after one Caraballister, and that's enough time to get back. The Earth Monster. Oh, looks like the villagers, though, didn't get through the gate.
Yeah, they didn't run.
And those bleed damage Mamillos are going to be getting some big damage done on the economy of Soup.
Yeah, I don't understand this decision from Soup at all. Like,
oh, where's he going?
He is looking for the main base against Uranos. Like, what? Oh, he's got himself a blood
pact.
They come. Yeah, he wants to kill off the town center and keep Magic in the classical age. Hero units are coming through though for Magic, but there's two Ayatochli in. I don't believe you're going to be stopping this. This is going to be a dead town center. It's not the end of the world. He does actually click the blood pact onto the first one. The second one's going to come through, but I think Soup might lose the entirety of his army for this.
Who's going to win the fight on the backside? Looks like there's just overwhelming red units. Town center does go down, but Pyroballister, all the Terma there, all of the blue, except these big myth units are down. And oh, kind of big roll with the blood pact, but yeah, losing every single one of the units to take down a town center. That is rough for Soup.
Yeah, this is not something you ever really want to go for. You want killing off a town center is not, it's barely worth the one Ayotochli with the blood pact. Like, of course it's worth it with that, but if you don't get value afterwards, oh dear. Now the gold mine is under attack and Magic sees a very good opportunity to pounce here. The Tequila archers are going to be getting spammed out. The shockwave comes through again. Mermillo's diving for. They're so fast. The hero Mermillo is at 5.5 speed here, Moose. All the villagers on that front die, and Soup is down to 26 villagers.
Yeah, he sacrificed quite a few. I heard a lot of villager death noises when he wanted to get that blood pack play in with the Ayotochli and all his upgrades. So even down on that as well. But does Magic have enough to push? Looks like he is just kind of, oh yeah, definitely if the settlers turn back around to go on the gold mine, no income for Soup at all.
The Mermillos are low HP, so they are getting picked to... They're getting picked apart, but the problem is that even if Magic didn't have a town center at the moment, he's still 58 villages to 18.
Yeah. Now, I don't think Soup has much left in this game.
Nope.
Magic does take it.
Yeah.
No, I think you kind of called it where it was just a little bit of a misread because he really wanted that town center down, but Magic just absolutely spammed out those barracks units. There was no chance of Soup winning that fight, and just nice play from Magic on that.
Yeah, I think there was many different angles here. Many different angles here for Soup, and he just picked the one that didn't make sense. Unfortunately.
The Classical Age fight was going great for him.
Yeah, classical fight was going fantastic. I know he was scared about the satyr, and it's fair to be scared about the satyr, but what I reckon is because you're playing with Tlopochli and town center's a little bit cheaper, and if your opponent wants to go that route and they want a turtle on the sky passage, you can go and knock them down and just put this traps up everywhere. But you can also just drop a second town center, stay classical edge for a little bit longer, and just enjoy the fact that you've just got more economy than your opponent, cheaper units, and that there's nothing really that can kill off your units easily. But credit where credit's due. Magic forced the confusion, and Soup, bit of a rare strategic mistake, I'd say, from him.
Yeah, do agree.
Alrighty. Well, let's jump back over to the draft, see what's going to get picked for game number 2. This game is already off to the races here. We are behind. Fantastic. Well, our next matchup is Kronos versus Zeus on Mirage. A classic, some might say.
Yeah, I feel like we haven't really seen too much Zeus. I think it was in the last draft, but wasn't picked. But always like to see a Zeus game.
Yeah, and I don't know Magic. Magic loves Zeus. He actually played a lot of Zeus on Legacy, for little to everyone else's knowledge. He played a lot of Zeus on Legacy and was very good with it. But Moose, if you're ready, I'm gonna jump into Mirage right away. Let's go. off to the races we go. As Soup is in the left side, playing as Kronos. Magic in the right side, playing as Zeus. And game 2 is on Mirage, with Magic leading 1-0. Seems like a bit of a defensive map here, Moose. What do you reckon?
Yeah, it is. It's a bit of a contrast to the one we saw a little bit earlier. Gold mines right on there. There's going to be a quick bolt on the Oracle from Soup. Doesn't want that deconstruct coming down on Magic side, but there is going to be another Oracle coming through. Also, I just think against Kronos, there's not really that many early bolt opportunities. A villager actually coming through to stop the Oracle as well. Magic is on it. There is another villager that could.
Yeah, it's not the there was this game that I don't even think this is going to be worth it. I mean, he might be able to snare it up with the HUSKSUPPESUPPE. Okay, it is worth it to actually kill off the Oracle. There was somewhat of a, I can't even remember what the game was. I think it was on Tundra Pools way back in Legacy, and Kronos was just dominating that map. And someone came up with the idea of just building ghost walls to prevent the Oracle from getting in there. And it stops you. So it stops the oracles from getting. Oh no, that oracle's away.
Yeah.
What are you doing, Magic?
He's getting away. He's getting away. Does he realize? Yeah, the HUSKSUPPESUPPE is back over. But is it going to be quick enough? How much damage does he do? He should be able to slap it down. So,
like, why would you run the HUSKSUPPESUPPE away instead of just run the villager? You just kill it with the villager back. It does 1 damage a second. Yeah, now you realize. Yeah. Okay, and this is classic Magic. He'll do about 3 or 4 really silly things in a game before he decides to lock in and play a high level game.
What's he saying in this position? Is just like, that's worth. Nailed it.
By the time he's halfway, he might as well just walk over here, drop a dock, and then start mining the back gold mine. Like, what even is this?
Villager. He's been down a villager for what, about 2 minutes? A minute and a half?
I guess
but he's back.
The one thing you could say, nah, it should have just been dead anyways. But the one thing you can say here for the idea of just chasing an Oracle around with a villager early game is that you stop the Oracle from having any line of sight, which means you stop favor from coming through. Which then means you stopping things like a deconstruction, you're stopping the Valors, you're stopping Prometheans. And at this point, where the Kronos would probably be on something like 20 favor, maybe more, it's going to be 8 favor.
Yeah, I think when you get to the next stage, it's about 20-25 favor. And yeah, with the super early bolt as well. So there won't really be any Promethean follow-up to start with. Or at least not on mass. You can only just afford your upgrade. And that's going to be that, especially with this Oracle moving forward as well. And the time shift on the dock is coming through.
Does this work? It does work. I think he's gotten it right. I think he can deny this dock here with the shanks. I think he does. Yep, he's done it right. Perfect denial of the dock. But I mean, I think it's worth it in terms of the damage he does, because it's 125 wood, 7 villagers shanking down for, they could probably shank for about, I don't know, 20 seconds for it to be worthwhile. He denies that dock. He denies all the pressure. He does lose a lot of resources for it though.
He's going to be struggling for anything, but what does Zeus really need? He's got his free Minotaur. Jason's coming over. Heracles on the way as well. Soup trying two docks in.
What is this?
The villager's back over. What the hell is this game?
Magic is trying. Like I said, 4 crazy decisions from Magic, and then he's going to start locking in here.
And the Offspring actually might even be able to get a villager kill. Looks like they're not going to be able to. Ooh, do manage to trap one inside. Might lose both Prometheans for it, and a big block from Heracles, but the villager still does go down. Even one very low HP does manage to survive. Magic does pull that one back. Yeah, don't want to leave that one about for the cheeky cheeky Promethean to come back in, and Magic is already reacting. He's got a second dock up and some siege ships to deal with this dock attack coming from Soup.
Yeah, the big thing here for Magic is that the Heracles is really strong early on. So if he notices the buildings coming down, which he did, he saw the counter barracks coming, he could just like look for those early fights and sort of get a lot of value. Alternatively, he can just walk into Soup's base and look for his own value in here.
Yeah, looks like that's the option he's chosen. Olympian parentage coming in, and with Soup sending all his military buildings forward, there's going to be nothing here to deal with Heracles at all. Valors are in. You can heal up your citizens. The citizens can shank, but
I mean, the problem is that
it's a bit rough.
The problem is that Soup's lost another Oracle. He built one, and while he can valorize this citizen, which he will do, he doesn't have a lot of favor. So he needs to get some more Oracles out.
Soup committing very hard on this backside, on this water. Fire ships out, siege reams out. Magic is matching it though. And Soup with some very low HP ships here. At what point do you stop kind of committing to it? Because you've already so many resources you've invested this side. You just keep going.
I think the whole idea here from Soup is he just wants Magic to spend a lot of resources on the water, which wins that fight so hard. But it forces out a lot of gold spend here, which wastes the home gold mine, which then allows him to look for damage later on outside and just get full classical army to some degree here. But I can't say this is going well for Soup. This looks really, really good for Magic. Even though he is behind on score at the moment, he's really found a lot of advantage early on here.
Yeah, I think he did have a lot in his queue on this dock, and he just cancelled it the second that he won that fight. So he's aware that he doesn't want to commit too much. There are some Mamillos, Termas just being distracting, being annoying, but Magic, he's got his wooden wall coming up, so his gold mine villages should be safe. And Soup pumping units for the time being, even getting some Prometheans in as well. The house doesn't go down either. Magic back to defend it.
It might be worth it for watchtowers, you'd think here. Of course, Magic can grab them at some point, but at the moment he just wants to get full hoplites going. He does have a lot of wood income, so maybe some archery ranges wouldn't go astray. Soup is so crazy. He's up to 5 oracles now behind all of this. So he was down at 1 at some point. Now he's upgraded his his Prometheans to the next tier. Well, next tier, I'll just get the one tier that they've got. They've got the alluvial clay tech. This is Caraballister. Will go down. No Valor available there, unfortunately, as the restoration gets dropped. That there is another very strange decision from Magic. Weren't all his units basically at full HP?
Yeah, and he only had 4. I thought the point was to like have 4 and min defend and do something else, but now he's spamming out the units. So you would like to think you would save it for later, but I mean it does force out Soup for a little bit of time to be able to get the rest of the hoplites in. He didn't have that many buildings out. Well, he only had 1. Now he does get the second one. All of his population was on that water, so maybe that was the reason for it, just wanting to basically get his own units out, watchtowers as well. There's another Oracle getting trained as well, so 7 on the cards for Soup, so he wants to go in to something.
I think the best play here for Soup is to get himself a unit which beats these hoplites. And yes, the Caraballister are good, but the best unit to beat the hoplite is the Promethean, because it's going to tank. And there's a lot of these oracles out. He's going to get a lot of Prometheans. But losing the temple, well, that hurts. He's going to town center? Okay, now I am without understanding of what Soup's plan is here. So the way that I think about oracles as Atlantean is that they are effectively you're going eco, basically. You're going to play a military strat because you need to spend all the favor that you get in. But if you then go into a town center, you're all double dipping on eco, which means you can't really go into military. So how is he going to be able to do all of this stuff at once?
So is it a pivot? He's going Theft of Fire on this back. He's going back to this back gold mine. Is he going to start manually doing his citizens? Is it just complete change of what he's up to?
I mean, the theft
maybe,
of...
or maybe he needs the 7 oracles. You don't need 7 oracles to heroize your villages.
No, but more is more, I guess.
Let's find on these hoplites. The Caraballas is going to get some big damage done, especially if there is a Valor available.
Yeah, great control from Soup, and he does actually burn the Valor, but it's not a bad thing to have a hero Caraballister there. Meanwhile, still got units just all around the place. I think, I could be wrong, but I think the Promethean Offspring upgrade and building, the one Promethean Offspring, may have given a little bit of false information over to Magic. Now Magic's seen the town center, so he knows what to expect. But he's going Heroic Age now through Dionysus. And potentially here, as long as Soup just spends resources and is ready to defend, he should be okay. But he's going Heroic Age himself too.
So he's got a lot of resources in the banks. He's going Rhea on his side. And yeah, going to be up against the bronze. The restoration has already been burnt though, so he doesn't have to watch out for
bronze restoration.
That all-in bronze restoration fight. Yeah, so that's one big benefit for Soup, especially with this restoration nerf at 125 favor. It's quite a lot now, so you're not really going to be reusing that, or at least not until a lot later on. And where's Magic going over here? I imagine over to this gold mine. It's going to be the plan.
And this is also, I think, it's not quite scouted from Soup. He is hiding his oracles off onto the side of the screen. Why would he be there? Well, he is being sneaky. Of course, you have to scout every crevice of the map to catch those oracles out and take them down. Of course, Magic already thinks, I've already killed off 3. How could he have favor? Well, he built 7. So...
So if you look on Soup's perspective, he is basically everywhere. Everywhere that you could put an oracle, that's where he's put one. But yeah, maybe Magic's thinking he's kind of done the job. Why would he even have any more out? This is Soup. He does like a bit of favor coming in, and he is up to the next stage as well. And the Hydra does get deleted by Magic. Yeah. He's like, nah, you're not having my Hydra.
I don't want to deal with it. But Magic is either doing this on purpose or he has forgotten. He has stopped building villages. Now, I say he could be doing this on purpose because there may not be a chance for him to win this game if he keeps building villages and he wants to spam out every little bit of resource he can into military with this bronze. But even if he kills a town center off, I'm not sure. I'm not sure this is going to be a winning recipe for Magic.
No, but right now he is overwhelming Soup quite hard, but Soup does just get loads of units in that queue. He just needs a bit of time to be able to get them out. There was a little choke point for Soup's units as well, and Magic did definitely manage to clear it up. But with this town center, you see the villager difference. It's kind of wild. Yeah. Soup does need to treat some of these citizens. They might get caught out.
Unfortunately,
they do best.
I can't say that this is on purpose from Magic here in the slightest. You can see he's got plenty of resources in the bank. He could have afforded the villagers. It's not like this is hitting any harder than it otherwise would have. But Soup's trying to get himself his units out. Now he's getting himself Levy mainline soldiers, which helps him build his Vermillos and his Arcus faster. In these sorts of situations, when you're sort of back up against the wall and you have to deal with infantry, it's not a bad thing to get out a Caraballister as well. Like if you're going into Arcus, generally waiting on the Arcus until you can get out like 20 plus of them is much better. But if you can't and you don't have any just in yet and you need to take a fight, getting out 2 or 3 Caraballister can be very, very helpful.
Oh, definitely worth it with the Paspers coming in. But yeah, now Soup's got his massive units out, and he should be in a good spot. And yeah, Magic Doesn't have the villagers coming through. He does have a fortress coming up though.
Yeah, unfortunately, the fortress doesn't really help out Magic at all. He still hasn't started villages. It's a tough pill to swallow. I mean, he's already... I don't actually know. If he was building villages here, he probably would be in it. No, I think he'd just be losing here still, but at some point he's got to be like, why is my economy so bad?
Yeah, what do you have here? 45, something like that. He was building them fully. I mean, there was a kind of angle where he went the full infantry units you can get out just to... I mean, it's just a couple more, isn't it? Just one extra every 15 seconds. Fortress coming up on the bottom side, but Soup is definitely going to sniff that one out. And Magic.
Yeah,
Magic. He's had enough.
Magic taps out. Not able to make it happen. I think it was a little bit too wild on the defense with the villager movement. After he killed the first dog, I thought that was fantastic. Probably could have just gone into a more of a standard defense after that. But even then, he just couldn't quite stabilize, even after everything.
Yeah, definitely a shame the game went that way, because the start was all action.
Yeah,
villagers roaming, the time shift to the back, and everything.
The old don't build villages for 6 minutes angle does not quite work out for him. What is that equal to? It's like, let's just call it 4 a minute. So 24 extra villages.
That's how long it was for?
He would have been at 60. He would have been at like 70 villages. Well, and he would have been in a good spot, I reckon. So I think he was playing a good game. I think he had it all working for himself. He just forgot the villagers, unfortunately. So that is game 2 in the books. I think Soup, maybe he got away with it here. I don't know. It could have been a close one, but maybe he got away with it. Let's jump back to the draft and see what they're going to pick for game number 3.
Let's do it.
Alrighty. Our next game on... What did they say? Huh? Is this the first time we've seen this map? I feel like I haven't seen this map picked once yet. We have got a Midgard.
Yeah.
Is it? Am I just misremembering? Is this map been in the pool the whole time?
I don't think we have seen a Midgard game.
Well, it is time to jump into our Midgard game. That's where we're up to. So let's we're gonna go into Midgard here, and you're gonna love it. So off we go into Midgard.
Otherwise, I don't have my mouse speed.
Well, off we go into game number 3. Moose has been destroyed by the game settings. But we are here. On the right side, we've got Soup playing as Thor. And the left side, we've got Magic playing as Frey.
Oh, we like that. I've been on a bit of a Frey hype recently.
Yeah,
he is a lot of fun, and I think in a reasonable spot with all the Norse changes. He's feeling good.
Yeah, I like this god. I think he's good pretty much no matter what. I just think he is an insanely strong god. Definitely has a flavor to him. If you don't understand how to play him, it's going to feel really, really bad. But we have been seeing him having success on water maps recently. So I'm not exactly surprised to see Magic going for this god. We do see Soup also saying, let's go Thor on Midgard, which is generally pretty good. Very good versus the Greeks in general. And I think that Magic did have some Greeks in his pool left. No, he does not. Nothing in his pool there at all. So there wasn't really a whole lot of question marks around what Magic was planning to play here. So I am kind of surprised to see the Thor pick. The reason why
You've
is...
got a timestamp for me. Sorry.
I do. We're at 2 minutes and 5 seconds.
Sounds good.
Okay. So yeah, the reason this is kind of difficult for Thor often comes down to how do you deal with the rock giant? That's generally how this works in the Norse mirror. If you got an answer to the rock giant, then you're fine. So for example, Odin, Loki, they've got mountain giants, which is without question an answer to the rock giant. But Thor doesn't have that unit. Thor has Battle Boar, which can kind of get some damage. And he's got Frost Giants, which can kind of do some stuff. But without that Jotun, with all the crush damage that comes, then and the bonus damage I got versus Myth units, you can basically one-hit a Rock Giant to some degree. Can take it out of play very quickly. But not available to Soup. So maybe the Frost Giant is all you need.
Yeah, so the Frost Giants are definitely a decent option there. And I know Soup, he does like the Thor on this map going Skadi, because you do get those frosty hammer ships.
That's right.
So always a decent option to go for. So I think it's one hit slows, second hit slows, and the third hit is basically like you got a Frost Giant on the water.
Well, you've also got it's unfortunate because there's another tech here that you never get to see from Freya when you go A gear. Where is it? What's it called? It's called the Grasp of Ran, which you can make Krakens from. But
every 500 damage, you spawn a Kraken. I don't think I've literally did not know that existed. I don't think I've ever seen that. There's so many of those water techs where you're like, wow, I had no idea.
Yeah, well, there's one that blows up your fishing ships. You can blow up and do a crazy amount of damage with your fishing ship. That one exists too. There you go.
Was that not nerfed?
It was nerfed, but it's still very good.
Still demo fishing ship.
Demo fishing ships. Nubar got buffed as well, so I'm surprised we haven't seen it recently. But we are seeing Freya coming through from Soup, which normally I'd say, okay, in the Norse mirror, Freya, that's that's the best pick normally, because you have the speed from the raiding cavalry, the Valkyrie raids, and you can just lock your opponent in behind everything. But when you're playing versus, when you're playing on a water map, well, all of a sudden the food skyrockets and you're just gold choked. Or you don't have the resource for gold. And generally, the unit you want to build is the low gold cost, high food cost unit, whatever it is. Ursa, Berserk, not a raiding cavalry. So we'll see how it's going to go for Soup, but he is being very aggressive here. Forward Longhouse.
Oh yeah, forward Longhouse coming up to aggress on this dock. But one thing I do like from these heavy food maps is the Valkyries. And you know you're going to be getting into some fights early on, or at least Soup wants to be getting into some, so he will have the resources, the favor in to get more of these Valkyries. And in Norse mirrors, the Valkyries are very, very strong.
Ooh. And we also see
trying to get into the main base.
A surprise from Magic. I don't know if you did you notice that you go Freya as well? I was expecting Ulla.
Yeah.
But the double Freya, so Valkyrie on Valkyrie action is going to be a easy way to deal with what Soup is going for the time being.
Yeah, I definitely rate the Freya with Frey for this when you're up against Thor. I do really like it. It looks like one Gatherer for Magic is going to go down, but Soup, not paying attention with his Valkyrie, is going to be able to get away, and will eventually have more Valkyries to heal her up. And then on the backside, there's going to be, or the top side, Magic's going to be going for a raid of his own. And it looks like a return villager.
Yeah, one villager down,
go down.
Both player here.
Yeah.
No Hurso in the main base from Soup is a big misplay. This is something that always happens. You charge forward, you try and be aggressive early on. Valkyrie runs to your opponent's base and causes havoc.
Yeah, you know it's coming. You always got to leave one.
Well,
Magic does lose a Hurster on this bottom side as well, and the dock does go down. So was that all Soup was after, or was he after a little bit more? Looks like he also hasn't grabbed his fish on the backside, so he is trying to go more aggressive than getting the boom off himself. Usually, I swear, Soup's a big boomer for Midgard.
now Soup has two modes, either full out all aggression or full out all boom, and I think we're going to see the aggressive variant in this one. Soup is one of the best ever in the aggressive Norse from way back. He's had that advantage from long ago, from having lots and lots of games played at the very high levels in this sort of a matchup. But Magic is one of the best defenders in the game. It's Forest Fire though from Soup is going to be kind of huge here. It's a little bit of damage done, not as much as I would have expected there. Soup not, well, he probably was expecting to drag those units in. Normally you want to have them stuck on there, but maybe that was more of a retreat Forest Fire anyways.
It's interesting the comp that you see because it's a water map. I don't think you would ever see this many berserks in a main army in a Norse mirror.
Yeah,
The berserks are there for kind of the raiding potential kind of situation, but here because you've got so much food income, you're like, well, berserks build quick. They're pretty good against everything until the throwing axemen come out. And I think Soup was trying to build some throwing axemen on the backside as well. But at this stage of the game, when you just need units out, they deal so much damage. Definitely a good call on both sides. There's a dwarf. What's the dwarf doing? Oh no, he isn't going for a back tree, is he? No, goes back.
I don't know what you're talking. Oh, he's over here. Now the raid's coming in
next to Magic's army.
Magic comes in huge damage there. He can just take those kills and just leave. Now that's so brutal. 29 to 25 villagers. Of course, the Dwarven Armory from Soup can come up. You have to ask the question, why are you on the forward forest? You got the forward one burned. That's great. Now just go to the back and put buildings around it and defend yourself. That's not what happened there.
Yeah, unfortunate. Soup has also, because he's going full dwarfs actually, which is interesting on a map like this. Oh, there's going to be a big engagement first, but Soup doesn't want to take it.
Yeah,
he
Magic
is quite far behind on units.
I don't know. Like, I think Magic's just been trading so insanely efficiently in this game, and Soup, while he has invested into his Dwarven Armory now, it's probably the only thing that Magic hasn't invested into. But he's just behind by 2k military resources. That's an insane amount.
Yeah, I think Soup didn't get too much damage done early either. He took the dock out, but that was kind of it. But hasn't gone back and built the fish after the fact. So I think Magic's just, yeah, that plus the trays just slowly pulling ahead. The Valkyries for Soup are coming out though. He does have 3 of them. This is what I like to see. But Magic's got 76 favor in the bank as well, so he can do the same if he wants, or save it for later for some other myth unit. And he's going to be grabbing a forward town center is the choice.
Yeah, forward town center does give the option of a heroic age. Actually, maybe even taking the one on the left side would have been better here.
That's just what I was thinking. Yeah, it doesn't secure the gold mine. The closest gold mine to Soup is over there. So,
but anyways, heroic age plus Tempest plus Ghoul and Bursty, always going to be a threat. But Soup does manage to keep himself alive here. He's caught back up on villagers a little bit because of the Dwarven Armory. So he's still got some play, but now behind a town center, has to be out onto a second gold mine. we'll see how he's going to manage to do this, make this all work, as the forward Soup Doc will end up going down.
All the magic units coming over here, and I think Magic is also getting some raids on the fishing ships. He does have a couple of units on fire up the top side, just being annoying to those Magic fishing ships. And we do have the Valkyrie upgrade coming in for Magic as well, and he is spamming those out.
And the Shieldman and Valkyrie are in. They do manage to find themselves onto these villages of Magic, and Magic a little bit late to react. And when you have the Shieldman and Valkyrie, they do so much damage.
Yeah, nice play from Soup. Does get the villager back to 40-40, and might be able to get one more. Does manage to. The Valkyries Magic are going to get back and defend, and I think Soup could actually take out another couple of villagers before he leaves. Definitely be happy with that. That's exactly what he needs to bring himself back into this one. But while that's happening, Magic is just building himself another town center.
Yeah, 3 town center angle, both the ones in the center of the map. Walls coming up everywhere from Soup, but I mean, killing off villages here is totally an angle. You don't even have to think about getting your town centers. You just have to kill off 2 villages every 17 seconds or so, which obviously is possible with the Valkyrie. He's going Skadi, so he's going to be getting himself his Dreki fish, or his Dreki ramming ship upgrade, so he can start taking out all the water. He doesn't really need the town centers because he's going to have a big food advantage, but he has to keep on raiding.
Yeah, the issue is from Super C, he hasn't seen these town centers. He doesn't know that he's the Magic's got them, but I mean, he knows he's kind of back up against the wall, so there's something coming for him. He just hasn't quite spotted that yet. There is going to be an A gear very, very shortly for Magic, and the Skadi option is going to come through for Soup as well. So Heroic Age is pretty much around the same sort of time. Soup just building around the map. Maybe some walls up on the next gold mine would be nice. But yeah, he still does need to get some damage done. What is this? Hill fort. Very aggressive hill fort from Soup on one of the gold mines.
This is very much spotted here. I don't think the Soup can take this fight. He's probably going to have to drop a Frost at the moment. But I don't know if he's able to drop the Frost. Throwing Axeman getting around onto the back line. The throwing Axeman from Soup are just getting annihilated, and Magic just wins another fight. Not just wins it, but dominates another fight.
Yeah, all Valkyries down. The throwing Axeman from Soup are trying to get in the right spot, while all the while Magic's throwing Axeman putting out maximum DPS. And yeah, Soup definitely, he is struggling. What is he building here? He's just trying to get his goatees out, get rid of those Shield Maiden Valkyries, get rid of the Rock Giants, but there is going to be...
Yeah, this is just too much stuff, and Soup will just say, "Alright, I've clearly been outplayed in this situation. Let me tap out. We'll go next." He was going to go into his Dreki spam. It was making sense. Maybe if he didn't try to play so far forward, sit back for a little bit longer, allow his hammer ships to clean the water up, to give him his economic advantage, while maybe continuing the raids with the Valkyrie. Could have gone that way, but and Magic looking in fine form here for game number 3. He's now 1 win away from his first semi-finals appearance.
Ooh. Yeah, so Magic is looking clean in that one.
All right, let's jump back over the draft and see what the next map is going to be. Of course, Soup gets to pick, but there's only 2 left. Alrighty, so our next map is on Ghost Lake, and it's going to be a Shenong versus Quetzalcoatl matchup. Oh, we've caught up. Let's go.
Have they not started yet?
We've got ourselves a little bit of a wait here for the next one.
Cool. So
Or-
Ghost Lake.
Yeah.
Ghost Lake, I swear, is in every single set. It's obviously a fan favorite amongst these top players.
It's just a good map. I heard someone say it was a bad map today. Silly person. Shouldn't trust them on anything.
Oh, that's just the wrong take. You can't have an opinion. Uh, I like it because you have to adapt, and there isn't that many maps where you have to adapt completely. Like it's just
Yeah.
depending on the gold mine spawns in the main base, depending on the gold mine spawns everywhere else. Like it just completely. You need to have multiple options of what you're going to do and be able to just adapt to the map and what your opponent's doing. And I think maybe that's why these, it's a favorite amongst these top players.
Yeah, you get 2 gold mine in the main base, 1 gold mine in the main base. There's spawns where you only have 2 large gold mines a player. Sometimes you get a spawn where there's 4 or 5 gold mines a player. But yeah, this is also an interesting matchup. On top of that, we did see, I would say we saw B kind of show the way a little bit in his own gameplay against, I can't remember what the game was, but it was a Shenong against Quetzalcoatl.
Mm-hmm.
So I wouldn't be surprised to see Soup go that angle, and that was basically just a fast second town center classical fight.
Yeah, I think from what I've seen before, Soup went a lot of noir on Ghost Lake, and he was going for those. He did go second TC, didn't he? He went second TC Janu, so maybe just replicating something similar to that could be an option. Just going, well, my noir's taken away, so I'll do a similar strat where you get the heroic age through Russia, you get the strong Dow kind of push if you're up against a 2 TC, but maybe not something that Quetzalcoatl does that often. But that's what I've seen him do so far. I don't think it's been an Aztec matchup though. But
yeah, Aztec kind of throws things a little bit for a loop, so to speak. But definitely think Quetzalcoatl is going to be strong here. I think Shenong is also going to be strong here. There's not really much up to it apart from just play really well, and it's going to be the way through. I think there's a lot of power spikes to be sort of aware of as well, though. All right, we'll see how it goes. It's going to be a tough one. If you were the Quetzalcoatl player, would you think you'd rather play on the 1 gold mine or the 2 gold mine Ghost Lake?
Well, no matter what god I play, I always like the 1 gold mine.
Full send.
I
never
like it.
stop.
I like a full send. I do like a full send. But yeah, I mean, kind of depends which way you wanna go with it. I mean, if you want that, if it is going to be that full classical, maybe it is a little bit nicer just to have the two gold mines just can sit in for a little bit longer. More about the fights, less about those raids that are coming in. Will be nice. I think they're going to be pretty equal on the goat split. Very early on, no OP scouts. One scout each. These guys, they don't get 3 like some of these OP civs.
That's right. Well, no OP civs remaining. It is game number 4.
Maybe not.
And Magic 1 win. I'm having to come back tomorrow. Gonna go into the map. What are we playing on? Ghost Lake. Let's jump in and check it out. Alrighty. Off to the races we go on the left-hand corner of the map. We've got Soup as Shenong. In the top right-hand corner, we have Magic playing as HUSKSUPPESUPPE. Off to the races we go.
And it is double gold mine, 4 gold mines on the left, 3 gold mines on the right. Oh no, 4 gold mines on the right. There was one pesky one hidden. So this is as much gold as I'm pretty sure you can get.
There is so much gold on this map.
Oh,
Feeling
God.
good. How much can you want? They ask. A lot, they say.
And I think Soup's going to be happy with his full Quafu spam, if that's what he wants to go for. He's going to be enjoying all those gold mines. But the closer town center for Soup doesn't really have that much on it. He's blocked off by these snowy pine trees. If there was 2 trees missing, that'd be a pretty nice spot. But unfortunately, he's kind of blocked off on the left side. And Magic's back town center is kind of pretty similar on the back end of those trees. His one's a little bit easier to walk around if he wants a bit of a wall across.
Yeah, I think... Actually, short, I think, yeah. This map is looking a little on the funky side. But, for the moment, I think it doesn't really matter what town center you want here. I think you just have to take one onto Goldmine Ghost Lake as Shenong, which begs the question as to whether or not Quetzalcoatl player is also going to do the same thing. Now, I've seen Magic play some insane one town center Quetzalcoatl stuff, but he was very new to the god back then. Question is to whether or not you can grab yourself a second town center or you have to stay one town center still kind of remains the question to me for this god. We have seen it being kind of happening more and more recently, so I think as players get kind of comfortable, they start going for these sorts of ideas, and it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I think on a map like this where the town centers, I mean, there's resources everywhere. I think it is just fine just to match it. I don't really see a problem with it, but I know that some people do like their kind of all out classical play, try and outplay anyway. So we'll see what Magic wants to go for. He has done the kind of standard Quetzalcoatl build of all the outposts, all the pens, all the workshops.
Yeah, you want to... It's just too much value for you to say no. Like,
yeah, it's so
imagine
cheap.
someone asking you as a Greek player if you would want plus 15% on your economy, and all you got to do is pay an extra, what is it, 150 or 200 wood? I can't remember how much they are all costing. Let's call it 200 wood. You get 15% extra economy. And you say, is that it? You say, yes, I'll take that.
Yeah, what are they? It's 50 wood cow bully, isn't it? And then,
yeah,
I don't know. They're just cheap.
They're very cheap.
They're just cheap. Why not? And we'll have a little bit of a... Why don't we have a little bit of a goat count? Always the way these ones. We've got 12 on the red side to 14 for Soup. So pretty equal if these 3 do manage to get back. But Magic is coming forward looking for relics, I think. So if he can get those back,
he's looking for goats. That's what he's... This is Goats Lake. It's always goats. That's good.
And manages to snipe those away. Cattle on Magic's side, and then how to for Soup. And he's definitely
sure what he's searching for with this warrior priest outside of just looking for early game attacks. Looks like he's just going to go for... This makes sense, actually. Come to think of it. Going for a really fast town center after getting all of the attachments out is a little bit on the meh side of things, but going for a bunch of warrior priests and putting pressure on and then dropping your town center, that makes a lot of sense because you're going to be able to force a bunch of idle time, get your value in, and go from there.
Looks like you might be able to snipe one villager.
It's that villager into the
About
tower,
1
and that
HP.
villager must become a farmer now. Underneath the Shenong farms.
1 HP. He'll be more than happy to do that. Actually, the farms have gone up on the right side because the Quafus want to grab himself a settlement, but there's Bunny and Warrior Priest 1 and 2 coming to stop that settlement. But
yeah, unfortunately,
Kwafu's
no way to deal damage to your own bunny rabbit. You can actually eat these farms, but yeah, no way to deal damage to that. And we will see, yeah, like you said, the town center up for Magic as well.
Yeah, definitely makes sense. Early pressure into that tailwind coming over. Does he think he can stop this? I mean, it's
he might be
close. 13 seconds left. Wow.
He might be able to. It's Jesus. This is gonna 2 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Town center is up. He drops the agave bloom here as well to keep his units alive. 50 HP with the Kwafu. Doing the bunny goes down though. And you've just gifted the agave bloom over. Magic.
He's still there.
He could have eaten the Shenong farm once they started attacking. In underneath the farms he goes, and well, now Soup will say, "Thank you very much for the agave bloom. I will be eating that." And well, Magic's got his own second town center anyways, but he loses out on quite a lot there.
Warrior Priest trying to get out, but Earthwall is fully in. The other Warrior Priest trying to slap it down, but it's 300 HP. I think Magic will just kind of run around there, but yeah, it's not what he was looking for. He's looking for a quick win, taking down that town center, but maybe if he was slightly quicker, it was crazy close.
Yeah,
how much damage they did. Yeah,
end of the world. He basically did 100% of the damage, 100% damage to the town center. So Soup has to spend another 700 resources to repair that back up to full HP. But he gets some of that back with the agave bloom. So I'm just like, what is happening here?
Maybe it's easy to say after the fact, but do you ever sack a villager and transform one into a Teshipla? What's like the raw damage output on something like a town center? Or is it just less damage?
Think that it would have helped very much there, unfortunately. But it's not all over here. Like, Soup is still under attack. You might lose a villager as well. Oh, gets onto the Shenong farms.
To get in the farms. 3 HP for that one.
It does heal back up on these farms as well. Little known fact.
Yats getting away. It was only really the agave bloom that was the big problem. It was only, like, it was a bunny and a couple of warrior priests. That one, not so much of a big deal, but yeah, losing his god power is not ideal. And these priests are just so annoying.
And they are speedy. 5 speed, charging around, picking villagers off non-stop.
Super doesn't have that many units out at all. Does he even have any buildings? No, he doesn't. He's now dropping a couple.
Was Magic not building villages, or is this just me getting trolled by Pegasus Rush in the chat? Pretty sure he's building villages, right? Anyways.
Yeah.
Magic back in. He is looking to take these villagers out on the hunt, but too quick from Soup that time. And the Kwafu is idle though. Soup needs to get that sorted out. He's finished the repair rate. So well, Soup's had a lot of idle time on the Kwafu, so even though Magic's been having some issues on his own economy, same thing on the other side as a Yatsa tries to get some villager picks himself, but it does go down.
Yeah, turn around and Shank gets rid of that guy, and the warrior priests are going to come back while a heroic age on the way for Magic, and he is dropping double Noble's Hut. Oh no, quadruple Noble's Hut. So probably wants a certain archer that's available in the heroic age.
Sometimes
you would imagine.
Sometimes when you see a good thing, you wanna get some of that good thing, and once you get some of that good thing, sometimes it's better to get more of that good thing. I'm gonna be seeing a lot of those Eagle Warriors coming through for Magic, but the big problem for him is that Rush Shoal is on the way, and I don't care what type of archer you are. If you're an archer and you have to face up against a god power called Fey Beasts, it's a difficult time.
Another one. Another god. Another god power. Good against the back line. Too many of them for my liking. Oh, might be able to snipe a villager. Nice play from Soup. And nothing in here for Magic. He is going to run over with a couple of his Coyote Warriors.
Yeah, that's...
They are...
It should be enough so long as he targets the right unit. Doesn't get around onto the back there as the Pioneers are pulling away. And the Warrior Priests are back to help out. But Magic needs a little bit more time to get into his Eagle Warriors here.
Coyote Warriors do manage to take out probably that Pioneer as well, but are going to go down. And what's Soup going for on his side is grabbing his Dow Swordsman, grabbing his Wuzu Javeliniers, of course, to match up against the Eagle Warriors that he can imagine is going to be coming his way. And this is the style that I've seen from him with the new War, getting the Rusho in, 2 TCs, Dow Swordsman, all those upgrades. Oh, Fey Beast getting dropped down.
Oh.
Big amount of damage.
That is a cast of the God Power that I've never thought to use before. I think Magic gets away without losing too much, but look, he's at 37 villages now.
Yeah, so he did lose some.
The Fey Beast is still out. I mean,
it's
gonna be okay, but Magic is so far behind at this point.
Yeah, his Ayatollah is on the town center, but all of the Quaffus throwing stones at it. Is it going to be enough to take it out before it can manage to destroy the town center?
Surely you just repair the town center and it gets...
Yeah, they probably repair quicker than they do damage to the Big Myth unit. And the town center does go down.
Magic gets a little something for his hard work. It's the Bai who will come and nibble onto the Ayatollah. The Eagle Warriors have got several business days that need to pass before they can actually take out one of those Dow swords when he does need to get a Great Temple and into the Sean one here.
That Sheepler is transformed from Magic, so Soup says, okay, let's just back up while that guy's around. No need to. Oh, there is a little gap in the earth wall, so Magic does just walk through.
Yeah, so the Dow Swordsmen don't really do anything. They can't really kill the Eagle Warriors, but they do mean that the Eagle Warriors can't really do anything either because they just sit here trying to get kills, trying to shoot and scoot. So, I mean, as long as there's nothing to really attack outside of charging forward, not much that's going to happen here.
Yeah, and Soup getting his copper shields for them to tank even more. But Soup so far ahead in the villager numbers as well. After I think he did get a decent amount of kills with or at least a couple of them with the Fey Beast attack.
Yeah, it's definitely advantage Soup, and I think Soup's probably gonna just pretend like he's playing Loki here, go Mythic Age, drop a dragon down on top of these guys, and call it a day.
To be fair, that's when the Eagle Warriors were at the height of their annoyance. That was definitely my counter. Get a big flying myth unit on there that spawns in straight away. And that's going to be the end of that Archer Mass. So this is what they do best. The Dow Swordsmen, they're trying to get in, but there's no other units. There's one Wuzu Javelinier. Big Bayou special, though. Oof. Just spreading them around, though. Maybe that's what the Magic units want.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit more difficult to actually micro here, but when I said that the Dow can kind of just charge straight at the Eagle Warriors, I didn't mean it quite this literally.
Literally, yeah. Just don't stop. Just keep walking. I think Soup is going for that Mythic Age.
Yeah,
he's very close.
He has to. Does he not have a ballet down there? No, it's now getting dropped. But Soup is allowing Magic a lot of value here and potentially helping Magic do things that he's done a million times before, which is pull back game from a lost position. You don't want to give an inch to Magic, because when you give an inch, he takes a mile, and we're just seeing him just getting so much value out of these Eagle Warriors.
I think that time Soup wants his ballet up, so he's just forcing out, but it's giving Magic some big trades in. Ballet in. Gonna be having to wait 2 minutes for that Mythic Age, which I imagine is coming through right now. And yeah, it's obviously going to be the Huang Di. Does make sense. Now ballets up. I imagine some more units come through. Yeah, White Horse Cavalry is going to be the choice.
Soup is also
Awesome.
absolutely playing with fire right now. There's no reason for him to be on this left gold mine. He has got 2 large gold mines safe behind his earth wall. And now he has gotten hit. And that there is exactly what Magic was looking for. This is all these villagers dying, and an equal villager count after this is all sorted out. You might be able to get out a little bit, but that, yeah, equal villager count now after that move.
Yeah, it is a strange one because he does know about the back gold mine as well. Yeah, so like you said, no reason to stay. I mean, he could have also had the barrel lay up before. He needed one. So bit of a misstep again, and Magic's definitely capitalizing on all of these. It's the amount of damage these Eagle Warriors have done. It's just absolutely ridiculous.
The only
6.5k between them.
The only problem for Magic right now, this one saving grace for Soup, is this dragon coming. There's 5 warrior priests. Of course, Magic knows that it's on the way. He's probably lost to this before. I wouldn't be surprised. But all you got to do is have the right amount of warrior priests in and a quick spread formation on your Eagle Warriors, able to survive. So at this point, he's in box formation, which allows you to get more shooting scoots off, a little bit easier to micro. But yeah, once the dragon is in, it is straight to spread formation. Otherwise, it's a lot of pain. And Magic is running forward as he does get caught out here. And now he will get hit with the dragon. There's no way Soup allows him out of here. In comes the dragon on top. And on that retreat, well, Magic does get the spread formation in quickly as the dragon, 1000 HP. Magic shooting, scooting back away from here. He's lost a lot of military as that dragon now down to 200 HP, 100 HP, and it does go down. But look at the military differential now going into the favor of Soup.
Yeah, absolutely wild. I think some people might see that use of a dragon and go, well, the dragon died. But the amount of damage that guy gets is basically just like dropping a meteor at that kind of stage. Sound like a tornado, just big amount of damage. Yes, he dies, but sends Magic back. Now so many Wuzu Javeliniers out for Soup as well. 31. He's got the ball that he needs.
Magic is only now just getting himself medium upgrades on his Eagle Warriors. They had 0. They had 0. Don't even understand.
That's them without upgrades.
Yep.
Jeez. Tautier has 2 split ups that he can do. You've got to manually do that. He's got a 3rd. Yeah. Something that you don't normally remember, but Champion Dao Swordsman now in, and all the upgrades coming through as well. Divine Judgment, Bloodlines, pre-queued.
And Soup is looking like he's in a fantastic position now. Fully upgraded, 3 talent centers, 78 villages apiece. Cheap units are going to be able to be coming through as well. Once he's already got the cheap units tech, just waiting on some favor to get everything else in. And Magic, he has to, forgive the pun, he's got to make some magic happen here.
Wow, he's been known to do it. Look at Soup's Q. He knows what he wants. He wants Dao Swordsman.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is the Dao Swordsmen just get stronger and stronger as the game goes on. Because they have such a high amount of pierce armor and such a high amount of HP. The only real unit that beats these is counter infantry. So Shawn ones will probably start coming through here for Magic. Having a front line of Shawn 1 allows the Eagle Warriors to play away from this. Maybe going into Tequila Archers as opposed to the Eagle Warriors could be somewhat of an idea. I'm not really sure. They might do more pierce damage per population, but Magic's town center is going to be falling, and Soup is going to slowly take over this map.
Yeah, the Eagle Warriors coming through for Magic. I think Soup was trying to catch them out with all his heavy woozy Javeliniers, but I think Soup just wants to be on the aggression with these Dow Swordsmen. Eagle Warriors a little bit out of position here, so the Great Temple is definitely going to go down. There's one more gold mine that Magic is on, but Soup is pushing him off of pretty much all of them at this point. Eagle Warriors caught behind as well.
And this fight could be good for Magic here at the moment. Takes out a lot of those Javeliniers. He's still got a lot of his own Eagle Warriors behind. Javeliniers, though, with some half-decent control from Soup, he is managing to deal with everything. And I think Magic now, looking like he has well and truly fallen behind. And I'm not sure if he's going to be able to make it happen.
At this point, just distracting, getting everything to the back, but Soup not overcommitting. He's got that Great Temple. He's going to go down, securing himself another town center on this right side as well. So all the gold mines on this side available for him. I imagine a Ballet getting slapped up on that top gold mine as well. He's just absolutely swarming units through, and he does manage to take that one.
Well, we get ourselves game 5, ladies and gentlemen. Soup strikes back. It was a messy game. I think
Soup wild start.
I think Soup got lucky here at the start of this game. Like, clearly Magic had a plan, and he spotted the town center going up. He was whacking away. He thought he could deny it. If he denied it, then it was literally just game over on that moment. But,
oh yeah.
man, a close one. We've got one final game for you guys to entertain you before the night finishes. Let's jump over to the draft. They've got 2 gods each they can possibly pick, 1 map remaining. Let's check out what it is. It's going to be Tezcatlipoca and Fushi on the final map, which is Giza.
Tezcatlipoca. We've seen every Aztec.
Yeah, no Aztec bans, and I mean, we also see no Aztec wins from these guys. But clearly, Aztecs both a priority pick
buffs.
and not overpowered. That's how you know. When you see a priority pick not winning, that's how you know it's not overpowered. Perfectly balanced game.
Is Tezcatlipoca the best one? That's the question. Is he going to be the first one to get a win?
Well,
against the Fushi.
It is a scary god. Let's just say that much. Tezcatlipoca's got the really powerful Jaguar riders to rush for. He's got some really, really fun all-in aggression. He also gets to steal the Peach Blossom Spring from Fushi with his...
That's a nice one.
With his Obsidian Mirror. That can be nice too. Well, I am ready to go in onto the map, Giza. Shall we head off?
Let's do it.
Off we go. Alrighty, off to the races we go. On the left-hand corner of the map, we have Tezcatlipoca or Soup. And on the right-hand corner of the map, we have Magic as Fushi. One last game. 2 very, very strong players and 1 semi-final to fill in.
Taking us all the way to a game 5. Now, yeah, if I'm Soup here, I'm running my Commission Spy straight over to the other side to get his Obsidian Mirror straight down on that Peach Blossom Spring. You want to steal that very early on, be able to reap the rewards.
Yeah,
it's almost like you just want to be playing against a good god, or at least a god with a strong god power when you're Tezcatlipoca. Normally you don't want to be doing that, but with him, you want the best god power available. You will be pinching that straight away.
Yeah, it's an annoyance to some degree. Like there's some gods, say for example, playing against Gaia or playing against the Fushi here, where Tezcatlipoca would just rather be able to drop his god power immediately. But unfortunately, that's not how it works. As the Peach Blossom Spring gets dropped into the main base. But here's the good thing. You can put a Calpuli next to it. Livestock pen. What's the other one? Craft workshop.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Lumber outpost. And you can get yourself plus 15% on top of whatever else is in that. So even though Soup's going to be a little bit behind on the resources that Magic is, he's going to be able to catch up because he gets that Calpuli. So it feels good.
Also, he doesn't have to worry about favored land getting more favor. He can just put that one in his main base, make it nice and safe. Whereas
there's
all
also
the Fushi players put it on the edge.
Yeah, they need all the favor they can get. But there's also other issues, or not issues, there's other like cool things you can try here. Tezcatlipoca is all about sort of timings, so to speak. And well, this matchup, why not take full advantage of the Peach Blossom Spring and eat it nice and early? Get yourself a really good heroic agent. You can go straight into Jaguar Riders, put big pressure on, get a whole bunch of tits and middles in, and make life very, very tough for the Fushi Magic.
Yeah, I think that could be a really nice way to go. Just looking at some of these relics, myth units, favor is cheaper. We've got gold trickle rate, a little bit of that. Caravan movement speed, and ranged soldiers have extra range.
How dare they? So many strongs.
Greedy ranged units. And actually, early advance time coming through for Magic getting that Shio in. But he has gone for the 3 Kwafu build.
Yes, the 3 Kwafu build is in. I mean, this generally means you want to stay one town center, right? You go one town center, you go maybe a fast heroic, maybe not, maybe a classical fight, but it doesn't really make sense in this matchup, does it? Maybe it does. I'm not sure. I haven't thought about this matchup one iota. So I guess I'm going to be learning here with you, Moose, as to how to play this one, because this is going to be very, very nice.
Yeah, one good aspect of it is you can get out your well, he's dropping a military camp nice and early. I thought maybe it'd be a Najar out, get out and be annoying. It's going to shut down if the Tezcatlipoca wants to go for some kind of early myth unit play. It's not something we see often. Normally he's a kind of grab the myth units a little bit later, but looks like Magic wants this classical fight. Double military camp. He's going in for the Dao Swordsman nice and early.
Yeah, Dao Swordsman in so he can actually have an answer versus the early Warrior Priests, I guess. You can build Halberdiers versus them. I'm pretty sure the Warrior Priests win in a 1 versus 1, but I think the Halberdiers will win for resources. Could be wrong on that, but I think it's close at the very least. So you could just go Halberdiers if you want, but Soup in the classical age now drops himself his infestation, gets his infested lair, and himself a whole bunch of the large scorpions and a noble's hut for Soup as he wants to go straight into some Ocelot warriors.
Yeah, so for Magic getting caught out, Soup will take that one out instantly, and yeah, he is going. He's getting some Coyote warriors in. I assumed it would be Ocelot warriors, maybe just a couple of Coyote warriors take out the Pioneers, then Ocelotls for the rest of it, while Soup is going to move forward, wants his forward hunt, and he's going to steal another Peach Blossom Spring. Why not? Why not?
Yeah, why not?
It does cost 100 to cast it, but we are seeing a bit of an engagement here.
Yeah, is this not a bit of a crazy attack from Magic? Of course, it's hard to run, but the large Scorpion is going to be carrying this. The Warrior Priests, they're starting to fall. On the backside, the Pioneers did a nice amount of damage there as well. Ocelot Warrior dives forward to try and get some more value in it. It looks like after all the dust settles, it's kind of Magic winning the first engagement.
Yeah, I think Soup had the advantage there, but when those healthy Dow Swordsmen came back in against all the very low HP Warrior Priests, I mean, that's why the Dow Swordsmen are gonna enjoy that. So maybe just maybe a slight overstep, and is that gonna be Soup pushed off of his hunch? Looks like Magic doesn't know that's there. Just gonna go after the temple for the time being.
Doesn't know that's there, and Soup has jumped onto the Peach Blossom Spring, which with one villager, which is very strange, and he's not using the Calpulli there either. But nonetheless, lightning weapons for Magic as this is full pressure, full send.
Soup is trying to get out. Doesn't lose too much, but he is going to, of course, get pushed off of that Calpulli. Soup is going to have to bail unless he turns around and fights it. I don't know.
I don't know about this. This is such a Soup thing to do. Like, just run. Accept, it's fine. Can he even... How many villagers are you going to lose for this?
I think he has a few too many Coyote Warriors as well. They're not going to have a favorable matchup against the Dow Swordsman.
It looks like he does manage to hold. But I mean, now he's not actually that far behind on villagers. I think he kept a lot of those alive. Wild.
Yeah, quite a few low HP ones.
Now Najara is in to help out as well for Magic, and that does shut down those Scorpions as well.
A few more Ocelot Warriors, and Soup is going to be getting rid of these reinforcements. This is the issue with the Dow Swordsmen, is they are slow.
Yeah. Meanwhile,
they do struggle to get out.
Magic is saying, I know I did a lot of damage onto these villagers. What if I just sneak around and I kill them off, the low HP ones? Charges in with his Najar. One villager down. One little poke. Another villager is going to go down.
That one.
With another little poke.
Oof. Poison damage on that one, or burn damage on that one. Yeah, nice play. Magic should be able to get out of there. He's losing some more units on this top side. More Dow Swordsmen going down. But they have pulled back into the main base, and Soup will have to respect that town center at least a little bit.
Yeah, and now that Soup has eaten his Peach Blossom Spring, Magic does still have his own, so while there's a bit of an eco advantage from Soup at the moment, Magic can definitely catch back up very, very quickly if he decides to just eat his Peach Blossom Spring. So we'll see if he's going to go for that anytime soon, as now the machine workshops will come down and fire archers are on the menu.
Yes, I think Soup looks like he's heading to the next stage. He's not building anything else. He's got an armory on market down. No, he doesn't. But I imagine he's thinking about it, as Magic does want to come back in. I think maybe he's stepping out a little bit too soon. He thinks the same thing.
Yeah, he's got the units to sort of speed walk away. So I say, you keep in mind, Dow Swordsmen are slow, but if you position your units and reinforcements well, you can always get a retreat with them. Little known factoid. Keep in the back of your mind. It's okay to charge forward if you run fast enough.
if you got the micro and get those guys back, and it is going to be a heroic age in for Soup. I think Magic here just spamming those classical units. Oh, one Ocelot Warrior does jump a little bit too far, and Soup's going to retreat into his main base. As Magic, do you just think he just needs to just keep spamming, keep the same comp, or do you think he needs to switch it up, thinking that those Jaguar Riders are probably going to be on the way at some point?
He's definitely going to need some more heroes, because there's at least going to be 3 Tsitsimiddles out, and they are going to be a painful bunch for sure. That being said, he's in a fine spot to just sit back and enjoy just for a little bit. Especially now that he's eaten his Peach Blossom Spring. He's got himself a bunch of gold, lots of units. We go into some Javelineers, and as long as he can see where the Great Temple goes up, just charge in and get huge damage done there. But it's not looking like he's staying in the... I don't know. It's hard to tell what he's going for. There's resources in the bank. He could full spam and try and get something happening. It's going to be tough. As one thing that the Aztecs get is the warrior priest's ability to build a great temple, which allows you to not risk anything, basically, to get that up.
Yeah, that's a nice play from Soup. Gets it in a spot where Magic's probably not going to spot that. And do you go into Jaguar Riders or do you get Shorn ones at this point? Because there's a lot of Dow Swordsmen in. What would be your unit of choice up against this? Or do you just get some Jaguar Riders in first, get some raids off?
A little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. And there's never a bad time to build horse, as the as a lot of players will realize in an Age of Mythology, horse is the best because you can just run them around and kill villagers. Not every unit can do that, so build a couple of speedy
horse fast,
horse kill villager, or myth unit, fast myth unit kill villager are the two. They're both very, very good, right? If you've ever complained about a fast myth unit killing you, why aren't you complaining about a fast horse killing you? Is the comment I've got for you guys. Anyways, we've got to make those Jaguar Riders and then Shorn one for sure to get mixed in. That being said, there are fire archers that can take those out, so it's not simple.
A lot of upgrades queued up, but Soup's hitting the pedal anyway. Oh, straight on the gas, and Magic is going to run away, but that is going to be 3 myth units his way, and pushing Magic off the forward gold mine. He's turning around and fighting though.
Now this is one of those fights. I'm glad Soup decided to run there. It was looking like one of those fights that Soup's like, I just need to attack. I need to get a damage done. No, you're in a fine spot. Just chill. It's all good. There goes the forest protection. That's fine. Run. Get out of here. Play slow. You're in a good spot. This is definitely fine to not throw everything away.
Yeah, I think once that Gomang gold power goes down on a market, you should just be like, well, at least it's easier to kill. We'll take that one out at some point a little bit later. The Star Demons could be going around the side, getting some damage done, and they already are. Looks like 2
Claffers down. 5. You get 5.8 speed when you use that special. So we're talking about fast myth units before. This guy here, he's this is almost a horse. Almost a horse. He's faster than Najjar, but Najjar does have a ranged ability. You have to turn it on manually, but you can definitely shoot and scoot a little bit there.
Great Temple number 2 trying to come up. Magic is pressuring a little bit. I think also defending the Tits middle back at home nicely, and the Great Temple, I mean, it was barely started, so doesn't lose too much there. And actually more Tits middles being made, and some smashes even.
Now, Tauntaun Smashes make some sense, actually, because you can use them in the front of your army to almost tank the Fire Archers. Of course, the Fire Archers have bonus damage versus them, but 69% PS armor and 338 HP is a lot of survivability there.
Yeah, it's just kind of does make sense. I don't know whether you just want like a couple of Shorn ones. I don't think there is one yet, but literally just there for that. The stun of the front line would be nice. Just get a bit of everything.
He's now going to go into them. And more Star Demon Tits and Middles in for Soup. Another idea here, if he really wants to go crazy, which I know Soup loves to do, is the old fire ceremony into, well, another Starfall. But just spamming out Star Demon Tits and Middles also makes a lot of sense here.
Why not? Oh, White Horse Cavalry raid coming on the bottom side. Oh, it's all right. Great Temple's there. Not a big deal. And it looks like Magic's banking some favor for the time being.
Maybe
is
for
saving to use another lightning weapons, maybe?
Magic doesn't like myth units. He'll just make the god powers. So.
That's sad.
That's sad. I mean, to be fair, what are you going to build? The Tower Wu?
No, yeah.
Kind of makes sense, actually, having a whole bunch of Tower Wu. Because they can take out the, what are they called? The obsidian shards.
Ah. It was just a good way to get the front line out, get rid of them, head straight to the back line. And the White Horse Cavalry of Magic trying to take care of the stragglers, but there's quite a lot of them. Oh, we do have the fire ceremony.
Yeah, fire ceremony in a big amount of villagers being sacked. I mean, it can be just simply for every bit of Sitsamiddle that he wants, but he's got 300 favor. He could literally drop another Peach Blossom Spring if he wants to, but that was a gigantic sack. He almost has to look for this secondary Starfall. It's about to come off cooldown here as the fight does end up starting. There goes the Starfall. Do we see any sort of lightning weapons on the other side? There's not enough favor for Magic. He has kind of gotten caught out here with this, but population-wise, Magic, he is standing, sitting, feeling like he's still got everything he needs. And this army of Soup does take down the ballet, but what else is behind here is the question.
This is the problem. The Gomang God Power there kind of is healing up everything. The Smashers are now getting onto that market. But how many Star Demons are left? There's still seven Star Demons. The Sages trying to put in work. Jiangxia in the backside as well.
There's almost enough stuff here actually for Magic, but the problem, the problem is these obsidian shards are coming, and this obsidian butterfly is one scary unit. We did see the other day 3DB dominating the obsidian butterfly with his control, but Magic, he is in trouble as Soup is charging forward.
Yeah, the butterfly going straight for the gold mine as well, and Magic is going to say he can't deal with all those myth units, and the obsidian shards do take Soup through. I was thinking maybe he overdid it on the sacrifice of the villagers. Think maybe he wasn't
definitely
there up to 300
definitely
favor.
overdid it. He definitely overdid it, man, without question. He just goes, I see favor. Give me my favor, and then he sits in with like 160 favor in the end. Of course, he did take the fight and he killed off a bunch of units, but all he needed was really the 200 favor for the Starfall to make that fight happen. I feel like Magic probably could have just ran from that and then had a full population army to turn around and lightning weapons and potentially actually, the game could still be going right now. And unfortunately, did not do it. And those obsidian shards, they paid dividends. As Soup, we're going to be seeing him for the second playoffs in a row in the finals time.
I'll play to Soup.
Alrighty. Well, GG's. What else can I say? Better luck next week for Magic. All right, I'll jump over to the main menu and we'll try and work out what's happening for tomorrow. Actually, I'll jump over to the bracket. Let's jump there. So it is going to be, if my brain remembers correctly, it is going to be a Mosca Grass, Tunison Soup matchup for the semifinals. Now, Soup and Tunison did already meet once.
Yes, yeah.
So Soup did take that. It was a 3-2, very close series.
Oh, 3-2.
Yeah. I don't believe Mosca and Grass met yet, so that's going to be a really interesting matchup. We will let you know how that's going to work tomorrow, but it does start at 1400 GMT tomorrow. I'm going to jump over to the main menu and say my goodbyes. Alrighty. So yeah, tomorrow is going to be 2 semifinals. There's going to be a 15-minute break between the second semifinal and the finals. The finals is a best of 7. This is the second week, so we've got 4 potential people who could get a ticket from now till the end of August, and the second one, 5 people. We've already given one to Recon because he did qualify already, so the next person in line. Soup made it to the finals last week, so we'll see if he's going to be able to do it again this week, or if it's going to be someone different. Alrighty. I'm going to find someone else to raid. I'll see you guys later.
See you later.
I guess a huge shout out to Moose as well before we go. If you haven't followed him, if you're not checking out his YouTube stuff, he is an amazing content creator in his own right. Makes some fantastic guides, breakdowns. He's got the quick tips as well and all the other good stuff. Whistler Putchley Incarnate is here. The new fire ceremony does get dropped. Of course, B also sacked his own units, get himself out something, but there's 2 Tajiplas. Special attack coming in. It's a boost of damage for the Gardath army. As he's breaking through the center, there is still a pillar of Tlalocan to drop down on this position to help B stabilize. But he's not doing it. And in comes it now finally.